Hello everyone. Yes, we're back. We actually didn't leave. We stayed here at Gol Gol overnight. Magnificent setting. There was a country and music festival that's on at the Murray River at the moment, and I have to tell you, there were thousands of people there last night. And the wonderful thing about it is I introduced my special comments man for the day and co-commentator Pat Silcox. Pat, they're all talking about the cricket. They just
Yes,
loved it.
they absolutely were, Peter, and good morning to you. How good's this weather? I mean, yesterday was pretty decent, but fine and sunny, tops of 25 locally today. We've been blessed, I believe.
It's extraordinary. Magnificent weather. And of course, yesterday we saw, well, a game where, I've got to be careful about saying this, I think one of the major highlights was the last ball of the game that was bowled. And that was a spectacular performance by the man who was the officiating umpire, Billy Bowden, who signalled a six. Everyone wanted to talk about that last night.
They certainly did. It was a very, very entertaining way to finish up the game, and we were really waiting for Billy to just break free and give us some of that characteristic mayhem that he is renowned for around the globe. And final ball of the day, as it turned out, he got absolutely into full extent of signalling that amazing boundary clearing effort at the end, and it was absolutely fantastic way for the Australians to comprehensively wrap up a pretty impressive day. They were really good with the ball early, weren't they? And they certainly powered through in the second session with the bat as well.
Yes, and look, the town buzzes. I know. I listened to a bit of the country and western, and I'm not a country and western fan, but I was last night because there were so many people, just everywhere. And then I threw a bit of cheese into the Murray River just to feed the carp that went straight past and didn't say hello. But then just thought about what we saw, and it really did sink into me about how lucky we are to be involved in such a festival, the Global Spirit of Cricket Festival, seeing people and hearing their stories, and hearing the stories that will be shared today, Pat, by people from the team Canada, who some of them have never been to Australia before. And one of the chaps was talking to me when you were out there having a look at the pitch, and he said, "Do you think we'll see a kangaroo?" And I said, no, you won't see one kangaroo, you'll see a lot of kangaroos. We really want to, because we've come so far. And it's a genuine feeling of they are in an environment totally different to where they live, and they want to share those stories. We don't want to get away from the cricket, because that's why we're here. But I love the stories that they are telling us about what we take for granted in our country. And they're saying there's hardly any turf wickets where they live in Canada.
Right.
They just don't get that chance to play on turf wickets. It's the hard tracks.
Yes.
And they come out here and all of a sudden they are welcomed by everyone. They're sitting at tables when there are other countries that are there, and they're meeting people. And this is the only time that I'll mention this. And the important thing is to engage, to talk to someone, to say hello. G'day, Pat, how are you? And there's a lot of man hugging going on out there, and the people want to know that you are being well received and you will be well looked after, and you'll take back some really good fond memories.
Beautiful, Walshy. Just an update of the status of the game. The USA won the toss and they elected to bat first, so they will be batting in this morning's session. The Canadians are just making their way out into the middle of the Alcheringa Oval here in Gol Gol. As we said, perfect blue skies, lots of sunshine, not too much breeze to speak of, so pretty much a perfect day for cricket, Walshy.
It is. And you know, the snippets of information that are shared, this is what I love about it, because sometimes we don't get enough detail to pass on. And it was, I think, by accident that we discovered that one of the USA bowlers got a hat-trick yesterday.
Yes, I'll have to dig deep and grab some results from yesterday just to gloss over that fact, but they were up and about, weren't they? It was a pretty emotional scene when we went through the national anthems and the presentation as we got underway about 10 or 15 minutes ago, and I think all players from both countries really proud to be a part of this Festivale.
And well done to AJ. Now, we don't know too much about AJ Garawali, but the fact of the matter is 3 wickets off 3 balls for a hat-trick, and reliably informed that a very tough non-call with the 4th ball could have gone either way. It went by way of the batsman, so they didn't get 4 in a row, but were close to it. So I'm sure we'll be able to do some digging and find out what happened yesterday. That's a nice little stat for the day, isn't it?
Finished with 5 for 41 from his 9 overs, so an impressive start, no doubt about that, Pete.
5 for 41, how good's that? And I had a good friend of mine who was up from Ballarat who came up to have a look and enjoyed himself immensely. And I said, what was the highlight? And he said, well, it's disappointing that it was only a score of 100 odd to chase to eventually get the win. But he said he couldn't believe how well the Australian openers batted. And well, that's the only two that we saw. But he said they looked to be in total control for the duration and then raced to that figure without too much trouble.
Just having a look at the two American openers heading out into the middle. And just trying to get a bit of a feel for any numbers on the back. I don't think we're going to be that lucky today with the American boys. So that's going to be a nice challenge for us to keep everybody informed of who's on strike and who's at the non-strikers end. Although we've got one there with the number 88, which would happen to be Sunny Singh. So
that's how appropriate's that name for a day like today.
Yeah, spot on.
If you want to be happy, sing a happy song. You got to sing, you got to sing, you got to sing. Keep talking because we've got gentlemen who are coming left, right and centre who will be entertaining us verbally throughout this day.
Okay, Peter Walsh, thank you very much for that. As we just wait to get things underway. Yesterday it was Roy who took the new ball from the Sturt Highway end here in Goal, and looks like he may well be doing the same job again as he marks out his angular approach to the right-hander. So he's going to set up camp here with the new ball.
And Daryl O'Sullivan has been kind enough to pop up and say hello. He's the third umpire.
Yes.
Now, of course, Daryl's got commitments, and I understand that. But look, he's been welcomed here to sit and see how we burble away for a long time. And it's good to see that Daryl is involved with Suresh from Canada and Billy Bowden, who is the other umpire. So we'll just let Daryl rest up and get a spell, and we might go into a few overs, just a quick chat. But we can't in any way take away the responsibilities that the man who puts the digit in the air is going to be annoyed by us, can we?
No, not at all. So it's going to be Roy bowling to Naveen. First ball of this Canada v USA game. A foolish ball outside the off stump, and straight away the Americans into stride as ball is stroked beautifully out through the cover region. It's just been held back there by Virinder Kumar, who managed to get a boot to the RJR conveyance, and so it's going to be 3 runs to get the US off the mark.
Nice shot too, wasn't it?
Play with confidence and didn't overhit it, hit it and timed it very nicely.
Now, what did you think of the track? I got as far as the heavy roller and had a look there, and then had a chat to the curator out there who was really thrilled about the wicket. There was a little bit of moisture when the ropes go around and are pulled away by the tractor, and there's just a little bit that moved off, but it's a beautiful day for cricket.
Yeah, it certainly is. A few foot marks and a couple of crease scratchings. That's about all the abrasions that were noticeable on the pitch. As Sunny Singh a little bit ambitious first up, trying to loft that one through the offside.
I'm just doing the digging and working out where these players come from, and there's a good spread of all over the US of A.
There is.
There's just a thrill to be playing on the other side of the world and playing cricket, which isn't the most popular sport in the US of A, but it's getting more popular all along.
Yeah, that it is. As we wait on Roy once again. Just a little bit of gentle outswing to the right-hander. Well dealt with there by Sunny Singh. And the ball goes through to the keeper, Pete Hawthorn, who's looking after the gloves for the Americans today.
He said he's very anxious about tomorrow already, and I said, why? He said, well, our team plays.
Yes.
I said, oh, it's our team now, is it? You've only been in the country 2 days and it's our team. So Pete Hawthorn, yes, we'll be having a chat to him at some stage as well.
Nice bit of fielding there. Backward a point by Canada to prevent any runs there. I think Sunny Singh thought he was going to be off the mark there with a couple down towards the third man boundary. And that'll be a key focus, I think, for Canada today. Just a little bit, how's your father in the field at times yesterday, so they'll be keen to improve. We saw them certainly in the warm-up, Walshy, they were certainly really intent on making sure they got to every ball and try and stop as many runs in the outfield, which will obviously make it a lot easier for the run chase later on this afternoon.
True enough. So 3 from the first ball, and just 1 ball remaining in this over. So Roy maintaining some good line and some good direction. And the field, we can go through it at the end of this over because this is the last ball to be bowled by Roy, bowling to Sunny. And he is on the drive, hits in the air. That's a good shot down the ground. He's made good contact, hit it with power, and the signal is a boundary, 7 off the first over. That one crunched straight back over the bowler's head and sailed away merrily. Didn't see where it bounced. It's a bit hard to pick up where we are, but it ran all the way to the ropes. And the goal at the goal end of the ground was being, well, at one stage the ball looked as if it was going to reach where the goals are, but that was a good shot. None for 7 after 1.
Yeah, they were certainly looking under threat there at one stage, Peter, no question about it. And a similar start here from America that we saw from the Australians in the second session yesterday. Anything that was full of length and in the slot, they were certainly keen to oblige and play straight and hit down the line.
There's Pyrrhus Naveen. And the other man at the crease out there is, as we mentioned, Sunny Singh. We've got to work out too, and in no way at all is this throwing out any negative vibes, but we take a lot for granted. In Australia, you work out that I'm working with Pat Silcox. I'm not working with Silcox Pat.
No.
And you're working with Peter Walsh, and it's not Walsh Peter. We've got to make sure that we get this right, because it doesn't always happen for the visiting cricket teams.
No, you're exactly right. Certainly got plenty of information at our fingertips here, thanks to our main man, Anthony Telfer, who provided a lot of team list data and, as you said, obviously from the American perspective, exactly where they come from and where they play their cricket, and we will touch on that a little bit later on.
We do. We've got Yogesh, who's going to do the job. He's the team manager of the US of A team, and he'll be getting up and just giving us a bit of detail as to what's happening in the world of USA. Always sport mad over there. Of course, the big Super Bowl coming up in February, and that usually gets massive publicity. And of course locally, incestuously, of course we've got our rugby league finals underway. We've got our AFL finals starting tomorrow. The big MCG, Hawthorn Geelong, and then the following day MCG Brisbane Lions against Collingwood. And they're thinking about the possibilities of 160 to 170,000 people in those two games. That's the attendances they reckon they will reach, because there's Victorian teams, 3 of them, and only one travelling team, and that's Brisbane.
It's a good money spinner for the AFL, Pete.
What? It's a pity we couldn't all get a ticket, that's all. That's a bit of a worry.
Yes.
None for 7 as we start the second over. Naveen is 3 and Sunny is 4. Gudapali is the bowler who is rendering assistance in this beautiful day here at Golgol. It's a bit of an awareness of, let's put someone out deep on the boundary, on the onside, with the thought, I think, then, okay, if I over pitch and if Gudapali gives me some room, it could be straight back over the bowler's head. There's a big gap behind where the bowler is who delivers now. And this is swept behind square, and that'll go for 4. Rolled along the ground all the way, picked up beautifully, and he clipped the ball away over the cut grass. And if there were any kangaroos nearby, this would be a lush place to come and have a feed, wouldn't it?
Well, an interesting observation from my many years of playing here, Peter, is that because we're very close to the Murray River, so that we generally tend to get quite a few ducks that'll focus their attention around the outskirts, and there's quite a lot of left behind by the duck, if you can follow my thread there. And you need to be a bit wary when you're in the field, where you're diving and putting your body on the line. You just need to be mindful. There might be a little bit of something you don't want to land in.
Okay, it comes out of the rear end. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. But I think
helps
that was
to fertilise
well
the outfield, hence why it's so green.
Yeah, but what you did beautifully there was you were able to work in your wordsmith knowledge and talk about ducks when we were watching cricket.
Yes.
So that was well done.
Thank you.
Did you sleep on that all night and then wake up and think I'd better use that?
When I went out to have a look at the wicket, I thought I might bring that to the table.
Very good. You did well. You did well. No wicket for 11. The USA winning the toss and batting in this match here at the Alcheringa Oval at Golgol. That's over the river. Next ball outside the off stump, and it spins a little bit through to the keeper, and there's no run. I was trying to work out, I love colours, and you know that. I really enjoy the colours. Who's got the best uniform? Now, Canada red, and the USA have got a splash of blue, a splash of red, and a splash of white. I don't know, I'll get your thought that the next ball is to be bowled by Roy, and it's pushed away on the onside. They go quickly to just short cover. It finished up, but they were quick to get off the mark and get through for the single. It's no wicket for 12.
I think the Aussies looked pretty good
They
yesterday,
do.
Walshy, didn't they?
Yeah.
Lots of canary yellow, as Bill Laurie used to call it. But I think both of these countries are looking very resplendent. Of course, the red top and the black strides of Canada, and America going with the red, the navy and the red.
Yep.
And there's just a hint of white through the piping, and of course the name and number on the back.
And a few of the officials, or some that aren't actual players, they were wearing the full suit clobber. They had their, their jackets, the whole lot looked $1 million. Yeah, this ball is short and punched away up wide of mid-on the onside, and they go through for an easy single. With AJ from the US of A, 5 for 41 yesterday, including a hat-trick. We might see if we can run him to ground at some stage. But what they want to do is they just don't want to come and talk on the radio or talk on the television coverage, but if we can get them to spin a few yards and talk to us about how they've thought that they would be able to move from one side of the world to the other and get here and enjoy themselves, and that's what's happening. We've got visitors from left, right and centre, and when you go down to the breakfast table, if you get there quick enough to have a bit of bacon or a bit of baked beans or that, well, you get to know quite a lot of people. Roy in. And that's a good shot. Hit straight down the ground very powerfully. You get the one. Goes along the ground all the way to deep long off. Not fielded cleanly down there, but there's a representation of a fieldsman down there to stop it from getting through for 4, and they get through for 1. None for 14. It's a good start too. We're getting away, both doing well. 3 off the first ball. Naveen is 8 and Sonny is 6.
You can see that Canada protecting those long straight boundaries, Peter. That seems to be where the Americans are looking to go. So we've got a long off and a long on as we get towards the end of this, the third over. This time Roy around the wicket, just tightening up the left-handed, so no run scored there. So at the end of 3, the USA are none for 14. Naveen is 8 and Sonny is 6. And as we mentioned before, Walshy, quite a few states represented from America. We've got quite a few Californians here, also a few Texans, and we stretch out to Massachusetts and Florida, Virginia, Mississippi as well. So it's fantastic.
Have you visited the States very often?
I've been there a couple of times, yeah.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Hopefully too of being able to mention as many times the sponsors who've been invaluable for their support, giving us the chance to not only burble away here in Australia, but for the opportunities to be presented to people who are overseas who might have relatives or friends who, or even teammates who might be playing in Australia, and to be able to have a look whilst we're in our Bo Peep, we're in our little spot here as this next ball is pulled away over square leg, hit with authority. And there's the Billy Boy again with his boundary special. He didn't go the 6, that was hit strongly, and it's gone a fair way too. It's bounced away and headed off out to where the carp are having an early morning tea or whatever they have. They might have had some cheese this morning, I think. I left a fair bit in the river last night.
Did you?
I did. That was a good shot, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, it looked very comfortable, rocking back on the back foot. And as we said, they've only really got the straight boundaries protected, so there was plenty of real estate out there. Backward square, mid-wicket. So the Americans looking to really put the foot down in the opening 10 overs here. None for 18.
It's a good start. Next ball is pushed away off the edge, but no danger at all, and worked away on the offside, and there's no run. So it's hard to know what to expect after we saw the US of A. They struggled to get to 100 in the 120s odd yesterday. We'll see how we go. Now what's happened now? Another boundary, as I was looking at the score on the computer, and USA really chuffing along at a merry rate. It's none for 21 in the 4th over, moving up to 22 now, so it's a very good start. Run rate 6.
As yesterday, Walshy, we've got a few other games on around town. So that one just is glided out towards the gully region. We'll try and keep you abreast of all those details. Now in the over 50s game in play at Sarah Oval, or number 3 Oval, which is the Aussie Derby, Australia and Australia Ray. And the A team won the toss, elected to bowl first, so the Australians none for 19. Almost through 4 overs there as we complete 4 overs in goal at the Alcheringa Oval, and it's the US of A none for 22. In the over 55s, the Spirit of Cricket World 11 was sent in by the Kiwis, and they are none for 30 after 5. And we've also got the Australian Derby in the over 55s today as well. Australia Ray won the toss, elected to bat, and they are none for 10 after 4.
Thank you, Patrick. Plenty of news coming all your way, and we hope to be able to continue to fill you with the information that you need to share in the game of cricket. It's the number of runs scored off the number of overs bowled, and a good solid start by the US of A, none for 22 off just 4 overs, so that's a very good start indeed. Run rate is almost 6 per over, and just having a walk out to what was going on in the middle before the toss. Not spongy, but you knew that there might have been a little bit of moisture that had to be moved off the ground if possible, and that was done without any issue.
Well, that's well bowled by Roy, just going away from the left-hander's outside edge. Nice bit of a wicket keeping by Patel, who was pretty tidy yesterday. Chances are he might see a few more overs out in the middle than the 16 or 17 that he was able to get around yesterday. Quite a splayed stance, isn't it, from Naveen?
It is.
He's got that front foot right around to the onside, so he can open up his body. Once again, Roy right on the money, but the quick single of a misfield there by the Canadians. Just the one run. So running between the wickets, very important in a limited overs fixture as per this one. Peter Walsh, 45 overs, of course, this contest, and those early singles, the rotation of the strike, and I guess with this combination from the Americans, the left and the right-hander, certainly can play big dividends, not only the field having to change around, but it adjusts the bowling, the line and length of the bowler as well.
Yep, absolutely. But not losing wickets early is such a major part with Sunny 14 and Naveen 9, none for 23 in the 5th over. It's exactly what they need. And they need a couple more runs maybe off the first ball of the next over, as this is driven hard down the ground on the offside to deep long off. And they will waddle back for a couple, always 2 in the shot, but hit very well. The timing was one thing, but the placement was the other thing. He hit it very strongly, and there's some protection in the deep. I'll tell you what, it would be a massive hit straight down the ground over the fieldsman who's long off to get a 6, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's a good strike heading down towards the Sturt Highway end here at Goal.
That's wide outside the off stump, and it's cut nicely behind point for at least 2. It's rolling out towards the boundary and will be picked up just inside. And they thought about 1 for the throw, but decided against it. Just the 2. But short and wide, and too much room to move. And Sunny like that. He's 18, Naveen is 9. And in the over number, let's have a look. 5, is it? Yep. It's none for 27. It's a good start.
Current run rate at 5.79. So if they can continue at that sort of rate, they'll be looking well in excess of 200. Completion of their 45 overs. This time the ball's just defended back off into the offside. And the Canadians able to tidy that one up. So Roy will be keen here to get a breakthrough for his team. If nothing else, just to break up this right and left combo.
Yes, they've settled in well. They're in the groove. ball wide of the off stump and just dabbed away. No power on the stroke behind point, and there's no run, as I did suggest. We'll get a word or two from Daryl O'Sullivan shortly. He's one of the umpires. He's the third umpire in this game. We'll call him in for a few overs just to get an idea as to what it's like being the third umpire. He is rendering assistance with Billy Bowden, and Suresh is the umpire from Canada. It'll be interesting to come up with those answers to our very curly questions that we had yesterday about what does the umpire have in his or her pocket.
Yes.
And importantly, when I say her pocket, do we have any females at that level with umpiring?
Well, fair chance we may well see some female representation as we get through the back end of next week. As we can see Canadians just working their field placings here. You can see once again men positioned on the long off and long on boundaries. And I reckon we may well have a change here. Suresh Nair, who certainly got through a few overs yesterday. Looks like he's coming into the attack from the Murray River end here. Top's around 18 degrees at the moment as we head for a maximum of 25. So things certainly will warm up across the course of the day, Peter.
The old slip-slop slap today, I think, too.
I would have thought so.
Yep. We're in a good spot where in our little bird's nest, first floor at the ground. I think getting up and down might be my way because we've got this computer in front of us, which is a good thing. But if you keep looking at it, you can't see anything else. You might get spin into a Netflix movie or something as this next ball is driven down the ground to mid-on and there's no run.
So left arm around the wicket, just trying to tighten that angle on the right-hander. I think I cursed him yesterday. He got through his first 2 or 3 overs for about 6 or 7, and I said that he was keeping things under control pretty well, and then I think he went for about 20 in his next 2.
Oh, I wasn't going to say something, but you did, so it's all sorted now.
Yes.
It's under control. I'm just working at that with Suresh Nair. He's in his first over. Left arm over the wicket, and that ball is hit hard down the ground. Good shot. That was hit with a fair amount of power. And settle down, Billy. Yeah, he's got through signalling a 4. Tell you what, if you had 2 or 3 boundaries in and over, his arm would be sore.
He'd be calling for drink, I
He
reckon.
would. Yes, he thrilled us all yesterday with that 6 that saluted us. It was the winning blow for a victory out there, and it was magnificent batting by the Australians. They did so well. Never looked like it in the finish, never looked like losing, and the last ball of the game was hit for 6, and Billy thought, here's my chance, and he went for it. And I'd give him, in terms of out of 10, I'd give him 11.
Yeah, no. It was a standing O sort of performance. This time, Sonny Singh just pats it into the gully region on the offside. I thought the ball before, Peter, he was very still, wasn't he? Got into position early and just the really free flowing swing of the bat. Didn't try and overhit it, just timed it really nicely.
He hit the sweet spot all right. It went and whistled away. It was a good bold shot too, and everybody was pretty happy too. Even you're not happy if you've lost the game, but they all gathered together, and as is the case with the spirit of cricket, hands were shaken, everything was done in the right way, in the right manner, and it was good, very good indeed. At none for 32 at the completion of the over, none for 32. And we're at goal in this match, the game between Canada and the United States of America. It's the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Canada and the United States of America, the USA winning the toss and batting very well indeed. None for 32, run rate's 5.5, 39 overs remaining. we have the partnership that, right from the word go, has looked to be in good sorts. Sonny hit 3 off the first ball, and he's moved to 23, and Naveen is 9. Roy is bowling at the moment after 3 overs, none for 16. We mentioned the teams that are playing, but I can mention that Billy Bowden and Suresh are the 2 umpires, and the 3rd umpire is sitting right beside me now in our commentary box, Daryl O'Sullivan, and it's a thrill to be able to have a chat to Daryl. I understand that he's got a lot happening, so you've got to make a choice now, Daryl, between looking at me and answering the questions and then doing the same with Pat, or looking at what's happening. As a 3rd umpire, what do you have to do now when an over's being bowled? What's your major responsibility?
Oh, yeah, well, first off, thank you for the opportunity to have a chat with you, Pete. Yeah, from 3rd umpire's point of view, it's just making sure that obviously the over count's right, and also any assistance that the boys need from me at all.
Like what?
Well, if they're looking for run-outs or stumpings or anything, they'll send a signal upstairs. We're communicating with walkie-talkies back and forward, and then we'll get the replays up and we'll have a look and get the right decision.
So your role, is it a busy role?
Yes and no. Like, you like to really stay on board just like you would when you're out there umpiring. You want to make sure that your over counts are right, the guys, any assistance you can give them at all, to make it easy. But you do have a lot more time to switch off here than what you would when you're out in the field.
Yes, true enough.
Obviously.
Nutt's 33. That's the USA score. Naveen is 10 and Sonny is 23. Does it happen very often that the umpires in the middle get the ball count wrong, and then what do you do? How do you get it across to them that, hey, hang on, that's the end of the over and you're going to let him bowl another ball? Does that happen often?
Not a lot. Between, as you're a partnership out there, you're always communicating back and forward. That ball's been hit across the boundary for another 4, is it? Yes. And, if every time there's a wide or a no ball, we reset counters back and forward to each other. If it's a no ball wide, you're going to signal there's 3 balls to go left.
So you've got a little counter in your pocket, have you?
Yes, yeah. Both umpires will have a counter.
Yep.
And we just make sure that we're working as a team and we've both got the same count. If in doubt, well then, we'll be on the walkie-talkie straight up to me and I'll let them know exactly what ball it is.
So how long have you been involved as the 3rd umpire?
How long have I?
Yeah.
I haven't used 3rd umpiring much at all. This is probably, maiden real experience. Right. Most times it's just we're out in the middle. Occasionally you'll get to sit and watch a little bit of it, from umpiring, but this is the first time I've been involved to officiate as a 3rd umpire.
And we're talking about 25 degrees maybe today, and it's going to get even warmer. So
yep.
I just wonder about the concentration, which I'll ask you about in a sec after this ball, which is pushed away on the onside for a single. We see Naveen on 10 and Sonny on 33. He moves with that single to 34. It's none for 44. How do you steel yourself to thinking, all right, it's going to be hot out there, and you have to concentrate, even if you're not at the end that's officiating, you're at square leg or point or whatever. How do you then lock yourself into getting into that concentration mode?
Well, in between every balls, you actually switch off.
Do you?
You have you get all your counts right and everything with your other umpire, but then you relax. You go into relax mode for a little bit because it's physically impossible to concentrate for a whole day. Throughout the whole time, you've got to be able to switch on, switch off, and you'll notice with the umpires, they'll relax a lot. Especially you watch Billy here, like after the ball's bowled, he'll probably step back and with 1 foot and just relax.
And that's needed because you're out there for so long.
It is, definitely. Yeah. If you do that, you wouldn't be able to concentrate for 25, 30 overs, non-stop.
So do you come from a cricketing background? Daryl O'Sullivan's the 3rd umpire in this game, and he's joining us in our commentary here at Goal Goal with the United States of America winning the toss against Canada. And at the moment, they are no wicket for 45 with Naveen 10 and Sunny 35. Did you play cricket as a junior when you worked through the particular grades? Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh yeah, no, I played a lot of cricket throughout my whole life. You know, outdoor and indoor, and then I eventually ended up turning into umpiring around about 2009, 15, 16 years ago.
All right.
And currently umpiring in the Brisbane grade competition.
So you're from Queensland initially?
Yes, from Queensland, yes. Or Ipswich, yeah, Queensland. So
Right.
a loud appeal there for an LBW.
Billy's not going to
Not
give it.
out.
Would you have given that out because you're the third umpire?
We don't have ball tracking or anything here, so it's quite good. Yeah.
So what's been your highlight? Have you had a game where you thought, gee, I've just been given the phone call from Cricket Australia or whatever,
Yep.
and I'm going now to officiate at a certain venue. Is there anything that stands out?
Oh, I've been fortunate enough that I've gone to a lot of venues and umpired a lot of grounds. I've umpired on the Gabba. I've umpired a lot of. I did a lot of country. I was in the country system first off.
Yes.
So I've done Indigenous carnivals, Australian country championships.
That'd be exciting.
Yeah, no, there's fantastic cricket, and the beauty of it, you're in the best spot in the world to watch a game of cricket from when you're standing there umpiring.
Are you still chasing? Is there something that is your holy grail that you want to get there eventually?
No, not really. I'm probably too old on the side of things. I'm fortunate enough I still umpire first grade in Brisbane, so I'm on the World Cup scene too with the Masters, so I've been to 4 World Championships already.
Oh, that's
so
good.
Just over in Sri Lanka, so you talk about being in heat, that was very testing, you know. With
And
the
just
dry.
on that too, because I know that you've got special qualities, and I don't want to ring your boss and say, excuse me, we've had this third umpire who's been up in our box for half an hour, what's going on? But do you get feedback? Is there anyone that at the end of this tournament, which goes for 2 weeks, does anyone give you a call and say, right, this is good, this is indifferent, or what? Do they tell you what they think about how you've gone?
Oh, well, we have, within the umpiring ranks at all tournaments, you'll have feedback and ratings and commentary from all the captains, you know, so you always take everything on board. Like, you know, you're never going to improve your own game unless you physically, you know, take those things on board. So
no, that's fair enough. The Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale is underway. And the last question I'll give to you, because Pat's going to jump back in a sec, is we're talking about the spirit of cricket, and we're talking about behaviour, we're talking about what players are like, and of course they're all different age groups that you see. Mm-hmm. Have you seen a change at all in any way as to how players can cope with a bit of adversity out there if an appeal that they think is out goes against them, or their behavioural patterns are okay?
The behavioural patterns in these tournaments, in the Masters tournaments, is fantastic.
Right.
It's an absolute pleasure to umpire. And the game I did yesterday, I mentioned that at our chat later on with the teams.
What was so good about it? Who did you do yesterday?
I did the 55s Australia versus the World 11.
Right.
Yeah, and it was played in such great spirits. You know, they'd do anything they possibly could to help the other player out. If the ball ran in, they'd go over. The batsman would pick the ball up, hand it to the bowler, and you know, they'd help you around the boundaries. If it came close to a boundary, if it touched the line, they'd stop. You know, there was, as you say, they're playing for sheep stations, but they're not. You know, they really do appreciate the amount of diversity within the game. You know.
Understood. Well, it sounds as if you're really enjoying yourself. And
no, it's fantastic.
Fantastic. Yes. Of you to come up and say hello. Daryl O'Sullivan, the third umpire in this tournament. Billy Bowden and Suresh are the other two. Thank you, Daryl, for coming up. And I don't think we missed anything. There were no appeals or anything like that. But we'll resume commentary in just a moment. This is, of course, coming to you from Goal. Hope you're enjoying it at the moment. None for 50. Naveen is 14 and Sunny is 36. That's the score that the United States has been able to secure so far.
Thanks, Walshy. Nice to be back. Took a couple of phone calls while I was off out the back as well, so I got a bit of business done at the same time. And our resident stats man, Jim, from Spirit of Cricket, has been filling us with a bit of data, so we'll certainly get to cover off on that shortly. We'll get through this over and then we'll take a short break, but none for 52 is the score after 8. Sonny Singh's on 30, and we can see Naveen Pearce just nicely working his way through at the moment on 14. A new bowler from the Sturt Highway end is Aftab Kazar, who had a good stint with the ball yesterday as well.
It's good that we are seeing the different players and working out who they are and what numbers they're wearing, etc., etc., etc. It's all good.
More runs again for the US. As the ball's taken down towards third man, they'll pick up a single. So yeah, that run rate is looking very healthy, isn't it? This first hour or so, 6.36. As we head towards the conclusion of the innings, 45 over mark. So the Americans have certainly got a target in mind, somewhere around 200, I'd expect.
That's a good score if it is.
That was a quicker delivery. There's an appeal, and the umpire has given it out. I thought it may well have been off the bat, but it must have just got some pad. And the first has fallen for America. Great result there for Kaiser.
I'm just looking at what's going on. As I was taking, as you had called that so well, some details down from the US team manager as to some of the players that we might be able to embellish a bit about. So whilst that was happening, the first wicket fell.
So as we just wait to see who our next man to come to the crease. Of course, it happened to be a number that I haven't got. Looks like it's going to be Fazal Alam, who...
Well, he's the captain.
He's the skipper, so he's in the important position of number 3. So he'll look to get himself set. And just waiting here for him to take strike. He'll look to get himself set. Looks like Sonny Singh is still the man at the crease. So Naveen was the man out. I did have a bit of information on him. His career record before to date, 16 matches, 444 runs at 34.15 with 2 half centuries. Unfortunately couldn't add to his 50 tally today, but he certainly looked good.
He did. And Fazam Alam, who was the team captain, top order hard-hitting batsman, bowls right-arm medium paces, represented in multiple international tournaments, selected for the World 11 in 2024. So he has credentials, and we'd look forward to getting him on song as a few of the US of A players just take up some of the rays of sunshine that are available, and they walk around.
So first ball for the skipper, he just pats it back to the bowler. Looking just to take stock here, the Americans certainly off to a fly. He'll look to keep the momentum rolling here. Quicker through the air again, Kaiser that time. And he does well off his own bowling to restrict any run scoring opportunities. Of course, he picked up that first wicket leg before. Naveen Pearce is out for 14. So just looking to try and hustle his way through from the Sturt Highway end. Oh, a little bit awkward there for Sonny Singh. He just couldn't quite get into position there. So that is the end of the over. We'll take a short break and we'll be back shortly here at Goal Goal.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
1 for 54. Canada versus the United States of America. That got me going when they sang their national anthem.
Sang with passion, didn't they?
Oh, do they what? Yes, they really do. And so they should. So the Australians do well too. Don't get me wrong.
Yep.
I love it when they decide the national anthems to be played at sporting events. It's all good.
It's time. It's the captain who's going all the way down the ground. Let's get the camera on Billy. We've got a maximum. Yes, indeed we have. And, gee, that's a mighty impressive shot there from Alam Fazal. And that one's gone way, way out towards the entry road at the back of the oval there into the dirt and the bark. So that would have certainly had some sort of impact on the new ball.
What a shot. He slapped it away.
He did.
We'll call him a slapper, can we?
Oh.
That's it. Nice way.
That's come out of your mouth, not mine. But
oh, no, that's a good call.
Okay.
But he really picked it up and hit it with power. That's what you like to see. And there's a couple of blokes out there on the boundary now that are waiting for it perhaps to happen again.
Yeah, well, they've got the long off and long on in operation. There's also a man out at cow corner, as it's professionally called, but mid-wicket. So they're looking to try and see if they can't prize another wicket or two here. American's still going at 6.5 and over. 1 for 61. Top of the 10th over. Oh, that one hit back to the bowler and the return catch. So all of a sudden, a couple of wickets falling and the Canadians starting to find a little bit of traction in this game.
Well, that's a very vital blow. I've no doubt about it too. And I'll give you the tip. We are responsible for giving you what we see. And when we see a significant jubilation out there, they are really chuffed. They were so disappointing yesterday, but not today. There's a wicket and 2 quickies, and this is a beauty.
Just took the bottom hand off the bat, lost a bit of control there, Sonny Singh, and he has to make his way back to the pavilion as we get another look here from behind, and it was beautifully pouched by Nair. Got himself into a great spot as he followed through. So a couple of wickets down now, as it looks like it's Murdy Srikanth who's going to make his way out to the middle. And it'll be interesting to see now if they need to take a little bit of stock, or will they continue to really play aggressively here?
I don't know, but I want to get this out of the way. So when I get this out of the way, it's gone. I'm only using it once. If you want to be happy and you want to sing a happy song, all you've got to do is sing, sing, and sing.
Yes.
And that can be exactly what didn't want to happen for the US of A. 2 for 62 at one stage, no wicket for 61. And this is like the amazing part of cricket. We had Daryl O'Sullivan, the third umpire, who was sitting with us early on, and we were chatting away about what goes on. Then all of a sudden there's 2 wickets. And we've seen Billy in action again.
Yes, we have. Got some more data coming through from our resident scorer, Jim. I'll get to that shortly. As we see Srikanth just taking his guard. The right-hander out in the middle. So 2 for 61. Also have a bit of a refresh on those scores from other games around town for you in a moment. Srikanth is openly hitting the ball down towards mid-off. Got a good stride down the pitch and a confident start for him. So can tell you, Peter, that Fazal Alam is second on the all-time USA run-scoring list. 32 matches, 767 runs at 29.5, and he's also hit 36s, which is the most for any player in over 50 internationals.
That's power.
Yeah.
That is power. He would have seen a few cricket grounds too in his travels.
Yeah, would have thought so. One of your good friends is in that list as far as the maximums are concerned for Australia. Damien Meek is leading the way with a dozen.
Yes, and I should also mention, as this ball just outside the off stump and it spins through to the keeper to complete the over. It's 2 for 61 with Fazal on 8 and Gade on yet to score. Damien Meek, unfortunately, not able to put himself up for selection because of work commitments. So a special hello to Damien and Donna. They were really good people to get to know and to liaise with. And so he'd be missing now, but still he was a regular in the Australian team, wasn't he?
He was, yep. He's one of the real entertainers of veterans cricket, Damien. Both with bat and ball. As we see Kaiser once again. Bowling from the Sturt Highway end here at Goal, bathed in sunshine. Just a little bit quicker through the air and into the wicket. Gade's happy to let it go through to the keeper. Just a quick look at the field. Men inside the ring are pretty much right on the extremities of the circle. They've got a man at deep mid-wicket, long off and long on. This one is just pushed back to the bowler. The score is 2 for 61. Now let's have a look in the other over 50s game, which is Australia versus Australia, Ray. So we can go back to live action here. Another quick single for the US. Australia are none for 44 in the 9th over after being inserted by Australia, Ray. And we've got two 0-55 games. One at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth, which sees the Spirit of Cricket World 11 none for 67 at the end of 12 overs as we return to live play here. That's a nice delivery by Kaiser. I'll pick up a single down towards long off. The other over 55s, Australia none for 44 in the 11th. After batting first, they won the toss. Like what they saw, Walshy, at Condon Park, Nursery Ridge. And they made a pretty decent start.
Yes, and all of the scores that we've been given, what's going on here? Just watching the umpire out there and Suresh. He's there with Billy Bowden, who's just running across and picking up some bails to get the stumps sorted out. Interesting that all of the Australian teams in this competition, the batsmen have started brilliantly. And if you look at, you've been able to get the information regarding the Australians and the Spirit of Cricket and the Australians. If you add together the three totals, what have we got? 111, 155 with no wickets to fall so far in those games where those three Australian teams are playing. And so it does, you'd expect that they're going to be hard to knock over, and these runs that they're scoring, it's a good way for getting ready for later in the week, isn't it? And next week.
Yep, agreed. A lot of those boys will back up for the T20 franchise tournament as we get through the end of the 11th over. Score is 2 for 65. Fazal is 9. And got Shrikant on 2. Quick look at the bowling figures for you. Right, 4 overs, no maiden, none for 28. Good Parley, 2 overs for 12. Nair, 3 overs, 1 for 18. And Kaiser has 1 for 7 after 2.
I'll just get you, if you don't mind, just to run through the 2 wickets that have fallen so I can make sure my scorecard is okay.
Yep, I can tell you that Naveen Pierce was out LBW Kaiser for 14. As we see Nair bowling nice and tightly there to the American skipper. Second wicket to fall, Sonny Singh. He was caught and bowled Nair for 37. Wickets falling at 53 and 61.
That's a tidy side. I don't know who you'd give points to if it was a boxing round. If you'd been into the bout of 2 or 3 rounds in, you'd be saying, well, it's pretty even, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Americans certainly ticking over the scoreboard, but they've lost those couple of wickets in the last couple of overs. Just taking stock here. Oh, a bit of hesitation. And the captain sent back to whence he came. So he's 9 from 10. Shrikant is 2 for 6.
This is exactly what was required to slow down the run rate, but more importantly to pick up a couple of scalps, one at 53, one at 62. This ball in the air, and I get a look now from behind the computer that's sitting in front of me, and it spins away, the ball does, out into some open acreage behind point on the offside, and there's some runs there, 2 for 65.
There's no doubt, Peter, anything that's up is going to be in Fazal Alam's wheelhouse. Really wants to go long down the ground. He's already cleared that boundary once today. I think we may well see him go again at some stage. This time the ball's just tucked around the corner, backward a square for a single. Nicely done by Shrikant, just trying to get his skipper back into the action. Rotating the strike, very important. The start of a 45 over game of limited cricket here, as we see a replay of the skipper trying to lash one down the ground. Mohamed Iqbal just couldn't quite get a read on that one.
He almost got his fingers to it,
He
didn't
did.
he? Yeah.
Yep. So that's the end of the 12th over, and the score here at Gol is 2 for 65. back live here at the Alcheringa Oval in Golgol. Beautiful blue sky sort of day. Plenty of sunshine. Top's expected around 25 a little bit later on. Currently 19. As that one's uppishly played towards the man who was fielding at backward point on the ring. I'll get through for one, and some good running. We'll see them double up. So nice start to the 13th over for the US. They go to 2 for 67.
Well, a mate of mine, as I said, was up here from Ballarat, and he had a good look around, and he just couldn't believe the number of places you can get to sit down and relax and be really in the centre of the city and enjoying yourself, because the eateries here and the way you can have a chat, meet people that you haven't seen for ages. It's a good thing, isn't it?
Plenty of good options, Walshy. And probably as being a local, you probably don't get to explore all of them. No. But if you're visiting, yeah, you've got some really nice delicacies. As there's an appeal from the keeper for one that might have just got the under edge, but umpire was unmoved. But Kaiser's playing a really good role here, isn't he, Pete? He's getting through his overs quickly, and he's certainly keeping the run rate down as well.
Well, he's into his third over. He's got 1 for 8. And he still has, there'll be a single from the next ball that's pushed away behind square on the onside, and they'll get through for the 1. Running back, and the ball is collected for Canada. Now, who's that out there? Number 64, is it? I'm not sure, but if it's number 64...
Akshay Panja, I reckon it was.
Okay. 1 for 9 now in the third over for Kazia. And this ball is pushed back down the ground on the onside or the offside, and there's no run. So a little bit of a lull in proceedings still. It's healthy. 32.2 overs remaining. The run rate at the moment is almost 6. So that's not too bad. The ball from the next delivery is pushed away on the offside back down the ground and fielded by the bowler. So let's have a look. 2 for 69. Fazal is 10. Murthy is 6. We've got 32 overs remaining. Kazia has, off 3 overs, 1 for 9. That's not bad.
Very tight indeed. As we get a really good vantage point here from side on, Peter, of the American skipper. He's really got some good reach. He lunges, doesn't he? Gets a long way down the track, trying to cover those deliveries. No doubt he's a bit of a front foot sort of man. He likes to hit down the ground. So Shrikant on strike as we move into the 14th over. Suresh Nair. As this one is played nicely through the covers. And the man out there was actually fielding outside the ropes. I'm not quite sure what his mindset was to how he was going to get it back inside had he made the distance. But ball does go across the rope in front of him, and a boundary 4.
A bit of frustration there. The wicketkeeper not all that happy with what was going on in his little world. Kiran Patil. And a smallish wicketkeeper. We always talk about the size of them and the ability that they have to bounce around and play such an important part in any form of cricket. And that's what's happening out there today, with no doubt there. That ball just wide of the off stump. Too wide. No even thought then of attacking with the willow. The Willow Fest. When did that first start here?
My goodness, we'd be thinking we're going back into the 80s.
All right.
Long way back, yeah.
Yeah, cricket here in Mildura, a very popular sport. Very much so. I think all sports here are popular. And a chance too for people who are visiting to get to the grounds like Golgol and have a look and see not so much the best Australians ever, but the fact that the Australians at their age group playing very well and very competitively, and welcoming in the visitors in from all over the world. And I say that with a bit of gusto, as this next ball is hit in the air and it bounces away on the offside. Racing back is number 64, who will do the fielding. Now, you spat him out before, which was a good thing. And I can't find him on my... Panja, is it?
Yep.
Number 64, thank you. I wonder if they have their favourite numbers, like Shane Warne used to wear 43 all the time.
23.
23, I should say, yeah. With St Kilda, he's love of the St Kilda Football Club. And you wonder if they've got a particular reason for wearing the numbers on their back.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Pete. I'm sure there is some sort of connection between the numbers and the reason why. Maybe a birthday or a just a number that resonates with them. Something that's part of their background and bringing up. As Alarm again goes the long handle, and he's going to beat the two men down at long off and long on. That goes a long way past the seats, through the goals, and out into the kitty litter there, Peter. That was a very impressive stroke.
Yes, he hit that. It was just a wave of the bat, and the timing was majestic. And when he hit it, it really stayed hit. It's gone a long way down to where one of our cameramen is working, and the cameraman is where he is. It's almost the height of the goal posts down that way, so obviously not too scary about the heights down there.
No, long way up, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm much happier just going up a flight of stairs to get to where we are. That's about my my barometer, I think.
Well, at least it's not really windy. It wouldn't be too smart up there with the wind blowing, would it?
I feel like there's a bit more breeze today than what we saw yesterday, though, as we look out to the trees there. There's a nice shot of our man. He's got himself perched up there on the Mildura Cranes and Access scissor lift. There's an appeal for leg before, pleading his case, Kaiser. It was beautifully bowled. Just straightened up a little. And Shrikant just playing across the line a little bit there.
Kaiser was really enthused by that, wasn't he?
Certainly getting some spin coming back from outside the off stump. So Shrikant will need to play straight and respect the bowling here, because he's in the middle of a pretty decent spell.
Yes, into his fourth over, 1 for 9. And with the score at 2 for 80, this game is well poised into the 15th over at the Alcheringa Oval in Golgol. And if you're in Mildura, you just drive over the bridge and you're just about here, aren't you? It's not a long trip.
No, very picturesque as you go over the river. You see the marina as there's a nice piece of work again from Patil behind the stumps.
He's been impressive, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Yeah, the marina's certainly been a big development over the last 5 to 10 years. Lots of houses going up there. And the plum spots in town to pull up and enjoy life. As the ball's just sent out towards the cover region by Shrikant. And once again, Canada have got their men in the right spaces. They're just going to make a brief adjustment to that, though. Just a bit of extra protection on the offside. So they've done pretty well to bring that run rate back under 6. It was up almost around 7 there at one stage in the first half a dozen overs, but currently at 5.39.
Yes, wickets falling at 53 and 62. There's Naveen out for 14 and Singh for 37, 1 for 53 and 2 for 62. And make that 2 for 66 because that ball is dispatched to the boundary. Kazia, who we were calling the plaudits of in his direction, a boundary struck off the last ball of his over, and so his figures spoiled just a fraction. 2 for 84.
Real nourishment to every table, because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Welcome back to Goal Goal after the drinks break in this first session this morning, day 2 of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. We're taking in Canada v the United States of America, Alcheringa Oval and Goal Goal. Plenty of sunshine, as we can see Pandya now into the attack from the Murray River end. Pat Silcox alongside of Peter Walsh.
It's been a good morning, a very good morning. Of course, stirring stuff with the playing of the national anthems for both the Canadian side and the US of A side. And I watch with interest as this ball is hit down the ground. It's a mighty blow. And look out, Billy. It's your move. Billy almost going for the catch of the day or the mark of the day and screeching high into the air. But that was hit with authority and power and had the elevation. And it's bounced down into Oyen.
Yeah,
it was a good hit, wasn't it?
It was. It's gone down to the road as you enter the ground there. So that's the biggest one we've seen so far. And as provided by our chief statistician, Jim, he is the money man when it comes to the maximums in over 50s cricket, is Fazal Alam. He's entertained us with a couple already today, 22 off just the 20 deliveries.
Well, the fieldsman who's collected the ball is now hitchhiking back to Goal so he can get here for the rest of the game.
Looking for an Uber.
That went a fair distance. It was hit with strength and authority, but I'll say as the next ball he works away back down the ground on the offside and the bowler on the follow-through picks up. The timing was there. That was it. It was as if you're standing there with the 1 wood on the tee and it comes off beautifully and you think, how good is that? He didn't have to move. He knew where it was going. Yeah, that was as good as you'd get. And so Billy was ready too. He didn't pull a groin or do anything like that. He just moved into action with his exercises. Got it right too, didn't he?
Absolutely, he did. As we wait on Pandya once again. Oh, there's an appeal. Thought it might have come off the bat. Billy Bowden certainly not obliging there. Ball previously, Pete, we saw one, he's bowling obviously left arm around the wicket, but he did get one to just tail away a little bit off the pitch from the right-hander.
How valuable would this wicket be now? The confidence booster, 2 for 90. Overs remaining sub 29, so they're on their way to a good score. Next one turned around the corner. Not a lot of power in the shot, but enough for Rajat Roy to have to run back and pick up. So that completes, because he is over. Last wicket falling with the score at 62, but it's now 2 for 91. That's when we saw a bit of momentum from Festivale, who's 23, and Murphy's 15. The men out, Naveen, who was out for 14, and Singh, who was out for 37.
The skipper just farming the strike there. Make sure he's keeping his momentum rolling through. Hope he's taking a bit of a liking now to this long boundary down the ground. The Sturt Highway end here, the Alcheringa Oval. Let's just wait for the field to get set. Mohammad Iqbal will take up his position there in the slips. And we've got 3 men out in the deep. As the man at mid-wicket's been pushed a little straighter. Got a man at long on, also at long off. And it's Kaiser who returns. Number 13 from his 4 overs so far. He's probably been the pick of them, I think.
He's been good. Yep. Being able to pick up a wicket, but importantly, hold back their steady runs. And doing just that for the first 2 balls of this over. He's an imposing looking customer, the man with the bat at the moment. Fazali looks like he could do anything. Confident player. And he's gone the big swing off the ball out towards, let's have a look, forward of the square leg umpire. On the onside, the ball bounces away. I've just got to pick it up from 3 blowflies that just walked past us on
yes.
I reckon one of those was down on the riverbank last night. But that was a good shot, but it was safe too. He's 24, it's 2 for 92. As for the next ball, he just, in control, just pushes away on the offside. The keeper does the work from behind the stumps to field.
So this pair have taken the score from 61 to 92 in pretty quick time.
And this next ball is pushed back down the ground on the offside and there's no run. The spot that we've got in front of us is a good spot, but it blocks out the field. The next ball is hit away on the offside just forward of point and there's no run. We shouldn't complain because we've got a beautiful spot here.
We have.
But what I might do, have we got any more games here at Gold?
There may be one Sunday, I think. I'll have to pull out the draw and have a squiz. I think there is one Sunday, yep.
I might just move the computer down to the right a little bit, that might help.
Okay.
You don't seem to be here.
Well, I'm not obscured like you are.
I know,
so
you don't have any interest at all in my query at all, do you? The fact that I can't see the ground. Do you want more time to think about being supportive?
I need no more time.
Okay.
I feel like I'll leave the technology up to the technology gurus. Don't want to touch or move anything.
No. Now there's a meeting out there now. There's people gathered around everywhere. There are 4 Canadian players, 2 USA players, and 1 umpire. Now they're moving in different directions. Oh, I wonder what that was all about. Nothing serious. They might have just said, what did you have for tea last night? Could have done that. Did you see Gout running 3rd in his 200 metres?
What a run that was. I thought he was in trouble at the bend.
Yes.
He just powered home, didn't he?
And look, I wish I could come up with all of the names of those, but the guy who won that heat was in 2nd gear.
Yeah.
So Gout getting through to the 2nd round, which is a good thing. This ball from Pandya is whacked away on the offside behind square and they'll go through for 1. So it's 2 for 92. United States winning the toss and electing to bat. Murphy is 15 and Fazal is 24. Peter Walsh and Pat Silcox with you. Enjoying the sunshine, which has been plentiful, hasn't it?
Yeah, you get a good spread of weather through spring. As we look ahead to the warmer months in summer. It's probably about the right time for these boys to be playing, I reckon, because you push it further any forward another month or two and you might start cracking some of those mid-30s, high 30s, which makes it quite difficult.
No, you're right there. Pandya in his third over, none for 9. This ball dragged away on the onside. It's high and handsome and over the top again. Billy baby, light my fire. He just walks away and he might be saying, hey, hang on, I'm going to settle down. I don't want to pull any muscles. I'll jump up and down occasionally, but all right, you've seen me in action. Sweet smoking shot there.
Third maximum for the skipper.
Yeah, 2 for 100, the 100 up in the 18th over. And he really gave that everything. But his timing was superb. What'll he do this time? Leans forward and plays up to mid-off, and there's no run. So he has demonstrated his prowess with the bat. And you'd be pleased too. He's still there in the 18th over. 2 for 100. Number 64, Punjab in, bowls, and he leans forward and pushes back down the ground on the onside. And there's no run. So this is starting to be a pain in the backside, this partnership, coming from 61 up to 100 now. So there's 39 runs. And they're looking pretty safe this next ball. Smashed away on the offside for a single. They just jog through. Man getting out there and doing the fielding. That's a 0-1, I think that is, isn't it? That's Kaiser, who was involved earlier on. Got a wicket, got Naveen out, LBW. And it's 2 for 101 here at Golgol.
Live here at the Alcheringa Oval in Golgol. Second day of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Canada taking on the United States. The Americans winning the toss and batting first, and certainly made a pretty confident start here. As we continue into the 19th over. Score is 2 for 102. But a nice partnership put together here by Fazal Alam and Eddie Srikanth. Plenty of boundaries. As Kaiser continues to do a job here from the Sturt Highway end. Into his 6th over, had 1 for 14, currently 1 for 15. So going at 3 runs and over when the team's run rate is nearly 6. Pretty decent effort, Walshy.
It is. It has to be maintained now, and the absolute necessity is to break up this partnership. Both players are in double figures. Fazal in, importantly, 33 off 33 and Murphy 16 off 25. They're the two that, well, Canada wouldn't want them still around in the next half a dozen overs because it could build into a score with 26 overs remaining. I reckon a score of up around 200.
Yeah, you feel like they're on track at the moment. Wickets in the shed. Got a nice platform to build from here. This time, Srikanth just getting back and across and pushing out into the onside. Plenty of cricket happening in Mildura across the next couple of weeks. We've got 3 other games in progress today. We'll get to those shortly. As once again, Kaiser able to dry up the runs. Just the 1 run from his 6th over. His figures very tidy indeed. 1 for 16. Score is 2 for 102 after 19. Now we've got over 50s action out at Sarah Oval, number 3 Oval in Mildura. Australia Way won the toss, elected the field, and the Aussies, after their strong performance yesterday, 1 for 71 after 15. So they're looking okay there. We've also got over 55s games being played today. 1 out in Wentworth, McLeod Oval. Spirit of Cricket, 2 for 99 after 18, playing against the Kiwis. And it's Australia v Australia Ray at Nursery Ridge, Quandong Park and Redcliffs. And the A-boys, 1 for 79, Peter, after 17.
There's some good cricket being played all over the shop. So if you're on the drive, you've got a choice. You can say to your partner, can you do the shopping, and then you can duck down to a cricket field and you can watch who's playing. Or you can both go there, take some lunch, sit down, relax. And that's what cricket's all about. You can relax. Some spots here at Goal. I don't think I've seen a ground that's had so many seats that you can sit on right away around. It's not standing room only. You can just sit there and get yourself under a tree. Make sure there's not too many birds up ahead who want you to move on from under the tree, but some really good spots, and only a few that are here. We can't see underneath as to if there's anybody here, but the fact is it's a beautiful spot to play cricket.
So the Americans continue to build on that rapid start. Got the run rate up around 5.4 at the moment. Canada have got a few extra men outside the restrictive circles now. 4 on the boundary. Got a man at mid-wicket for the right-hander, also deep extra cover, long off and long on. As Panja drags it into the wicket. It's swung lustily out onto the onside. Just the single. And the score advances to 2 for 104. How'd you get on last night, Walshy? You managed to find some fine fare on the Tucker front?
Well, I picked up my friend who'd watched the cricket and was thrilled as there is a lusty blow into the outfield, and for a brief moment I thought that there was going to be a catch taken.
I thought he clunked it.
So I thought so,
Yeah.
But it was hit with a lot of power. Suresh Nair was out there on the boundary, but it's gone over, just out of reach. Let's have a look and see if we can pick it up now. He swings the ball now down the ground. It's in the air and just out of reach. And it's a 6. So a massive blow, but it almost was the double play, the catch. Of course, if he had have taken the ball, he'd have to flick it back and then get back inside the field of play, which would have been something out of the ordinary. Big hit and a big 6.
Yeah, as we said earlier, anything that's sort of a little bit wide and full outside that off stump, he's looking to really capitalise. And enjoying his time out in the centre at the moment. Festivale Alarm, 42 from 36. Shrikant is 17 from 30. Partnership now up to 51, Peter Walsh.
They're looking very ominous too. He doesn't mind having a go, and you've got 4 players, 4 fieldsmen protecting the boundary, and he's still able to hit it out of the reach of them. Let's have a look. We've got a deep, long off, deep mid-wicket, and the 2 that are closest to me, one of them is, it's like a deep cover. It's a long way away from where the batter is, I've got to say batter, and then the other one is straight down the ground a little bit to the right, and that is in the deep. So we've got 4 that are doing the protecting, and they're watching balls go over their head at the moment because the lusty blowing from Festivale has caused us to become pretty much engrossed in this affair. 2 for 112, the last wicket falling with a score at 61.
And throughout the fortnight here at the Global Spirit of Cricket Festival, we're lucky to have partners such as the Wentworth Shire Council and the Mildura Rural City Council. And because we're on the New South Wales side, if you're paying a visit, you can enjoy the Junction Island Walk. An easy stroll along Junction Island will take you right to the meeting point of the Murray and Darling Rivers. Perfect spot for photos, bird watching and quiet moments. You can find out more at the Wentworth Visitor Centre at 61 Darling Street in Wentworth.
Oh, sounds like a bit of romance down there, is that right?
Yeah.
Don't just shake your head, you've got to speak. People want to know what you think. I can see what you think, but I need you to tell me what you think.
I would have suggested it's a very romantic spot, Pete.
Oh. What? So you take your fishing rod there and say to your partner, you can go off and chase the birds and feed the ducks and I'll catch a fish.
No, not at all. I'm not a fisherman, to be fair.
Well, you asked me what I did last night, myself and Kevin. We went and we watched the Country and Western Festival, which was outstanding. Really, and I couldn't believe the number of people there. I went there. We stayed there last year and stayed in one of the cabins, and it was really comfortable, and just wandered down and caught a few carp and enjoyed ourselves. But last night, the number of people with caravans and cars, it was jam-packed, I kid you not. Very well patronised, and Kevin actually started singing, which was a bit sad.
Okay.
But it was only after a few cans, so I think that was okay.
What did he break into?
What cans?
No songs.
Oh, look forward to meeting you at the YMCA.
It's been our theme tune of the tournament so far, hasn't it?
His singing was ordinary.
Right.
Yeah. But still, it was good, and those that were entertaining did a fine job. We could hear it from one end from where we are to where we were sitting and fishing, and had no luck with the fishing, but I have to give a real big plug to the RSL. I was a member of the RSL in Hobart when I worked down there, and then also in South Australia. That was recognition of my dad, and of course back in Ballarat where I lived. But we went there last night, and I'd never been there before. What a magnificent place that is.
Yeah, good setup, isn't it?
Oh,
yeah.
I'll tell you what.
What did you pick off the menu?
Well, I had a good look, and it was really, really exciting, and this is going to stir Kevin, but I'll tell him anyway. I had a lasagna, which was beautiful.
Right.
And Kevin had a steak, and the steak looked good. And he started to slur because he has a glass of wine and I don't. I just have a soft drink. And so he said, "I really looked after me, Wolfie," and that's the way he speaks. And I said, "Thanks, Kev. That's really good feedback." "Yeah, I want to thank you for helping me out. And I haven't done anything, Kevin. I'm just driving you around. Yeah, I'll pay you for your meal." I said, "You don't have to do that." "No, I want to do that." So that was good. So I'd finished my meal and he'd finished his meal, and he forgot where the car was.
Right, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it?
It was not a bigger problem as that I had to experience, because he walked out, which was good, and then I walked out to see where he'd gone so I could put him in the car. And the very attentive lady at reception said, "Look, did you enjoy your meal?" And I said, "Yes, we did." And she said, "Are you planning on paying for it?"
You didn't do a runner, did you?
I didn't do a runner.
No, right.
No. The bloke that I was with disappeared, but only went to find the car.
Yes.
And when I found him, he couldn't get in the car because I had the keys. And I said, "Did you enjoy your meal?" "Yeah, it was a good meal." I said, "I enjoyed mine too." "Oh, did you?" "Yeah." "Why didn't you pay for it?" "Oh, I forgot." Okay, right. So I got home in time to watch Gout.
Yes. So what we take out of that is that you're not going back to the RSL again during your stay? Or?
Probably not.
No, be a wise move, I think. That might have ended up beefing up the security on the front door for you.
Because he ran faster than Gout to get away from the RSL.
As we continue here with the Americans ticking over the scoreboard beautifully here. Ball has turned around the corner to fine leg. And another 2 added to the scoreline. So 2 for 1, 2 4, with 1 ball remaining of the 21st over. We've got Fazal Alam on 43, and Murti Chukand is building nicely here, 26 from 34.
Do you give Fazal a chance of triple figures?
Well, I think if he bats 45, absolutely, yeah.
Well, there's still plenty of overs left, 24. And I don't want to put the mockers on him and get him dismissed because he is entertaining. It's 43. Murphy is 26, 2 for 124 is the score here at Goal.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
And we're back to live action here as part of Day 2 of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. We've nestled ourselves again up top here at the Alcheringa Oval in Goal. Beautiful sunny day locally. Tops of 25 degrees expected. And we've just tipped the 20 mark. So absolutely cherry ripe, Peter Walsh.
It is glorious weather. But you change your clothes 2 or 3 times after you get out of bed to work yourself into which will I wear, because it was a little fresh this morning. But it's beautiful today now. Although most of the guys out there have still got their long sleeve tops on, haven't they?
Yeah, I think we'll see that change in the afternoon session, as it looks like we're going to have an update on the bowling front from the Murray River end. Looks like is it Vivek Puri?
Yep, that's him,
Our
number
man.
99.
Yep, he's going to come into the attack.
Yep.
Bowling leg spin, and it's only just dealt with there by the American skipper. He certainly gave that one plenty of flights. An appeal to the square leg umpire as they hustled through for the single. But, rather fortunate there, I think, Fazal Alam. He didn't really take any stock of having a look at a couple of deliveries. He was looking to go over cow corner from ball one.
Yep. Now, what do you like at old television shows?
How far back are we talking?
Oh, this is a trivia question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I will
Let's
do that.
watch this replay for Enjoy Wine, Char Grill and Bar first. Let's have a look at this. Really gave that the kitchen sink and just got the outside edge, which eluded the keeper. And as we said, no response there from the square leg umpire. Fire away, Pete.
Why would you think that Virat Puri's favourite television show was Get Smart?
Ah, yes. Don Adams, Barbara Feldon.
But why would that be his favourite show?
Oh, I'll come back to you on that in a moment. As we get a nice side-on view, and Shrikant almost leaving all the stumps open there as he tries to heave that onto the onside. Ends up being a wide as Billy gets the wobbles, trying to get his message across.
Bit dangerous there, he looked, Billy.
Yeah. Get an answer to that Get Smart question of yours in a moment. She flights them very well. Asked the question of umpire Bowden. Ball turned around into the onside for another single. Now, I've come up row of blanks, Pete. You're going to have to give us the answer.
What's the name of the show?
Get Smart.
Correct. Right. What's the top that's been worn by Vivat Puri?
The top.
Yeah. What's his number?
Oh, Agent 99. Very, very well done. As the US skipper again gets the ball away under the onside. It'll go for a boundary, and he gets ever closer to a half century. He moves to 48 from 40 deliveries. Score is 2 for 131 after 21. There was Agent 99, Agent 86 as well.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and the Chief, of course. It was one of the great TV shows, wasn't it? It used to run at about 5:30 of a weekday afternoon, just leading into the news.
That's it. Is that the show where they had the cone of silence?
Yes, they did. Absolutely, they did. Something that I use to this very day, actually. It comes in very handy, it must be said.
Oh, no. Look, we're not being frivolous. We're just passing on information because that's what we do. And the score is 2 for 131, and that's what the US of A are doing. Fazal on 48 and Murti on 27.
Well, I'm certain that our American and Canadian audiences will be very familiar with Don Adams' work.
Yep.
As oh dear, that was an awkward one to deal with down at long on. It was struck with great power there by Fazal Alam as he brings up his half century, and unfortunately Anand Narayan got a nasty bounce as it come up. He just stuck a duke up to try and keep it away from the boundary rope, but he was unable to do so.
I don't think that he would have expected to spend so much time out of the ground down there. He's now, I think, there might be a change. He might be sick and tired of running and chasing the balls down near the Murray River. But he's come back and is standing right on the rope at the furthest point away from where the batsman can be at this magnificent venue.
Just saw the replay there. He just come in a little bit too quick on the ball and just a bit of a lack of judgment as there's another appeal for a leg before, but umpire Billy Bowden just takes his position away on the onside as they get through for a couple. And we'll see Fazal Alam now move to 54. And some more details coming in from our statistician Jim that Fazal's highest score is 63 not. So he's closing in on that mark.
He'll get there all right. And this over is worth 10 runs already with one ball left. And another appeal. I got to tell you, I tried to work out last night. I tried to find that stat that I was looking for about with an umpire, how many dismissals, if an umpire gives, is a record.
Yes.
And I couldn't find it.
No.
I couldn't know. Well, there's been a few appeals in this over, hasn't there?
There has. We were thinking 7 or 8 potentially.
Yep. Yeah, we could work out who the wicket keeper was that has taken the most dismissals, and the most dismissals was 9, but it's not the umpires who have given all those dismissals. So the completion of the over partnership, 76 off 75 deliveries, run rate almost 6.5, 23 overs remaining. Meriti is 27, and the man who is, well, giving us reasons for celebration, Fazal, is 66, and he's, let's just have a look. They'll flick that Festivale is 54, I should say. He's nearing his highest score, which is in the 60s.
Just trying to do a quick Google on your subject of choice there, Peter, and yeah, no luck there whatsoever. There must be some sort of website that documents that sort of detail and data, you would have thought.
Well, you've got a day off tomorrow. You can find it if you like.
Do some homework, yeah.
Yeah, do like it. Gudapali is going to move in now and bowl his 4th over. He's got none for 24, so he's been smacked around the park, and this is real danger now for the Canadian team. Last wicket falling with the score at 61, so that's a 66-run partnership. Oh boy, they need to have a wicket, and they need it desperately. Kishore Gudapali is not quite ready. A bit of breeze picking up now. You can tell with the jumpers that they've got, all looking magnificent in the proud tops that they're wearing. This first ball of his over, he's turned around the corner neatly, and they walk through for a single. Partnership continues to build. Melty 27 and Festivale 54, 2 for 138.
Get around the ground shortly just to keep you up to date with the action from the other games in progress. As Fazal Alam nicely works that one onto the onside. It was a ball of pretty full length. He did well to get some bat on that. Picks up another single to his tally. So 2 for 139 midway through the 23rd over. And as Peter Walsh mentioned, Canada desperate to make a strike here as it's uppishly turned around the corner. Man at forward square couldn't quite get to it, so they'll get through for another couple here at the US. And the long retrieve there from Suresh Nair, who's patrolling this deep mid-wicket boundary right in front of us here, upstairs at the Alcheringa Oval in Golgol.
He strode out quite magnificently then. He had a long stride, lean and lanky. He looks like an athlete, doesn't he?
He does. Back and across, and almost a chance of a single. Canadian fieldsmen inside the ring are certainly pretty deeply set. So there's every opportunity for the US batters to turn that stroke over at most occasions.
It's been a good over, just the 4 runs so far. Well, you can add to that total, because that next ball is smashed down the ground. Saying it smashed down the ground is not giving justice to the batsman. There was total control there, hit the ball cleanly and safely and went down the ground, and they got through for 1-2 for 142. Fazal 55 and Merti 31. Last ball of the over is away it goes again towards the fence. Well, not so much the fence, before the ropes that are out there. That was out there on the onside, and they get back to complete 2. So the runs are really coming now. The run rate almost 6.5, 2 for 144 after 23. Canada and the United States. The US won the toss and elected to bat, and they lost Naveen for 14, and Singh was out for 37, wickets falling at 53 and 62.
Okay, so quickly around the grounds, and it's number 3, Sarah Oval in town. Australia over 50s are 1 for 87 in the 21st over after being sent in by Australia Ray. And in the over 55s, Wentworth McLeod Oval, the Spirit of Cricket World 11 are 2 for 126 in the 24th. And Australia Ray in the over 55s, 2 for 97 in the 20th. So some pretty good tallies being accumulated around town so far, Peter.
Very true. Very true. That first ball of the next over from Piri just outside the off stump, a play and a miss, and there's no run. So there could be a record for Fazal coming up. He's just chasing a score of in the 60s. That's his top score, and the way he's progressing, we don't want him to get out. We want him to get 100. I don't know whether he can stay there long enough. And I think he can, as we see the next ball is punched away out to, let's have a look, the deep cover position or cover point position, and there's through for a single. Fazal 57 in the 24th over. It's 2 for 145. Runs continuing to be accumulated, and this ball is hit in the air. I tried to pick it up where it went. The batsman gave me a possible chance or lead, because as soon as he played the shot, he looked straight up in the air, and for a brief moment I thought that's where the ball went. But I can't exactly see it all because of where my position is, but I can tell you that nothing of substance happened except more runs. 2 for 146. Merity now on strike, and he stretches forward. Pats away, goes for a single, and will make the single. Some of the players out there, Pat, I'm picking up, getting a bit weary. Some of the Canadians, because they're doing a lot of running. 2 for 147, Festivale 58, and Merity 33. We're in the 24th over. 45 to go if they want them. This next ball is smashed down the ground and hit very cleverly and cleanly. And Billy does what he does well, indicates that's gone along the ground. And guess what? Here's another journey that leaves the ground. The player down there, I can't see who it is. He's behind a big pole, a big light tower. Well, that's another ball that's finished up, leaving the Alcheringa Oval at goal. And there's a bit of work. They've done a bit of work. If they've got how many walkers, how many paces, how many steps do they do, they would have chalked up quite a few. 2 for 151. So the 150 coming up in the 22nd over. And we see the next ball. And again, this is hit down the ground, long and strong. It's gone again. It's gone again. That is another maximum. And that might, in effect, give the man who's hitting the ball so well his highest score at this level. We'll check that in a moment. The partnership is 96, with Festivale on 68, Merity 33. It's 2 for 157.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
The United States are really starting to put their foot down in the middle section of this first session. 2 for 157 after 24 completed overs. Run rate is 6.54. As this time Srikanth is playing uppishly out into the offside. Manages to find a gap between 3 Canadian fieldsmen there. I'll get through for a single. So, Fazal Alam, 68, which is his highest over 50s international score. Srikanth is 33. This partnership, Peter Walsh, is becoming a real threat to Canada, isn't it?
It is, but we want milestones, and what we do want is we want highlights to remember. So we're going to desperately try and see whether Festivale would be available to have a chat at the start of the run chase from Canada. I'd love to hear what he has to say, because he's just given us entertainment. From where we're sitting, we've watched someone take on the field, despite the fact that there were fieldsmen dotted on the boundary line everywhere. Hasn't stopped him from having a go, has it?
Taken on the field and the boundary, which he has cleared so far 5 times in this morning's session.
5 sixes, really?
5 maximums, 4 boundaries, 68 from 48. He's certainly been very efficient.
Can he get the ton?
Oh, he's got plenty of time. Just needs to bat his way through.
And he's getting support from the opposite end too. It's not as if we're seeing it all one-way traffic. The support is there, and the support is in control as Merity gets a boundary, just watching the ball onto the willow and picking up the important runs to move to 34 and to score into the 663 for 2.
Haven't decided to play anyone deep down at third man, so that's certainly been Srikanth's method to try and find the gaps there on the offside. We were talking before, Peter, of a target around 200. Well, if they keep going like this, they might be closer to 250, 300.
Yep. Yeah, they're looking to be in no trouble whatsoever.
Board is pushed out onto the offside, so another single. Srikanth now 39. And Fazal Alam is 69. That run rate is at 6.6. 20 overs remaining after this delivery. This time, the US skipper finding the gap on the offside. It will get to the boundary for another 4. So after 25, United States 2 for 168 with Alarm on 73, Shrikant 39. Some more data coming through from our statistician Jim is that if the American skipper can get his way to 92, he will become the US's top run scorer in over 50 international cricket.
I think it's got a lot to do with him working out in the gym.
He looks fit, doesn't he?
No, you missed that.
I have. Okay,
Yeah,
I wasn't really listening.
No.
I'll play that as my excuse.
What we'll do is we can actually pass this on to Jim.
Well, you might need to write it down for me, Peter.
Jim, I know you're doing a wonderful job. We appreciate it, but please understand that we can't move from where we are. We are actually erudited to our seats in the dressing rooms. I don't even know what that word means, but we can't get away. So what we're really hoping to do is, with your assistance, see whether or not Fazal, irrespective of how many runs he makes, would be available as the innings for Canada starts to be in our press box to have a quick chat back to his fans, etc. If that's possible, Jim, we would really appreciate that as we start after the lunch break. How do you reckon I went with that?
Well, I think you got there in the end. The US have now gone for another maximum, have they, on the onside as Billy, again, he is certainly getting his money's worth here this morning.
Is that 6 sixes now? 6 maximums?
I think that might be 7, actually.
7.
Yeah, 5 from the skipper, and I reckon that might be a first for Shrikant, but Sunny Singh also went all the way over the rope earlier in the session. So 2 for 174 that will be once we get an update here into the 26th over.
I'd love to find out too from Sunny Singh if he's got brothers and sisters. I'd really like to know what their names were. No thoughts?
I think it's best that I don't say anything, Peter, but I'm sure that he has.
No. Where does he come from? Let's have a look. I'm not 100% sure.
California.
California. We've got them from Texas, from Florida, from Virginia, from Massachusetts. That's where Pete Hawthorne comes from, Massachusetts. Yep. And they're all having a lot of fun. So this ball is outside the leg stump and it's signalled a wide. He tried to drag the ball away but unsuccessful, and Fazal stays on 73. 26 overs into 2 for 175. The ball outside the leg stump, and it's dragged away with power and hit with precision between the wicket keeper, and he pulled that around finished up at backward square leg.
Bit of confusion between Billy Bowden and the man at square leg. I think Billy was going the aerial route, but it's now been signalled as a 4. We've got Harry Haran into the attack at the moment. He's just battling to get his line and length. Gone for a couple of boundaries already in his first 3 deliveries.
And what we're going to see is we're going to see the possibility. Well, it happened yesterday when the match that we saw yesterday, we saw the Australians not losing a wicket, and in doing so, Mace got 78 not out and Ryan got 51 not out. Well, in this game, as the next ball is hit down the ground through the offside for 1, Mirati is 50 now. He's 50 and Fazal is 73. So I was thinking that yesterday we might have had some sort of a record with 2 over the 50s. Well, we've got 2 over the 50s in this game. Didn't last long. No. 2 for 181. Mirati is not out 50 in the 26th over. The last wicket falling with the score at 62. Was it 62 or 61?
61. So partnership
61.
is worth 120. And still going north, I believe. If both these two can stay the duration, they'll both end up with 3 figures, I would have thought.
That would be something out of the ordinary. So, Jim, you're going to be doing a lot of work during the lunch break, and you can do it, mate. We are very confident that Jim is going to try and get access to a couple of the players, particularly the man who is looking to be the man who gets 100.
The long strike down the ground will just result in a single. I've got a little bit of bad news to report about our friend Jim. He's actually stationed in New Zealand as we speak, so I'm not certain he'll be able to link you up with any American talent.
Right, Jim. Well, look, can you...
He's a man of many powers, though, so you never know.
Attention. We better put something over in the... He might be in one of the lounges, you know, the where they sit and they do whatever's necessary. But no, I'm not going to suggest that Jim won't do this because he's got access to the phone and he'll do it too, because that's what we try and do, try and bring to our viewers and listeners the information that we think you'll enjoy hearing.
Telf has just confirmed that Jim is definitely across the ditch, so to just put that one to bed, unfortunately.
Oh, we'll get out of bed. We won't finish because what Jim will do is, this is what I think, Jim will let someone know who's here and we'll get someone because it's really important for information to be shared. 2 for 183.
Apologies for that break in transmission. My maths is no good, hence why I ended up working in radio. Can't get to multiples of 3. Of course, 26 is not divisible by 3, but 27 is, and we will take a break at the end of this over. I think the mirth of our statistician not being live on the premises has just put a bit of a fork in the road for us at the moment.
No, it won't. No, we've got other avenues to follow. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Got another bowler into the attack. Looks like it's Virinder Kumar, who's now going to take up the ball from the Sturt Highway end here in Goal. What are we? Around about 10 to midday local time, so getting close to lunch.
Better be early.
Well, I don't think it will be. I think we'll probably get to... I think we were nearly 1 o'clock yesterday by the time we pulled up in that first session. You feel like it's... what have we got left? 19 overs. That's certainly going to take a bit more than an hour to get through if these two keep continually putting the ball over the rope.
Yes, they've had to do some work in the field, the Canadian team, and at one stage, you know, with the score at 2 for 60 odd, that wasn't too bad, was it?
No, not at all.
Now, no further wickets, 2 for 183. Kumar will start, and Kumar's first ball is wide outside the off stump, and it's slapped away out towards cover point, and the batsman will get through for the 1 run. Partnership to 123, 2.84.
Bit of communication going on with Billy Bowden at square leg and our man Daryl O'Sullivan upstairs here, so we might just try and get a feel for what is happening. Maybe Billy's looking for a bit of a spell, or maybe some confusion about one of the players on the field, but we'll get to the bottom of that for you shortly as we see Shrikant controlling the ball beautifully out into the offside. He'll pick up a 2 and advance the tally to 2 for 186 in this, the 27th over. As Peter Walsh just leans across to get the latest information to convey to you.
Well, it's all about communication, all right? Daryl O'Sullivan's actually finding out some information for Billy Bowden, who's out there. And so we'll get that too. That ball down leg side, and it's a wide. 2 for 185. Fazal is 74. Merity 52. 18 overs remaining. Run rate is 7. It's a very, very healthy 7, the run rate. Kumar.
Oh dear.
What was that?
Didn't quite to get it where he wanted to go. That one there will be called a wide. Well, could have been called a no ball. It certainly didn't make any contact with the cut strip. Just looking to get it up full outside the off stump and see if he can get a little bit of swing with the ball, but gets another opportunity here just to reset as we wait for Shrikant, who's on strike. This one again just angled down the leg side, so that will be another wide.
It's been frustrating. I'd like to hear these short bowling figures at the end of the over, maybe.
Yes,
Pat, with
can do that.
No one that has really looked to be menacing. They've tried a few.
Oh, and this time ball outside the off stump. We were under the impression that might have still been a free hit after the no ball for the ball that didn't hit the pitch.
Anything,
so unfortunately for the US, they weren't able to really cash in on that opportunity. So Kumar still going to try and get some momentum rolling his way here. Drags that one down into the pitch. It's swung away through backward point and will get to the rope. Yes, it will. It'll go for another boundary.
And some leg-weary fieldsmen out there doing the chasing, because this has been a spectacular run feast by the US of A. 2 for 192, Festivale 76, and Merity 55. 76 off 54, and Merity 55 off 53. And Kumar with another ball to bowl, because he's bowled a couple of wides and no balls in this over. Yep, that one. Very slow ball down leg side, tickled around the corner. They'll get one, and that's all they will take. It's 2 for 193 now. Festivale 76, Merity on 55. The wickets to fall. Navin was out for 14 and Singh for 37.
Get to those bowling figures for you in a sec, Pete. So let's get through this one from Kumar. 2 for 193. This time it's struck out into the offside, extra cover. They'll pick up another single. Roy at the top, 4 overs, no made, none for 28. Kudapali went for 42 from his 5 overs. Now was one of the wicket takers, 1 for 31 from 5 as we go back to live action. It's much better line of length this time. They'll still get a single at the backward point on the offside. Kaiser, 6 overs, 1 for 15. Absolutely the pick of the bowlers. Pandya, 3 overs for 26. Puri, 2 overs for 26. Hariharan, 1 over, none for 16. And looks like Kumar's just got to the end of his first over, none for 8, as we take a short break with a score at 2 for 195.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Back live here at Goal. Bit of entertainment upstairs with the boys as they continue to put this fantastic coverage together, the Be Live team. Great to have them back in Mildura once again for the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale in 2025. Get through this first section of the competition, Peter Walsh, 45 over one-day fixtures. Then we'll move into T20 mode come next Thursday as the Americans continue to tick over the scoreboard. Another couple out towards deep backward point.
Yeah, it's a wide delivery and cut away and just deflected with enough energy to be able to put it between the fieldsman to his right, and they got through for a couple. Festivale is 77, Merity 58. Merity is starting to chase Festivale, and he's not too far behind him either. He's rushing towards him. This ball is again outside the off stump, and it's punched away backward of point, and they will pick up the single run. So it's 2 for 198, Festivale 77, Merity 59. Pandya is in the attack into his 4th over. He has no wicket for 29.
Now it looks like you've got your way, Peter Walsh, because our man in New Zealand, Jim, looks like he's pulled the strings to get the US skipper up into the box after his dig. So there you go.
Jim, you're an absolute legend, mate. Good work, Jim. It's all about team. We've talked about that with our guys this morning, about everybody just chips in the best they can. And that's good. I hope now the only information that we haven't, this Festivale hasn't been told this yet, so the information will be, you're going to stick it in your ear, folks. I'm going to stay out here.
Well, that remains to be seen. There's still 17 overs to go.
Yeah, and he's still got 23 to get too.
Yep.
But still, he's got to 92, and that's the best ever score, isn't it, if he gets there? And the way he's progressing now with Pandya into his 4th over, he's just batted with confidence, most of all. And I've got to be careful about when you use adjectives, but he's got a belief in the strokes he plays. He hasn't hit too many that have been in the air and almost caught, and there's a sort of a controlled arrogance, but I'm saying that in a positive way. He looks like he can do what he wants to do out there, and he plays with the next ball. away on the onside, it tickles away behind the wicket keeper who has to run back, and they run through for it looks like being signalled by, is it? Yep. Jim, Billy was just waving, and I was trying to count how many fingers he put up in the air. That was all. Oh, he's a character. He's a good get to functions that are here.
Yes.
And just to say hello. That next ball is dragged away on the onside. That's going to go a fair distance. Two fieldsmen emerging and running hard, and they'll get back to complete. They run 3 in the finish? Just the 2. Thank you, Pat. 2 for 201. The 200 is up in the 28th over. The run rate is 7. 200 in 114 minutes. We had a chat to both teams before the game started, and we hoped that it was going to be exciting, and it's proving to be exciting, particularly for the US of A.
Thought they might have been taking an early drinks break there, but I don't believe that is the case. It's a few changes for the Canadians, a couple of guys coming off the ground and a couple of replacements rejoining the arena. We'll get to 30 overs, I reckon that'll be our spell, but we'll see how we go. The other thing of interest too, Walshy, if both of these batsmen, or batters I should call them, if they get to 3 figures, will they retire them and maybe give some of the middle order a chance to get a real crack at this Alcheringa Oval strip?
We might, in effect, have to ask Festivale when he comes up and has a chat to us, because he's batted superbly. And I know that there's not time to do everything in our coverage, but I'm sure that as we meander through the rest of this week and then get into night cricket too, have a look, and there's a big sports night coming up with some dignitaries, including Michael Kasperich and Billy Bowden, and Adam Dale's another one who'll be there. And what we can do is have a look at who some of the better players are from the respective squads and come up with our own squad, because there's been some good batting so far. And of course, we haven't really had the chance to talk about AJ, who got a hat-trick yesterday.
Correct.
And so that was, well, I didn't know that was the case, and we checked the scores out, and Horse is doing a brilliant job downstairs with the scoring, and to be able to say, well, apparently he got the 3, and then the next ball there was a confident shout for it to be 4.
Yeah, it was a pretty close thing too, from some of the reports that we were hearing out in the middle just prior to the start of the game.
Yep. 2 for 201. Now that ball is swept in the air. When you're looking from where we are, all I can see is the batsman has a swing, and they're going to get back and complete 2, well run. But when the ball is splayed away, the head of the batsman goes straight up in the air. Straight up in the air, and you think, where's the ball gone? You've got to find it.
We're calling 1 short. Is that what the signal from Billy is? Will we suggest that, 1 short? So we'll see one of the batsmen didn't quite get his bat over the crease, coming back for the second.
There's a good plug for Billy in a sec. I'll give it to you because I thought it was very impressive. This ball is pushed away down the ground on the onside, and they'll walk through for a single. Jump on your Google and then have a look. You might have to go to YouTube and then just YouTube in Billy Bowden, and there is a display there that's all been recorded of all of the different signs that he gives for the different appeals, the different runs, etc., and it's in slow-mo, and then you look at it again. It's very good.
Okay.
Very good indeed. You're looking at it now, are you?
Trying to see if I can find it.
Gee, it was good. I really enjoyed it last night because you got an indication as to he's a performer. He's an entertainer.
He is. And
people love what he's doing. And he's here now. He's here for the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. And so are we. Score is 2 for 203. And I think they're going to have a drinks break, are they? They might. Or what's going on? It looks like is they changing? What's happening?
We missed a wicket.
As we've been talking, it looked like one of the batters.
Shrikant is out, bowled by Roy for 61. We were too engaged in trying to find Billy Bowden videos, and we missed a wicket out in the middle. Apologies for that.
No, well, we've got from the back of the box, our third umpire's come in and helped out, Darryl O'Sullivan. It looked as if one of the batters had played on.
Right, there you go. So that was the information we had upstairs here. So the third wicket to fall for the Americans. So finally Canada getting the breakthrough that they were looking for And that will result, I reckon, in an early drinks break here at the Alcheringa Oval in Gold. So we might slip away for a couple of messages, and we'll be back with live action shortly. No, we've got a highlights reel here quickly to check the wicket that we missed. So let's have a look here for Enjoy Wine, Char, Grill and Bar. Yes, the ball was dragged back onto the leg stump there. So that's exactly the way it was seen by Darryl O'Sullivan. We'll get a front-on shot of it here, outside the off stump, and yep, dragged back onto the leg side. So unfortunately, Shrikant had to go. And the great partnership has finally been broken by Canada, and now we'll steer clear away for a couple of messages and back here in Gold shortly as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
It begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket. Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Well, there's a bit of action here, if you don't mind. A lot of action. We had a play on there and the dismissal there of Murthy Shrikant, or Shrikant Murthy, the man from Texas. He's out for 61, 3 for 203. Festivale is unbeaten on 79. Rajendra is the new batsman. And with still 16.3 overs to go before the end of the 45, we've got our fingers crossed for Festivale to not only become the highest score in an innings in such competitions for his country. That is 92, and he's 79 at the moment. Rajendra's there to help him. So we could be seeing something of a record for a man in his country, and that would be, we don't often see that in Australia with records because some of them are just totally out of reach, but this one could be a good one, Patrick.
Could well be, as we get back to live play here. And straight away, looks like Batadar is going to get his tally going straight off the bat. Single down towards the long on. Some more detail coming in from Jim in New Zealand. Only 2 Americans have scored hundreds and over 50 internationals Sanjeewa Weerasinghe scored 2 in consecutive innings, 127 v Australia, 117 versus New Zealand. So we get back for Roy once again. Just angling into the pads, the American skipper who just takes it downtown for another single. And the other man, Rafi Kazi, has one as well. So Festivale will be the 3rd US centurion if he gets there. And then a quick note on the back end of that from Anthony Telfer. Jim, don't put the moz on him, from Telf.
Well, he's 20 shy of a 3-figured result. And we can only hope, because he's been so entertaining. It's been extraordinary. He's hit the ball with a lot of authority, a lot of confidence. And the score continues to build. 3 for 206. Festivale is 80. And Bayadara Rajendra, who, let's have a little look and see here. He's from California, and he is enjoying himself out there. Festivale 80, and Pandra finishing the over, none for 31 off 4 overs. USA winning the toss and electing to bat, 3 for 206. And they've still got 16 overs to go.
Got a long way to go, haven't they?
They have, yeah. Is that IGA shop open across the road, is it?
Yes, it is.
Good.
Maybe some of those Long John donuts might be in order.
Well, that could be the case. That's the beauty of it too, because both sides will come in and then head to sit down, and oftentimes will sit with opposition players and have a chat. And I mean, it's so aptly known as the global spirit of cricket Festivale. And people are enjoying it immensely. We are too. Hope you are, wherever you're watching it. As the first ball of the new over is played down the ground. Good shot. 3 for 207 with Rajendra on 3 and Festivale on 80. Now, we did get the surnames and the first names. We tried to get them the way they're supposed to be spat out. And sometimes it can be a bit confusing. Rajendra Badare,
yeah.
Badare.
Yep.
So Festivale with that single gets to 81, and it's 3 for 208. Massive score considering wickets fell early in the piece. At one stage it was 2 for 62, but it's not anymore. And this ball is on leg stump, and it's dragged away on the onside out towards the square leg boundary, and they walk through for a single.
I think our scorers have been reverting to the first name to pop up on our screen overlays. So we've been going first name basis. A little bit confusing, but we'll try and keep on top of that for you. It's Panjit. Bowls to Fazal Alam, who this time will find the boundary, and that's again going to squirt out onto the gravel, out towards the main road into the ground. You wouldn't mind actually having a look at the ball once it's completed its 45 over journey here, because I wouldn't expect Peter Walsh to be too much shine.
No, there wouldn't be. And there's the ultra marathon runner heading off into the distance to collect that ball. That was hit a fair way, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Harmeet Singh. I'm not sure if the spikes are designed to hit the gravel like that.
No. Well, he's disappeared. It looks like he's disappeared into the Nullarbor Plains there. There was sand everywhere, and he's had to run a fair way, hasn't he?
He has.
He's just returning now. And you can see just how far that ball was hit. You see, it's actually, with my friend that I had from Ballarat, he said to me yesterday, this ground looks as big as the MCG. I don't know what the dimensions are, but it is a very big sporting oval. I'm sure someone will tell us, and we'll find out for information to be shared later on. And this ball is hit away on the onside, or tried to. He tried to hit it away. And the ball finishes up with the bowler. Number 34 emblazoned on his back. Festivale on 85. Tries to tickle it around the corner. There's a question that was asked by the bowler, Punjab, but no appearance, your worship, from any fingers to be heading in the upwards direction from Billy Boy. 2-3 for 113 with Festivale on 6. I should say, Festivale on 85 and Rajendra on 4.
Got a replay here, Walshy, for Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar. Maybe we were going to forego our sponsor messages in this particular allotment of 3 overs, considering we obviously just went to that early drinks break. So maybe we'll press through until the 33rd over, I think, is the message we're getting. As we see some more replay action here of the American captain. Just trying to work that ball away onto the onside. So we're back to live play now. 3 for 2, 1-3. 30 overs gone, so another 15 remain here. So they may well be able to reach 300 as now they can get 5 men outside the restrictive fielding circles. The Canadians probably feel like they wouldn't mind a couple more, Peter, just to try and stem the flow of boundaries.
No, it's been tough going for them. It's really been tough. They were hoping to be able to turn it around after yesterday being knocked over cheaply for just over 120, and only the captain got 41, but they were disappointing yesterday, and they all said that they needed to improve, and you just have to see how they go. Well, it's been all of USA.
Bit of frustration there from the US skipper. Nicely bowled by Roy. Just tempting him outside the off stump. Couldn't quite get his bat to the ball, and it went through to the keeper.
See, Roy's been knocked around too. He's in the 6th over, 1 for 34, so they've all been belted. Run rate 7, that's pretty healthy.
Very much so.
Roy, who has got a different way of getting to the crease. He
has.
shuffles more than anything, doesn't he? There's 2 runs. Festivale, he doesn't look as if he's tired at all. He's just getting through the runs, although he's hitting it straight over the fence a few times. He doesn't got a run at all. There's Roy, who wobbles in, gets to the bowling crease now, bowls on a leg stump. The attempt to turn the ball around the corner. They run quickly for what should be called leg by, I think, from here. It is. 3 for 216 with Festivale on 86. Rajendra on 5. Roy, he's been knocked about a bit at the end of the 6th over. Well, he's 1 for 35 now with a couple of balls remaining. So Festivale on 86. Looking for 92. That's the big mark. That's the first of many. And he hits in the air behind point, behind the keeper, and the ball will run not quite to the boundary. They've got 2. And he's saying to the man at the opposite end, woo there, 2 will do me. For a brief moment, I thought the ball was going to carry. It didn't. And so Festivale with that, well, fortuitous shot is 88, Rajendra 5, the USA 3 for 218 with 1 ball remaining in the over of Roy's to finish over number, 31. What does he do with this one? Tosses it up and it's pushed back down the ground on the offside. Not fielded cleanly. A weary warrior that was, Rowan Roy, who got across, put the foot out but couldn't stop the ball, and they got through for 1 for the completion of the over. At 3 for 219. Festivale maintains the strike. He's 89. Rajendra 5. Roy off 6 overs, 1 for 38. 3 for 219.
It's a good score, isn't it? As we maybe just take this opportunity to have a look at the other fixtures around town. And out at number 3 Oval, Sarah Oval, Australia 2 for 138 after 30, so they're looking to be pretty well placed against the A team. The A boys winning the toss, electing to field first in that game. At the McLeod Oval in Wentworth, Spirit of Cricket over 55s of 5 for 170 after 32. And out at Nursery Ridge, Australia A 4 for 153 after 30. So some really good scores being compiled here in this morning session as we move in towards lunch.
Festivale's an 89, the highest score ever before by a US man representing his country is 92, and he's on 90. Rajendra is the man who'll be on strike now. Festivale is 90. At the non-striker's end, is he, or where is he? Let's have a look and see. At the opposite end, Rajendra. And this ball is turned away neatly by number 34, Festivale. And they'll get through for the 1. He's 90. Rajendra is 6. Just confirming that score because it's bouncing around a bit in front of me. I hope that we've got it here. Festivale on 90. It's 3 for 221. But the man on strike now will be the newcomer, Rajendra, who goes for the big drive or whip away on the onside, goes forward of square. And there's one run. So Festivale 91, Rajendra 6, 3 for 222. And it's the man of the moment, the skipper, Festivale, on strike. He swings the ball away, and that will be a return of more than 2 runs, and enough for him now. They're going to turn for 3 and come back, and he becomes the highest run scorer for his country with those 3 runs to bring him to 95. I'll confirm that on the score. Rajendra is 9. And it's 3 for 225. And we just have to wait now to see this scoreboard tick over in front of us. And we're just seeing what's going on.
Would have been signalled as 4, I think, is what's
well, if that's
been
the case, it's even better. But we've got to make sure that Festivale...
That'll take him to 95, which will make him the highest run scorer. Of course,
correct.
There is 2 other Centurions in the American outfit over the years. But he's certainly on track to become the 3rd.
Well, he's waiting now, and the score in front of us needs to tick over just for confirmation of that boundary. But we understand with that boundary he's moved to 95, and he waits for the next ball, and he smashes the ball down the ground with power and authority. And Billy's gone the signal straight away. He knew it was going to go for 4, and he's hit that and smashed it with authority. And so we wait for the score to tick over because this is getting rather exciting as we head towards his century. With that boundary, he's up to 98 according to the scoreboard.
Yep, a late update there. So 98 off 72. Fazal Alam. Rajendra Patadare is 6 from 7. So partnership once again is got going at a rapid rate. So 2 balls left in the over. Does he go for a big heave over the onside to bring up his 3 figures here as we wait for Pangia from the Murray River end? And he's going to quickly hustle through for the single. So that'll take him to 99.
1 ball left in the over. Oh, these guys, well, it's hard to say that they know these stats, that they're very much players for a team.
It's
at the end of the over.
Yes, it is.
It is too.
Timed it perfectly, didn't he, the big fella?
Well, he's been magnificent. 99 off 77 deliveries. Rajendra is 6, 3 for 230. Yeah, what's going on here? They're just putting the partnership up.
27.
He's
21.
99, yep. 99. Let's have a look and see what's going to happen now and see whether or not just the 1 further run gets him over the ton. And we're waiting and waiting and waiting. Haven't had to wait long during this game today because the runs have been scored and been scored very, very quickly. And the man of the moment sits on 99. He won't be sitting on 99 for too long because he likes to score runs and get going. Roy comes in and bowls, and he pushes the ball back down the ground on the offside, and there's not fielded cleanly, but there was no possibility of a run. And the big boy, the big fella, the big skipper, he's on 99. Rajendra at the opposite end is 6. 3 for 230. 1 run away from 3-figured result, representing his country, the United States of America. Outside the off stump, he cuts and runs and gets his 100. Out into the offside, he's happy enough with 1, and up goes the bat. He raises it, the elevation to the sky. He is besotted. He is so chuffed. Why wouldn't he be? He's now going to get the handshake from the man at the opposite end, Jarendra.
Going to get the hug.
There's the old man hug in the middle of goal. Get a photo of that, please. And he's so pleased. Off come the gloves. Off comes the helmet. And what a magnificent performance by someone that we've enjoyed so much. He has batted with authority, and he's not out 100. Hasn't it been a delight for us to see that in action this afternoon and this morning, Pat Silcox?
Yeah, it has, Walshy. The skipper leading from the front. And he set his team up absolutely beautifully. 3 for 231. Midway through this, the 33rd over. as Roy continues. This time the ball is struck down the ground. They have got 3 out on that boundary straight down. So just the single. 100 of 76 deliveries in 101 minutes. 8 fours and 5 maximums. Striking at 131.58. So really has taken the bit between the teeth, the big man. And he'll look to continue here. He's still got plenty of time up his sleeve. Can go even larger.
I know, there's still 12 overs remaining. We could be here until night time. Doesn't matter. We're enjoying it. Hope you are too. This next ball is dragged away on the onside for a single. Difficulty to field. Eventually it was sorted out by Vivek Puri. Stopped it with 1 foot, then flicked it across to the other, and they were through for 1. So Festivale 101, Rajendra 7. This magnificent total, 3 for 233. Festivale, the man who's made the ton and wants to continue. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. Rajendra hits down the ground and hits well for a walked single. That's all that's necessary. They just cruise through, and that's the end of Singh, who came in to do the fielding. It's 3 for 234.
So 1 ball remaining of this, the 33rd over. And Fazal Alam is back on strike. See what he elects to do here. Maybe just peel off the single, pick up the strike for the next over. So he hits, gets down on 1 knee. It's long down towards the man at deep mid-on. Just pitches in front of him as he bowls it back in to the non-striker's end. And that's the end of the 33rd over with a score 3 for 235 here at the Alcheringa Oval in Golgol.
The match continues, and the avalanche of runs continues for the American team, the United States of America. A disappointment yesterday, but not today. They won the toss and they've won pretty much everything. The wickets fell early on, but the performance of their skipper has been the undoubted standout highlight. Fazam Alam, he's 102 not out in a score of 3 for 235 after they won the toss and batted. We had Naveem out for 14, Singh made 37, and Muriti from Texas, he was out for 61, and he looked promising too. He was chasing the runs, and I wonder if there's much discussion between the two out there at the moment. The man on strike, who will continue to, he'll just continue to be strong and bold, and I think hit as many as he can. Why wouldn't he? 3 for 235. Nair coming in to bowl his 6th over, and it's jabbed away out towards backward of point, and there's a single. Interesting too, when he received the plaudits of the small crowd here, the bat went up in the air. He was displaying the skill and the knowledge that he's got to a 3-figured score, which in a 45 over game, any game whatsoever, is significant. He's done that beautifully. Now what's happening is Rajendra jumps down the wicket and drives hard out to the man who's fielding at long off, and there is just the 1 run. It's 3 for 236. Rajendra is 9 and Fazal 103.
So they run rate at 7.11. We've got 11 and a half overs to go until the luncheon adjournment. Nair throws it way out wide outside the off stump, and Billy Bowden, no option but to get into a bit of a jig and call a wide. So Nair into his 6th over, 1 for 34. I'd love to get another quick breakthrough here. This partnership already worth 35 between Alam and Badader. Oh, and that one trying to be heaved across on the offside, hitting across the line and just flashing past the outside of the off stump. Wasn't much in that one, Walshy.
No, I think the bowler's getting pretty tired, and the batters enjoying the spoils, but still plenty of runs that can be made on this good track. That ball just outside the off stump, the attempted cut. It's hit, but not with all that much power, backward of point, and they get through for 1. And, we keep guessing as to what the total would be that would be satisfactory. Well, they've still got 11 overs to go, and they're 239. They could push if they've got enough in the shed, enough decent run scorers. They could push up around 300.
Yeah, they could. There's Nair. Oh, he's managed to get that one through. Now, a bit of conjecture from the umpire and the batsman. We can see the skipper at the other end just signalling to his partner to just move away from the situation and let the umpire do his job in true spirit of cricket fashion. So, no joy that time for the Canadians, but it was oh so close. Batadere look to try and work it through. This time he's going to be stumped, is he? Let's have a look at the call from the man at square leg. He may have just made his way back. We may get the chance to have a look at a replay of this one shortly, but gee, there wasn't much in that. We're going to go to the third umpire, so here we go. Our man, Daryl O'Sullivan's going to be called into action. He's got a good look here at 2 or 3 screens. We've got it right in front of us here as we watch Batadere. Oh, I'll tell you what, there's not much in that, is there? Did he get the bat down in time? Wouldn't mind having another quick look and maybe a bit slower.
Tight, isn't it?
Very, very much so, Peter. As they'll wait out in the middle for the adjudication. Here we go. A little bit slower on the motion. Clean miss, the keeper. I reckon he might be gone there. I think he might have just taken the bails before the bat hit the deck.
Well, we can't interrogate Daryl O'Sullivan because he's the third umpire, but we will not let him leave the room before he gives us a decision.
Billy Bowden's just waiting mid-pitch there to see if he's got some confirmation from the man at square leg. Maybe, I'm not sure if we get one more look at that, but that slower motion shot certainly suggested that he might not have got the bat down in time.
And we've got Daryl here. He doesn't know that he's going to be asked the questions, but he will be because the decision is going to Billy, baby.
He's been given. He's out. Have to make his way from the ground. So Canada make the strike. As we hear Billy's confirmation back to us upstairs here from the walkie-talkie. So nicely done by Suresh Nair, picking up his second wicket. And also a very tidy piece of work from Mr. Patel.
And we're going to get Daryl to pop in straight away as the third umpire, just so that we can let people know exactly what had to happen. And we're very much appreciative of Daryl being able to do this without being asked beforehand, but still, thank you, Daryl. Now, the situation there was an appeal for stumping. Now, when did you have to get engaged in rendering assistance?
Oh, as soon as Suresh at square leg gave the TV screen.
Yes. So you had to be watching him?
Yes.
Okay, so what was your next movement?
Well, straight to the cameras and to the crew there, and they slowed everything up nicely, and then we looked at 2 or 3 different options, speed variances, slowed it right up. It was very tight, but it was definitely the right decision. It was out. So.
And you saw that because of what we have in terms of technology. The naked eye would not have been able to give that decision. Is that a fair call? And you needed to have technology to support.
Yeah, technology certainly did make that easy, yes.
Right, so then how did you get the message through to Billy?
We went on 2 ways. Both umpires out there have got a 2-way, and I've got the third 2-way here.
Okay, so then Billy gives the call and that's it?
That's it, yep.
First one for, well, it's the first one you've had to really...
Yes,
do you want to give some of your money back? You've been here for a long time. No, isn't it? That's all
fantastic.
about what. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, it was probably way too close for Suresh to give that. So it was great that the technology was here to use.
And I'm not going to ask you whether you thought it was a fair decision. Now, hang on. The umpire's waving. Is he trying to get to you?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Okay. Well, we better let you go because I'm waving back to Bill and he's waving to me too, but I don't think he knows what's happening. There is a 2-way radio that will be used and we'll find out what Daryl has to say in a second. But that's the beauty of being here and being able to get information. We didn't think that Daryl would be called upon when we were on air, but he was, and he's handled that brilliantly, Pat.
He has. He was the right man in the right spot at the right time, and kudos as well to our BeLive crew who captured that vision beautifully. We got a good look at it a few times there here on our screen.
Isn't it amazing? You know, remember days when I went with my dad to the MCG and we watched test matches, and if there was a call for a stumping inquiry, well, the decision was given and that was it.
Yeah.
You didn't have any of these umpires that you could check or technology that could be checked upon. No. And here's the example here that we, because of being provided with talented men here in the production side of things, Todd and Joel, and we looked at the screens and we were able to say, yep, that's what our thoughts are, but it didn't matter what we thought. It was Daryl O'Sullivan, the umpire, who told us what he thought, and he was the man who made the call.
Certainly was. Pete Hawthorn is the new man out in the middle. A partnership yielding 36 from 33 deliveries. As Festivale Alarm continues to tick them over, 105 now from 82. And score is 4 for 240 with 10.5 overs remaining. They've still got that run rate. Peter Walsh up just a tick over 7. They've managed to keep it there for probably the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, very true. Very true. And so that wicket falling, and now 4 for 240 with the man who has occupied the minds of all of us here because he's done so well. That's the skipper. Number 34 on the back. Festivale Alarm, or Alarm Festivale, from Massachusetts.
He'll be looking for an ice bath, I reckon, once he comes out of this. He's been out there a long time. He's had to certainly do a bit of work between the wickets as he does that once again. Turns around the corner and increases his score now to 106. Score is 4 for 242.
Beautiful day. Started a bit cool, not too bad, but there's been so many highlights today. This has been one of them. Seeing a Hawthorn player at Goal a day before Hawthorn played Geelong in the knockout preliminary final. It's a highlight too.
It was meant to be.
Yes. Good guy too. He's a nice, solid sort of customer too. Pete Hawthorn.
Yep.
Hawthorn with an E and Pete with an E. Yeah, he had a good chat and very amicable. All of the players from all teams have been spot on, and a special plug there for Daryl O'Sullivan and Suresh, the other umpire with Billy Bowden. They all want us to be able to deliver what we want to deliver, and that is hopefully what you'd want to see or hear us talk about. 4 for 243, and there's a big shout for LBW. He's out!
Oh, he's given. The US captain throws his head back in angst. Can't believe it, but he's been adjudicated leg before wickets. Makes his way off the ground for an absolutely magnificent 106 from 83 deliveries. And has really set the platform for his team to go on to a really, really decent tally here. 5 for 243 at the end of 35. And his 106 coming from 84 deliveries and 116 minutes. Striking at 126 as he collected 8 boundaries and 5 maximums. Peter Walsh will get a look again at that dismissal in the Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar action replay.
Let's have a look. He attempts to sweep. Took him on the front pad. He was stretched out, but he's been given the go. He wasn't all that happy, but I can tell you, well done and congratulations to the way in which the Canada team responded. They all went across and shook his hand and did what wasn't necessary, and he's out for a brilliantly compiled 106, 8 boundaries and 5 sixes, and he'd be pretty chuffed. Now, he got out early because he can rest up for a little bit before he comes up and has a talk to us.
Well, I was just going to say, he's got a bit of time to have a chat to us before lunch, so that might work out an absolute treat as we see the new man is the number 11 for the United States, AJ Garriali. He'll join Pete Hawthorn, who's, of course, an expat Aussie. He is. Suiting up with the Americans. He's obviously lived over in the US for a little while, enjoying his time and his cricket. He was rattling off, we were talking about the AFL side of things, and he's rattling off some of those great names from Glenn Ferry through the 80s and the 90s, the Dunstals and the Breretons, Johnny Platten. He knew them all.
Yes, of course, our football is on, the AFL, and of course rugby league, their finals are on. And it's good to see where Sam Kerr's back in action and scored a goal in her first game back.
Yeah.
And Ange Postecoglou, unfortunately, his new team didn't quite get across the line. And we've got all sorts of things happening in the world of sport, which we love so much.
Well, unfortunately for Ange, he drew the high-flying Arsenal first up, and they were succumbed by 3 goals. But I think you're going to need to give him a bit of time to bet his methods in.
You don't get time over there.
No,
You
that's
get
true.
sacked.
But surely he'll get through the season.
Yeah, well, you'd hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Yeah. Well, we can't do anything else other than now hope that we can get our chat with the skipper, and if that was possible to take place before the end of the innings, well and good, but it's out of our control because we're sitting in the commentary box, and we'll see how we go anyway and see what can happen. You're ringing Jim, aren't you?
Well, he's just given me some scores, the highest team scores in over 50 internationals. I'll tell you the highest score is 7 for 414, which was England versus Namibia in the World Cup of 2025. Poms actually have the best three, 5 for 402 against Scotland and 5 for 359 against India in 2022. Canada actually have the fourth highest, believe it or not, 9 for 331 against Namibia. So when Namibia were the whipping boys of that 2025 World Cup, it would appear to be.
Yes, there's a big conglomeration of scores there. 2 over 400, that is monstrous. Absolutely monstrous as Hawthorn leaves the crease and plays out towards on the, let's have a look and see if I can work that out. Yeah, it's up into the offside and there's no run. And again, a special thanks to Daryl O'Sullivan for being kind enough to share those responsibilities, even to the extent of looking at the window and seeing Billy was trying to get a message to him. So you'd stolen his phone and you were ringing the TAB.
That's right.
Well, I got that back off you. So we got that sorted.
We see Gary Ali is now opting to go with the cap, removed his helmet. Pace off the ball at the moment from the Canadians. We've also got the scoreboard overlay, unfortunately, vanished from our screens. It's just back into the scheme of things now with the score at 5 for 248 after 36. Might take this short break and we will return to live action here in Goal shortly.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
5 for 248. United States batting first after winning the toss here. On day number 2, the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. We're over the border in New South Wales. The very picturesque Alcheringa Oval here in Goal. As we've got a new partnership starting to emerge here between Peter Hawthorn and AJ Gariali. Got 9 overs, or just a tick under 9 overs to go. And the big question, Peter Walsh, will they get to 300?
Well, we're not too sure what is left in the shed. We don't know as to how good the other batters are. And so to get out there and to start to score and score very quickly, we don't know. And I reckon we got the captain.
It looks like we may well. I might just vanish for a moment and let you get the lowdown.
Yes, we have the man who scored magnificently, 106 with 8 fours and 5 sixes. And we can call him what we like. We can call him Alam Fazal or Fazal Alam. It doesn't matter. But we can call you the run scorer. Congratulations on a mighty performance for your country.
Thank you, Elchie.
What about it out there? You look right from the word go as if you're in the zone. You were going to have a look at every blade of grass on this ground. And if you were there to hit the ball, you gave it a tonk.
That's how I play, but this was probably one of the best wickets I have ever batted on.
What made it so good?
It's nice it's coming on. There's something there for the bowlers, something there for the batsmen, and there's an even bounce on it. So it's not keeping low, it's not popping up, and it's not holding up either. It's a beautiful track to bat on.
When during your innings did you get the feeling that this could be a special day when you started to accumulate your runs so quickly?
So I tried to hit one and I took a top edge, and then it fell short of the third man fielder somewhere there. Then I said, okay, that might be my day. So then I put my head down and I said, okay, let me accumulate ones and twos and wait for the loose ball and not force it.
Well, you accumulated quite quickly because you hit 5 sixes.
Yeah, that was in the earlier half, I guess, early
Yes.
60. I don't think I hit one after 70, so
It's a big ground.
ground doesn't matter when I hit it.
No, and
That's what everybody says.
You've got a decent sort of bat because you hit them in the middle quite a few times.
It's a beautiful bat, and thanks to my kind of couple of sponsors who get me those.
Mention the sponsors.
So there's a torpedo guy from England, Barbara Butt, and then there's a guy in Delhi, and he's Jaladua. So I get some decent bats, decent willows to bat with.
We were thrilled to see you in action and to see just how you controlled yourself so well. When you were scoring runs, there was never a stage in your bat or batting you slowed down. It was as if you had in mind you've got to keep that run score going.
Yeah, that was the idea, to take singles and try to rotate strike if there's ball not there to hit, and I wanted to. And one of my best friends who actually started Masters, Parag Ananta, he always told me, I wish you can hit 100 before you retire. And here's this one for you, Parag.
Is this the best you've batted?
In Masters, yes. This was my highest score in Masters. I have got 50s and 60s and some quick ones, and probably World Cup semi-final was a better inning than this because what stage it was and against what bowling attack it was against England in South Africa and Cape Town. But this was the highest score, yes. This was my highest score, and only 100 in the Masters.
Well, you've got over 92, which was previously one of the best scores that was scored by your country, and you've kept on going. When you reached the 100 mark, what was ticking through your mind? Because with plenty of overs left, we started to think about, will you ever get out?
Yeah, I really wanted to bat through, but again, lapse of concentration. I played a bad shot, and got out leg before.
Okay, we're speaking with Fazal Alam Fazal. Do you have a preference? Because we've got all these names that come to us and we're never too sure as to which ones we should call you. Should I call you Alam or Fazal?
Fazal, that's how I go by.
Okay, Fazal is good, and Fazal was very good here, scoring 5 sixes and 8 fours and making 106. What about the team? What does that do then for the spirit of the team? And I add firstly, my friend, I love the way in which you were given shaking hands, man hugs, the whole lot from the Canadians when you walked off. They all went across and congratulated you, and that's what the spirit of cricket is all about.
Yeah, that's a brilliant feeling. We do play against Canada a lot, so we've been playing them in bilateral tournaments in Houston.
Yes.
And we travel pretty much, in both World Cups. We were there, so we come from the same continent. So we it's a very friendly atmosphere with us. So.
Is your best cricket before you in the future, or have you passed your prime? Where do you go from here?
I intend to play another couple of years. Let's see if my body holds on to it, and I intend to play the next World Cup if I'm fit enough to do that. Let's see how it goes. It's not far away. It's like 2027, I believe.
Yes.
So I'm going to try to work on it. But again, if I'm fit enough, I will otherwise just enjoy our national tournaments, our zonals, and bilateral series.
Do you have enough cricket when you go home?
Actually, we do, but I tend not to play a lot because I travel so much. This year was ridiculous travel for Masters.
All for cricket?
All for cricket.
Yep.
And we kind of combine some vacation because I bring my family along with me, so I extend my tours or I go earlier because just keep the lady at the home happy.
Good luck.
Yeah, so we do that. So she comes along with us for some tours. But this year particularly, we played a lot more cricket than I really would like to, especially the international cricket. So that's why our team, even now, not the availability of the players is an issue, because we went to World Cup for like over 3 weeks.
Yes.
Then we went to England, then here. So we have a lot of debutants. We had a bunch of debutants in England, and we have a bunch of debutants here because not everybody can go on all the tours.
Understood. This is the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. We're very proud of it here in Australia and in Mildura, and having countries like the United States of America and Canada here. What are your thoughts about it? When you come here, how it's organised, we've got a very, very keen man like Anthony Telfer who runs in all sorts of directions to try and get as many of the best possible countries to be here and to put on a display for 2 weeks. We've only just started this year, but what do you reckon?
So this is very hard because we do some tournaments and we run it. It's not easy to run a tournament with international teams. The organization of it, the coordination of it, it's not that easy. And we do that a lot at our national level. But I can imagine a one-man army kind that he's running around, and I've been in contact with him in the middle of the nights. A lot of phone calls, a lot of WhatsApp and Zoom calls. But again, amazing job. So this is brilliant because especially the facilities here are just awesome. Like, you know,
Yes.
this is the first one we played, but I heard other there are like 22 similar or you know as good facilities here around. So this is brilliant.
Now, you mentioned your family, children.
Children also came on some tours, not all of them.
Are they here this time?
Not this time because we just went to England and they were there
Yep.
for the Marlborough Cup in July. This time is a school time, so everybody's in school. So anytime the tour falls in the vacation times, they do come along. We did bring family to England, and I did bring my family to New Zealand last year.
Is there cricket in their blood? Have you got boys?
I have a boy, but he started off with cricket, but then he went to soccer, and now he doesn't want to do any of those, and he's gymming, just trying to bulk up.
Good on him. Yeah. And your background, what about parents and that sort of thing when you got yourself involved in cricket? The
Yeah.
man that I'm speaking to is Festivale, who's captain of the US team, and he scored a magnificent 106, 8 fours and 5 sixes. The score at the moment is 6 for 259. The run rate, well, it's nearly 7. We've still got 6 overs to go. But what about the family? What about the history of you in the cricket?
So I come from Hyderabad, India. So I did play some decent cricket in Hyderabad. I played for Hyderabad State, which is kind of where Azharuddin and VVS Lakshman
Oh,
and
right, yes.
Noel David comes from. So I did play under 23, which is one level below Ranji Trophy, which is a first-class cricket there. So I did play for the varsities. Like when I was in college, I represented my university, and I played the South Zones, which is called a Visit Trophy. So I played some decent cricket, but once I graduated, I moved to USA right after when I
That was for education, was it?
that was for a job after my education. So I
Yes.
graduated and then I moved to USA for a job. And I did not play cricket for a good 10 years.
So what did you do?
I'm a computer science engineer, so I got a work visa to work in the industry. That was the time of the Y2K, so I got a software engineer job, and I was working as a software engineer.
So you weren't playing any cricket at all?
Not at all. 10 years, first 10 years I haven't played, and then I found out there were some leagues there and whatnot. I started, and I played lots of cricket after that. Again, it was summertime because I come from Boston, where the cricket is played from, say, end of April till September, October, so 5-6 months of cricket. So I did play a lot of local league cricket, and I did play some decent tournaments also. Then came the Masters, it was like 3 years ago.
Was that the turning point for you?
I wouldn't say that because I was still playing good competitive cricket. There was something, if you heard about minor league, I played
Yes,
1 year
yes.
of minor league there in US for New England Eagles. So I captained the team for the first year for their minor league. And then I realized I'm not that good enough for that level. So I cut it down, and then I play local league. So I have my club in Boston probably was one of the best clubs. We won like more championships than any other club or up there. So I did play some. It's all expats playing
Yeah,
game.
sure.
And I do play against a lot of Caribbeans because where I come from, in Hartford area, in Boston area, there's a lot of Jamaicans and people from Guyana, they play. So I do travel like good hour and a half to play cricket to Houston, and then sometimes to New York, 3-4 hours to play some
You're
good cricket.
keen, aren't you?
Yeah, so I did do a lot of travel.
Yeah. Tell me then, you're back playing cricket now. Do you have in your own mind mindsets as to what you want to achieve in the future? Do you want to stay in Masters because you can play now up till about 80 or something? You're going to keep going?
This is amazing. Like what Masters has done is more than cricket, especially in Masters USA. So cricket is one side of it, but we are like way more than cricket. We are socialized. Our nationals actually go for 7 days, and 2 days we don't play cricket. So we have a networking event where everybody, like total 180 people in a banquet hall, presenting about health benefits, like what do you do with the cardiology? How do you stay healthy? And then how do you retire? Are there any retirement planning for it? So, and then a lot of people started new businesses, a lot of collaboration. We met new
Yes.
friends. People met friends after 35 years. Oh my God, I come from the same city too, same club too. So it's amazing. It's like a festival, like you named it here.
Yeah. Will you get a headline back in the States? How do you have to get a headline now how old are you?
I'm 54.
When you're 54, you've hit 5 sixes and 8 fours, and you made 106 in a place called Golgol, and you've probably never heard of it before.
So yeah, but fortunately for me, my work is very supportive of my cricket because I've been working in a company called Imperial Distributors, and I've been there for good 27 years. So my bosses and everybody is so supportive, and they encourage me, and they kind of pat me back on the back and help me organize these tours. Sometimes I do work remotely and whatnot, so it's amazing.
So in all of what you've been able to reach in your illustrious career, where does this sit? This day in downtown Golgol at the Alcheringa Oval, you have made us smile with the way in which you have carved up this attack, and you've been able to come up here and talk to us, and we're going to a lot of places where they'll be able to remember just what you did. What does it do for you?
This is a dream come true because getting 100 is amazing in an international game, and then getting in a continent which we always used to watch once in a while, Benson and Hedges. That's where we started when we were kids.
Yes.
So playing in this kind of facility and getting 100 is amazing. Playing the World Cup in Cape Town, and that was one of the better experiences also because playing for the country in the World Cup, and I personally did really well. So it was one of those moments, and now it's this one.
Are you going to be able to stay on after this tournament? Have you been to Australia before?
I actually have stopped by in Sydney when we were going to New Zealand last year.
Yes.
But it was a 3-day stop just because my family was with me, so we went sightseeing before we went to New Zealand. But this is my first time playing in Australia. It's a dream come true.
So
obviously.
when you finish playing, is it straight back home?
Straight back home, actually.
Yeah. It's wonderful. You've brought so many memories to us, and the abilities to be able to bat so well, enjoy your stay, and I think the word is it's spirit of cricket. There's more than one word in that little sentence, but it is the camaraderie, the players that meet of a morning when they have breakfast, and they have breakfast together with people from other countries they might not even know, but they do now, and that is so important. And I think you can feel that, and we can feel that by watching you play.
So I do actually, like internal joke in our team, like I have more friends in international team than our own team. So sometimes I get yelled, like, get back here in our pool, So yeah, so I do get along, and I have made a lot of friends from Australia, England, New Zealand, and all over the country, all over the world.
So can you celebrate tonight?
I want to. So let's get a win first, and then we'll rest up, and hopefully we can have a good game against Australia on day after tomorrow.
Yep.
And let's see where the semi-finals fall in.
And you're going to see a kangaroo before you go home?
I want to, but I'm not sure where do I do that. Is there one close by in a park where we can go have a peek at it?
We've got a few people on our media coverage who act like kangaroos, but I don't know whether we can do that for you. There's a lot of things we can do to help, but we'll do our best to see. But I can tell you that it's a real thrill for me to be able to have a chat to you, Festivale, with that magnificent performance, a majestic 106 of 83 deliveries, 8 fours and 5 sixes. And thank you for coming up and sharing your thoughts. There's a lot of people who are watching our coverage and a lot of people who are listening, and I'm sure they'd be glued to you to be able to get across that message that you got with so much authority and with so much love and care. Thank you.
Thank you. One last word. Thank you to Welshi. I do watch your podcast on Facebook with Talfi. And thank you, Talfi, for organizing this tournament and giving us an opportunity to come back. And again, a huge thanks to my masters and our EC who kind of works day and night, so many meetings every week to organize this tournament, organize the nationals, organize the zonals. And without them, we won't be here. Thank you again for people who put so much effort and so much work behind the scenes to make this happen.
Keep talking for 30 seconds whilst we get a photo. And see, I turn around and all the people that are working are gone.
They're working on a stumping, I believe.
Oh, they're working on a stumping as I call Pat over. And I'll let you go in 2 shakes, my friend.
Sure. Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much. We will be back in 1 second to say cheerio to Festivale, who is going to leave us very shortly. But what he's going to do is he's going to get involved in a quick photo for Facebook. That's what he's going to do. And the boys were pretty pleased too when you walked off. Do you reckon you were out?
Yeah.
No, you reckon you were out there? Well, come on, give me the truth.
Let me see the replay. I haven't seen it, but it was a bad shot. I should be given out for a shot, though. I don't care about where the ball was going.
Okay, just turn around. Smile now, that's good. We do so many things at the one time. Thank you, my friend. It's a delight to have met you on a couple of times, and we've always said hello, and we will continue to do so, and thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good stuff. Well, we try and do our best, and we bring you our best, and our best today was a man who was absolutely brilliant and breathtaking, one of the best digs you'd ever see, and his name was Festivale Alarm, who made 106, 8 fours and 5 sixes. The score now is 6 for 263, and sometimes when you've never met a person before, and when he walks away, Patrick, you feel as if you know him.
Yeah.
He just sat down and...
He spoke well, didn't he?
He was outstanding.
Yeah.
And what a performance. That it would take some beating for someone to bat better than that in the way in which he did.
Okay, so we're back into live action here. Of course, we had a big third umpire review of a stumping. 6 for 265 is the current score. Halfway through the 41st over. So Gary Ali is there at the moment on 11. And new man at the crease there is Raheel Khan. As it's taken out in the deep, it was a big heave into the onside. And a fantastic bit of work there. I reckon that's the number 15 for the Canadians, Suresh Nair, who's taken a couple of scalps, and now he's taken a very decent outfield catch to remove Gary Ali. Now we'll get another look at that one whilst you're here on the Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar Action replay. Leg spinner tossing it up. It was well struck. Man was only probably 5 or 10 metres inside from the rope, but in the end he clutched it and held it to his chest. And a couple of quick strikes here from the Canadians, just putting a little bit of respect back into that scoreboard.
Yes, and they're all together. And what would their mindset be now? Because that is just such a large task. It's a large mountain to climb, and you wonder about what their expectations would be. What do you think?
Oh, well, they'll look to try and back themselves. They'll want to get a good solid start in the first 5 or 10 overs, Walshy, not to lose too many early wickets. And, if they can get a platform, as you certainly heard from Festivale Alarm how good this strip is, there's plenty of runs to be had out there.
Glorious afternoon. We're not too far away from our lunch break, so we can have a chance to regroup and then work out what's going on and check the scores in the other ground combinations that are up and running. There's a fair bit going on in Mildura, the mighty M. It's happening at all sorts of places, is it not?
That it is. Looks like our new man out there is Syed Shananawaz. As we can see some other updates from around the grounds. Australia 4 for 197 in the 40th over. Brian May, the man from Queensland I suggested who was one to watch out for, has certainly got amongst them with 81 not. We'll get some of those other scores up for you shortly as well, Walshy.
And wasn't it good that, well, it was good to be able to have a chat with a man who's done so much today in particular, but to say the wicket was so good. He was really, really impressed, was he not?
No. I think if he could roll it up and take it back with him to the US, he'd be pretty happy to do that.
No, I think that's true too.
Right, so it's Vivek Puri who's bowling from the Sturt Highway end here at Golgol. As you get closer to lunch, it's 1 o'clock local time. The leg spinner certainly putting them up in the air, getting them above the batsman's eye line. And Raheel Khan just looking to try and run that one down to third man. Couldn't quite get the connection he was after. So that's the end of 41. Score is 7 for 268. And we've got 4 overs remaining. Quickly around the grounds, the other over 50s game, we just give you that update there before. Looks like we've got a further score here at 5 for 225 Australia A of 40 overs. So another 5 overs remaining there. 5 for 225 Australia A on the 40th. Now, over 55's game is also being played at McLeod Oval in Wentworth. We're into the 44th over, and the Spirit of Cricket World 11, 6 for 230, Peter Walsh. So scores of 230, 266 and 225. So it's so far been a day for the batsmen. Or batters.
It has, yep. And what you can do also is you can add, I don't think something that we would have thought when having our breakfast this morning, the biggest score is going to have been knocked up by the United States of America. And when they were standing there singing their song this morning, I was looking around and thinking, this could be a close game, and it might be a game where it's over early, because you might think that both sides, with the USA stumbling early yesterday and Canada really struggling, there wouldn't be too many big scores. Well, that's not what's happened.
No, just checking the scorecard in that over 55's Australian clash. Crawford 112 off 78, not. It's another century around the grounds. So plenty of runs to be had, that is for sure.
And too, a special thanks to Jim for all of his work back in New Zealand for rendering assistance to get access to somebody that we try and do all the time, is obviously we bring those people to the microphone if it's at all possible, and it was possible, and it was good to be able to talk to a man who had a real story to tell, and it was wonderful to be able to have a talk to Festivale. So thanks to all of those who were responsible for making it happen. It's a small world, isn't it, when you go via New Zealand to come back to Mildura and then down the steps via the third umpire, Daryl O'Sullivan, who's gone down there while the game's still been progressing and has got the fellow that we really wanted to talk to up to sit down and have a 10-minute interview.
Another update from our man Jim in New Zealand. We'll get to that shortly as Roy continues in his 8th over. Ball's just knocked out into the offside for another single. He suggests to us that Syed Shah, as he's effectively known, is one of the main movers and shakers for Masters cricket in the United States. And he's also on the over 50s committee for IMC with his good self.
There you are. Have you ever been described as a mover and shaker?
Mover and a shaker.
What does that mean?
Whoa. I'd say that he's instrumental in a lot of organisation in the back play. No, I never did a lot of moving or shaking in my career.
I think I've got it worked out now.
Okay.
And ladies and gentlemen, here we are at Mildura. We're at the Alcheringa Oval with my mover and shaker friend, the Big P, Patrick, moving and shaking and doing it beautifully.
Big P. My goodness. So what are we, 7 for 270?
I'm hungry now.
Yes. Yeah, we're getting ever closer to lunch. Looking forward to it. I think our American friend has left one of his snacks behind here when he was having a
don't
chat
give
to
it
you.
back.
No, I won't.
No,
We
don't
might
do
have to
that.
be able to break that in half. That'll be more than a meal for both of us.
No, I'll take it. I'll get it DNA tested, then I'll eat it myself.
As we see a big long heave down the ground coming to Nout there for AJ Garriali. Just trying to rehearse the strike again. This time he was looking more over the onside than straight over the offside. As we can see, Roy just making a few adjustments to his field. He's operating from the Murray River end in this spell. 7.4 overs, 1 for 46. Only conceding the 3 runs from this particular over. Throws it up. It's hit down the ground. And the man at long on will get behind that one and fire it back into the bowl. So just the 1. 7 for 271. Almost the end of 42. Run rate just dipped a little. Just dropped under 7. 6.48 though. Still extremely healthy, Peter Walsh.
That's massive. Massive indeed. And when you think about it, you think that one person can contribute and contribute in such a dominating way of picking the right balls. And during the chat talking about, felt pretty good about it. And as we're watching, there's another 6 that's just been hit too. That was Saeed. And he's given it the tonk and it's gone a fair distance. And we've had Billy. He's been working solidly. Billy Bowden, he's been waving, etc. And he's had to do it again. It's 277. You're doing finger rolling there. What's happening?
I think we're going to a break, Walshy, with the score at 7 for 277 after 42.
Is that what it's called?
We're back live here in Goal as we continue through the back end of this United States of American first innings. Ball is lofted out to the offside. They'll pick up a couple. Good running between the wickets. 7 for 279 in this, the 43rd over. Puri is into his 4th. 1 for 31. And as we mentioned, Peter, plenty of runs through the opening sessions in town today. Second day of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. When you come to a cricket match, you sort of sit in a car or you're under a tree or where we are, and you think, well, I want to see runs. I want to see good runs and plenty of 4s and the occasional 6, but you also want to see wickets. Well, we've had a bit of everything, haven't we,
Yep,
really?
we have.
Yep.
Ball thrown up outside the off stump, but it's worked nicely into the offside. So another run to the US tally.
But I think also you get an understanding, so very well put across by Festivale, that there is a big gap between the US of A and the side that is in Australia, Canada, and they're really loving them. The fact that they're here and they're involved, and that's what it's all about. Playing the game, learning all the time, and you wonder how much they could learn. There's a player down there now for Canada who's limping away after doing the fielding, right down on the fence in front of where the scoreboard is. So I reckon the bodies might be a bit on the sore side. And they've got to go out and sneak through for those quick singles and come back for a 2 and go for a 3. And there's a few that are looking a little worse for wear.
Yeah, I think they'll look forward to getting inside, grabbing a chair and just watching on from the pavilion. It's been a pretty tough stint out in the field.
It has.
Weather certainly has warmed up across the course of the morning and afternoon.
Sivasanka Alamingam, he was the one who just jogged past from where we were, and he looks as if he's a little worse for wear too, a bit sore, favouring a leg as he turns to come back now, and he's going to jog back. But he's not jogging all that freely, I'll tell you.
No. So 7 for 285. As we see Gary Arley advancing, hitting the ball down the ground. Oh, they're considering a second, but the throw from the deep is pretty decent from Anand Narayan. And there we go. 43 complete, 7 for 286 with Gary Arley 21. And Shananawaz is on, what do we got there? Got him on 10, I reckon it was, at the end of that over. So again, another partnership blooming. They've certainly been able to string the partnerships together very nicely, haven't they, through this first session?
Well, you do wonder about the next victim, in inverted commas, or the next potential victim. They'd be thinking, well, let's hope that the man who scored so well, Festivale, has got rid of all of his runs for this tournament, and we don't see him blazing our attack all over the place, because he looked to be in control.
Yes. Yep, totally agree with you. As we wait on Roy, he's going to complete his spell here. 9 over stint. Bowling from that Murray River end. Get to 10 past 1 local time. Not sure if there's any penalties for late over rates here, but we're certainly a bit slower getting through 45 today, as that one's going to go all the way for another maximum.
Almost landed in the rubbish bin.
Yeah, that would have been a neat trick, wouldn't it? So potentially, Walshy, they're well on track for that 300 that we thought they might have been able to get a handle on here. So the score would now advance to 7 for 292. And what have we got? 11 balls remaining.
That was clean hit, wasn't it?
Wasn't
Pick it up on the half volley, they've been able to do that consistently. But a lot of the shots that they've played have been straight. And that, to hit, you'd reckon straight, and to hit it for such carry is, suggests there's a lot of power out there. And the next ball just tickled around the corner with no power at all necessary. And they walk through for a single. And we're going to get that score to tick over now to 293 for 7. Ajay 28. And Saeed 10. Roy, he's been hammered and his 9th over 1 for 60. Will they get 300?
Oh, I think they're Monties, aren't they, really, unless they lose through really quick wickets here at the back end.
Well, 1 over plus 4 balls to go. And this ball is hit back down the ground and hit pretty strongly, but it'll bounce and roll. And they're coming back for the second chance of a run out. If you're quick enough, you're not.
Well, they're going to entertain a third here, surely not.
I think the umpire, sorry, not the umpire, the bowler, Roy, he's pretty tired. Roy is into his 9th over, and he not only had to bowl the ball, but then it was thrown back to his end, and he thought, look, I'd better get it, and he missed it, and it rolled past, and he thought, well, there's still a possible run-out chance. It didn't work.
7 for 295. Midway through this, the 44th over, so one more to come.
Umpires sorting themselves out. And this ball is hit in the air and on the boundary, dropped.
No. Couldn't quite finish it, Naya, who took that decent catch in the deep a little earlier in the afternoon, but this time, unfortunately, can only just look down at the ground in disgust.
He was very disappointed too. You could tell from what we saw from where we are, the furthest point away from where he is. But he looked like he had it. It bobbled around. If there's a possibility of seeing a replay, we might see how he almost gobbled it up, but it just seemed to be able to flip out at the very end. And he won't get another chance because this ball is hit, but not as strongly, and they'll come back to complete. No, did they go 2? I think they just went 1 in the finish. So it's a 7 for 298. 1 ball remaining. Now let's just see if we can pick it up. The Enjoy Wine Char and Grill. Here we go with the shot. He's given it plenty. He's given it plenty. Had it, lost it, had it, lost it.
Got down low because he had the fingers pointing up, and by the time he crashed to catch it, he probably should have had him pointing down, so it was really awkward to be able to get a full control over that.
There's a 300 up. The ball hammered away on the onside, and it's misfielded out there on the boundary, so they'll come back for 2, and that will mean, after it wasn't picked up by Suresh Nair on the first, it's 7 for 300 with 1 over remaining. 7 for 300 with the United States winning the toss and batting and winning everything, winning the plaudits too of the man who scored so well. And Fazal got the skipper 106 with 8 fours and 5 sixes.
Well, they've achieved the destination. They got there with 6 balls to spare. So now, a little bit of junk time here in this final over. Let's see if they can't find another couple of maximums. So far in the game, 9 sixes. So that's good going on, as you said, Peter Walsh, what is quite a decently sized venue.
Yeah.
So, plenty of power involved there.
Straight hitting too. That's pretty good.
Yeah, there hasn't been too many over Cow Corner. As you said, predominantly long off, long on. This will give them some really good confidence, not only going into the second session today, but throughout the rest of the tournament, you'd have to say.
Yes, particularly when they got away so well, when it was 53 and then 2 for 62. And the third wicket partnership took them up to 203. So the accumulation took place fairly steadily. Last over, first ball of the last over, is clobbered down the ground. Misfield will mean that they can come back for an easy 2. The ball, when you try and pick it up when it disappears past the window that we're sitting in, it's hard sometimes to see the red dot disappear. 7 for 302. Last over, 5 balls remaining. Pandya, he gets struck, and the ball will go all the way. How good was that?
Timed it to perfection, didn't he?
Right in front of the scoreboard, which proudly displays the Midway Market and also Tankard Dental. A couple of the locals that help the football club, I'm sure. Gol Hotel's there. Well, it's not there, but the merchandise that they sell, a few quiet ones and then some nice meals. It's just down the road. 4 balls to go, 7 for 306. And this next ball is hit in the air and down the ground, and the placement has been superb. That's gone for another 4. Out of the way, Muhammad Iqbal, who couldn't get near it. And Patrick, you can call the last couple. We've got to 7 for 310 with RJ 30 and Syed 25.
It's been an unfortunate end here for Panjat, who's now up to none for 59 in his 7th over. He's gone for 10 in this final over so far.
Yeah.
7 for 310. 3 balls remaining. As again, they'll go straight down the ground, and it's just going to be tipped over the rope there. It will go all the way for 6. So quite the most remarkable finish to this first session. 7 for 316. The partnership now 51 from 24 balls in 18 minutes.
Good grief.
Unbelievable scenes as we get another look at that one on the Enjoy Wine action replay. As you said, they've favoured the long straight drives today, and that one goes all the way. As we return to live action, this time it's Clever bit of bowling, although it's eluded the man there at extra cover, fielding on the ring, which will allow them to get through for another couple. So with one ball remaining, score is 7 for 318. Last wicket falling at 265, so this has been a fantastic effort. Rearguard action from Gary Ali and Saeed. Ball's pitched up. It's taken down towards the onside. There's a man out on the rope there. This time he will get to it. Throws it back into the bowler's end, and they'll get through for another 2. So the United States of America, after winning the toss and batting first, Peter Walsh, have finished up with a quite remarkable 7 for 320 off their 45 overs.
That's a massive total, a massive score over the 3 figures. And remembering yesterday that when we were giving you the scores early on, they had the speed wobbles. At one stage, they were 2 for 14, 5 for 22, and they dug themselves out of a hole. But today has been outstanding. They've really been able to knock the ball to all parts of this big ground here at the Alcheringa Oval. That's at Golgol, and the score is at 7 for 318. We're going to take a lunch break here as the plaudits are there for the United States team as they leave. 7 for 320. We'll take a short break. Go and have a chat to those that are ready for what's going to happen in the second session. And the long run chase looms with the score at 7 for 318. We might now leave you from our venue. Peter Walsh and Phil Cox. Will Cox, how'd I go?
Not great.
Nearly got it there. It's lack of food. That's the end of the first session. Hope you've enjoyed it. We'll be back soon from Golgol. Greetings, folks. We're back, and hopefully you're going to be with us now as we continue on what has been a day of substance, something totally out of the ordinary. Who would have thought, not me, that a score of in excess of 300 would be made in a 45-over game? And one of those who was there enjoying himself was the captain of the United States of America team, Festivale, who made 106 brilliant runs, scored majestically, scored in an exciting way, not just grafting, pushing, probing, but smacking the ball round the park with 5 sixes and 8 fours. He did so well, 7 for 320, and we're about to start now. As I say, a very good afternoon to my co-commentator, and I say Pat Silcox. I was really, really chuffed by the way in which he played his game and then spoke so splendidly pretty much as soon as he was given out. And what a day for the US of A. Good afternoon to you again.
Good afternoon to you, Walsh. Yeah, he was the complete package, wasn't he? Got it done on the field, and he probably got it done even better off the field. He was fantastic to listen to. And there was some really good spirit downstairs when we were having some lunch. Both the countries coming together.
Yep.
As we can see Syed opening the bowling from the Sturt Highway end here. The new ball for the United States. Our opening batsman for Canada, Goodapali and Harmeet Singh. Had a really good catch up with Billy Bowden too, actually.
He's a good bloke, isn't he?
Yeah, he revealed a few stuff. We were talking about the state of play with Australian cricket and what was happening over across the ditch, how the Kiwis were shaping up going forward. I put the question that you raised yesterday about the most amount of dismissals from an umpire.
Yes.
He wasn't quite so far on that perspective, but he said that he'd set a record for the most amount of LBWs given in a test match.
He did.
22 LBWs for a game over in Pakistan, I think it was.
Just for a normal test match?
Yes, in 4 innings, 22 leg befores. I think it was himself and a fellow Kiwi umpire have claimed that title. I think Dickie Bird previously held it with 21, but New Zealand now top of the charts with 22. That'll be a record that will stand for quite a while, you'd think.
So that's extraordinary.
It was a bit of a shout there with one just passing through the outside edge of the bat. Certainly the Americans have come out aggressively with the field. 3 men in the slip cordon, so they're looking to get some early breakthroughs.
Yeah, I'm still stunned by that stat that you've given me. That is remarkable.
Well, I guess there's, 40 wickets to fall for 4 innings, so more than half of the wickets leg before.
Yeah.
He said the track was flat, absolute belter. Just a lot of blokes just missed a lot of straight ones.
And was he talking about, did he say a test match in Pakistan, was it? Or?
Yeah, I think it was Pakistan and the West Indies, I think he alluded to. Yeah.
I remember watching a game at Karachi when the Australians lost when Inzamam al-Haq and Mushtaq Ahmed put on 55 runs for the last wicket and beat Australia by 1 wicket.
Yep.
And Shane Warne was bowling. And it looked like they'd win, the Australians, because the Inzamam al-Haq and Mushtaq Ahmed, to get 55 runs for the last wicket had only been ever done once before. And I don't think that the person concerned would mind me telling the story, because it's true, is that Warne got one to spin, and it beat the gloves of Ian Healy.
Right.
Ran down to...
A rare feat, beating the gloves of Ian Healy.
Absolutely. And it ran down to the boundary for 4 byes, and they won the game.
Wow.
And I was very fortunate to be able to go into the rooms and do interviews. I was the only journalist from the media in terms of the electronic media. And Mark Taylor was the captain. And Mark made a duck in the first innings and a duck in the second innings. And I went into the rooms. Col Egar was the manager and Bobby Simpson was the coach.
Yes, right. Yep.
And I went in there and Ian Healy was crying.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And Ian Healy was outstanding to me. I lost my dad when I was over there, and he was just so supportive. And we had a friendship that is like the spirit of cricket. It'll always be there, and we still have regular contact with each other. But he was that disappointed that had just beaten the gloves, and the spin coming out of the Karachi wicket, where it spat off the wicket from his bowling of Warne, and it beat his gloves. And he said he'll always remember that as one of the worst moments in his cricketing life.
There you go.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. We just got through the first over here at goal. Canada none for 3 in pursuit of that target of 321. So as it stands, 318 required from 44 overs at 7.23. That's a pretty decent clip.
What do you do in situations like that? A couple of people asking me down there, and I was asking a few of the players about what's the mindset? And they've just got to go out there and try and play their natural game and see if they can get some confidence back, because the confidence was given a whack by the way in which they were treated by this onslaught of runs by not just the one. We had Murphy got 61, and in the finish, Syed 35 not out and AJ 30 not out, and they took the score from 265 to 320, the last wicket.
They finished off really strongly, didn't they? No question. The general vibe downstairs, Peter, was that they felt that Canada potentially will stick around and bat out their 45. They potentially don't win the game, but they'll bat their time. So I guess it remains to be seen. It's a pretty decent strip.
It is, and look, really good to be able to hear from those people in the know, particularly the man who batted so well with the bat, Festivale, who was so complimentary of the way in which the wicket had been prepared.
Yeah, no, it's come up really well, as we discussed yesterday. A bit of a longer gap between the end of the football season and the start of cricket here. The Golgol Hawks participate in the Mildura Football League, and their home and away, I reckon, would have wrapped up a good 3 or 4 weeks ago. So they've had that little extra time than some of the other venues that we will get to be able to get their pitch square in order.
No, that's true. And the competition starts to get a feel for it when people have played more than one game and have had the feelings now of getting a bit of a knowledge as to what the conditions are, and they wouldn't be varying all that much from one track to another track, but at least now we as broadcasters can get an idea as to what's going to happen now as the afternoon progresses on a day where we're all very, very excited about the Festivale. You just like saying that all the time.
I do, yeah.
You like it. I'm not sure what language you speak when you go with it, but it's Festivale.
It sounds very exotic, I think, as we see.
Exotic. Sounds like you've had too much to drink.
Darmagard is the man that's operating from the Murray River end as the Canadians scamper through for a quick single. So, as we said, the US have come out pretty much in an attacking mind frame. That first over, they had 3 men in the slip cordon. They had a man down at deep third, but certainly had their men on the hustle inside the ring. As we can see, Pete Hawthorn with the wicket-keeping duties. His skipper, Fazal Alam, standing right next to him there. This ball has worked through the onside there by Harmeet Singh. Couldn't quite find the gap.
We were, Pat, hoping to be able to speak to someone from Canada, just talk about the difficulties that they've had in getting themselves organised with the lack of facilities back home and only a couple of turf wickets of note. But the thrill of being able to learn as much as they can about other countries that are more forward in what they're doing and how can we catch up. And look, that's you can't but be helpful in responding to the Canadians by saying, well done and keep coming. Keep doing this. You're getting some experience from it, so stay focused, stay in touch.
Well, the ball hit uppishly just over point. Escaped the man there, so they'll get through for a couple. As the ball comes back into the wicketkeeper Hawthorn. We heard earlier this morning, Walshy, that the Canadians on a bit of a tour of the country, making a real life experience of it, not only stopping off here in Mildura, but they've had some time in Melbourne. I believe they might be heading up Brisbane way after this tournament's completed. So they'll really get to absorb a lot of experience, won't they, playing against some high quality players at high standard venues, which is only going to be great for them going forward.
Now I've got a trivia question, another one that's crept up, and
Okay.
I'm liking this one.
Yeah.
Self-praise is no recommendation, but I like this one.
Okay.
You need someone who can be a Jimmy Olsen. You need Jimmy Olsen. Everybody needs a Jimmy Olsen and needs to be able to call on him to do things that we can't do because we are otherwise engaged. We may have found our Jimmy Olsen.
I think we have.
Do you know it already?
Well, I'm presuming you're alluding to our good friend Darryl O'Sullivan.
You
who's
just
been,
saw me write his name down, didn't
well,
you?
I did.
Tell the truth.
But he's certainly been somewhat of a messenger for us across the broadcast so
Yes.
far today.
Well, I was very impressed because he said, would you mind if I go and get a Canadian player? And I said, no, I wouldn't. You can do that right away if you like. So he's just got that right. I'll check to see if that's okay.
Yeah.
As the third umpire, I'll do my best. And so what we were hoping was that beforehand, when we were doing the introductions this morning and listening to the brilliant singing of the Canadians and the US as they sang their words of wisdom from their national anthems, and I spoke to a few of them. They said, yeah, we'll be right. We'll be able to come and say hello. Well, I think then all of a sudden, when they're gnawing on something at lunch and thinking about 7 for 320, the last thing they might want to be doing is climbing stairs and talking to us.
Well, they've probably got higher priorities, Pete. You might be able to say that, I think. But anyway, we live in hope. We've still got quite a bit of game time available to us here, so we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out as Syed comes in. The ball is hit aggressively down the ground, and that will get to the rope for 4.
That's a good shot.
Nice strike there from Goodapali, and that'll take the Canadian score along to none for 11 as we approach the end of this, the third over. So they're certainly not dead batting them on the square. They're looking to score, trying to be aggressive where they can.
And of course, we've got a rest day tomorrow, and then we get into action over the weekend. Now, it's night cricket, though. Can you give us some more detail, just in case those who might be listening would be thinking, now, we could be in the Mildura area. That might be a bit of a chance to pop out and say hello.
Yeah, I think Saturday our fixture will be down at the old Aerodrome Ovals, in particular John Hall Oval, which is got very similar light towers to this, actually. So I think we're a 3 p.m. start through till 9:30. So we'll catch a little bit of the nighttime action under lights, probably the last hour or two. So that'll be something to look forward to.
Has there been cricket there before?
Absolutely.
All right, that's good.
Yeah, a lot of the venues around town, with the help of council funding, have been able to put some really decent light towers into play. Certainly here in Golgol. You'll notice when we get to the Mildura Sporting Precinct, they have AFL Lux quality lighting there. So that's going to be a visual joy to behold when we get to there a little bit later on during next week. Aero 2, the John Hall Oval, certainly has lights as well. Irimple, Wentworth. So quite a lot of our venues have got those light towers in place, as it looks like we may well be heading off to a break shortly, and a special guest from Canada to join you, Peter. So we'll have one more ball of this over from Syed. And let's see how it plays out. Ball angled into the pads, goes down the leg side, and they will pick up a couple. So at the end of 3 overs, Canada are no wicket for 15 as we continue our coverage of day number 2 of the Global Spirited Cricket Festivale from the Alcheringa Oval in Golgol.
Alliance Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Welcome back to our cricket coverage that we are enjoying very much indeed. We're at Golgol. We're at the Alcheringa Oval at Golgol in the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale, and the game is being played between the United States of America and Canada. The USA batting boldly earlier this morning, and they made a massive score of 7 for 320. Fazal made 106. He was superb, scored the century, and in doing so he surpassed the previous highest score by anyone in the 50 over or the 40 over play in the United States. The previous record was 92. He batted so well indeed. So a big chase for Canada, but I'm thrilled to be able to introduce Arif Talati, who is the captain of the Canadian team, who's been kind enough to pop up and say hello. Good afternoon to you, my friend, and welcome to our commentary spot, which is quite splendid. And more importantly, welcome to your country for what is a very important part of your cricketing life.
Yes, good afternoon. Hello to all our friends in Canada who are watching it live and everywhere else in the world. It's an amazing feeling to be in Australia and playing cricket in this beautiful weather and some fantastic facilities. It's just like a dream come true for us.
All right, let's talk about your dream. Was it always your dream to play cricket for your country?
Yes, growing up in Mumbai, India, that's where I was born. I watched all our great cricketers, the Indian cricketers, and
Great
always,
cricketers like who?
Sunil Gavaskar was the original idol for
Yes.
for my age group. And as I went further, Sachin Tendulkar is a role model for me personally, and billions of people in India.
Of course.
So,
How did you manage to become involved in cricket? Why was it cricket?
so cricket in India is pretty much like mainstream. It's like religion in India.
Yes.
Pretty much every kid on the street is playing cricket. Like they just get exposed at a very early stage in their life in schools. As you grow up, it's a very structured. Cricket is very structured in junior school,
Yes.
high school, college, university, and so on. So as you go along, getting your education, it's just ingrained into you, and that's one of the main sports we have.
Did you have to be qualified at another part of your work environment? Did you have to study to be a doctor or a lawyer or anything as such before you got involved so much in cricket?
No, not necessarily. I migrated after I had done my education, finished my education.
What was your education?
My education is I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Mumbai University, and then I moved to Canada right after.
So you're in India. You're in India and you're busy. You've
Yes.
got a good job.
Yes.
Why go to Canada?
Canada is just one of the advanced countries, and it wasn't more for myself. I just saw my kids' future in Canada. I wanted to have my kids to be in Canada.
How important at that level for you was cricket at that stage of your life?
It was very important. It was a very tough decision. I already had jobs lined up with the railways team in India, which is a very strong team. They had invited me already. Once I was supposed to finish my degree and then move into the railways team. And that's professional type cricket where you get paid and then you just play cricket for 5 days.
Yes. Was it worthwhile? I'm not asking how much money you were earning, but was it worthwhile to do that?
I believe so. My kids, I'm very happy where they are right now in their lives. I'm very, very happy.
So
of
they've
my
moved
decision.
with you. The family moved to the new country, Canada.
Yes. So me and my wife, we moved to Canada. And she was already here before me, and then I finished my education. I moved, and then we were both working for a few years. Then one of us had to stay with the kids. I have 3 kids myself, so she stayed home after 14, 15 years of work. So
Yeah, she's given you some support, hasn't she?
yes, she still does, because I run away to my cricket on the
Yes.
weekends, every
Yep.
weekend, and she puts up with me.
All right. Well, you've left India. A lot have mentioned so far in our coverage in the last few days that they had to move to another country. When you first moved to Canada, how difficult was it then to make contact with those people involved in cricket and to get yourself involved in what you're doing now? Like you're the captain of the country, Arif Talati.
Yeah.
How did you get to work through the ranks and get to where you are now?
Yeah, so the first year in Canada, I wanted to go back to India.
Homesick?
Yes, I was completely homesick. I missed my friends. Canada has winter, which lasts like about 5 to 6 months, 5 months.
Pretty cold?
Yeah, it's cold, but that wasn't the part. Like, I was not into winter sports. They have good hockey and other sports, skiing and skating, but that wasn't ingrained in me. My kids do it. My son, my daughters go skating and stuff. But
You don't go skating?
no, that wasn't for me. I had to learn just to get my kids onto the ice when they were young. I had a couple of falls and so on, but I learned how to skate. But I'm not a skater. That's all.
So why cricket?
Cricket was it's still in my blood. Like I just breathe cricket. In my garage, I have ball hanging and I go and just knock the ball around on a string because there's nobody else to throw it at me. So like I said, the winter months were very tough. now I'm used to it. We have indoor facilities. Cricket has moved a long way in Canada since I came to Canada.
But how about the people of Canada? If we had a straw poll as to say who's interested in what our Canadian team is doing right now, they're going to a place called Gol in Mildura, and they're going to play against other countries. What sort of reaction do you get? People through the public who want to find out about you? Does the media give you much coverage at all?
The media does give us some coverage. It's not big at all. It's not major, I should say. It's not mainstream. There are Facebook pages and stuff like our CCMC, the Canadian Council, Masters Council, does put up stuff onto Facebook. People do follow it. The people who are interested in cricket definitely look at those pages and they see. But again, coming to Australia, like when they read the news, to your question, I'm sure they would want to come. But there's a financial obligation, and those things prevent some of the better cricketers to come.
So all of these players that are in the squad, are they all qualified to do other things in life as you are? You've had to work for your qualification, so it's not just cricket that keeps people like Kishore Gudapali and Kiran Patil and Suresh Nair and Afghad Kassar. Are they all cricket, but they've got other working commitments as well?
Yes, actually in Canada, you couldn't survive on cricket. There's absolutely no way. You couldn't make money off of that. So all of these people are full-time professionals in one field or the other. They're highly qualified, many of them. Some are businessmen, but many of them are very highly qualified in either like business. They have management degrees or IT degrees or one or the other.
Okay.
Some are
understood.
engineers.
Arif Talati, who is the captain of the Canadian cricket team here in our carnival, and they're doing the chasing. They're none for 30, playing the United States, who made 7 for 320 earlier today, with Fazal, the captain, making 106 in a display of talent and a display of power. What do you think your country is like in terms of cricket? I watched with interest when you all sang with strength and with power and resolve the national anthem. There's a lot of pride out there. You've got your colours and you've got the flag that was there at the start of the opening ceremony. You can see the pride. What is it like for cricket in Canada?
So again, cricket is not the main sport, but it is growing. It's growing by leaps and bounds. There have been a lot of new grounds that have popped up, and that's a very good sign for the future generations, because if you have an open field, kids will show up, and then they will get more and more interested. So I see a huge trend that they approach the government. The local communities are approaching governments and asking for where there used to be baseball diamonds, we see cricket fields now. So it's a huge change. It's happening in certain cities. I hope it happens everywhere, everywhere in Canada.
So Canada for you, and we're talking about, of course, cricket now at a certain age, but let's go back to the teenagers, and when they have to make a choice, and your children will be the same, as to what sport they play, what is there to try and get them to play cricket?
So initially there was no programs in schools and so on, but right now they are introducing cricket in schools as well for the younger kids.
Now Wicket's fallen here, just as we've been speaking. It's now one down, 1 wicket out. The Singh and Gudapali with the 2 at the crease. It's 1 for 30. Singh's not out 8. Iqbal will be the new batsman. 1 for 30, chasing 7 for 320. So when you get to a certain age, there is junior cricket where you could play. Is that indoors or outdoors, or do you have the necessary facilities?
So now they are introducing, used to be, it's a year-round thing, but the population was so small initially that they couldn't get proper leagues going. But at this point, there's a nice structure for different age groups within the younger people, like say under 15, under 17, under 19. They still go and represent Canada at the international level. So that's very nice to see, because that wasn't there all the time, always, especially when I came to Canada. And it is a year-round thing, to answer your question. They do indoors in the winter, and then they go out and they play leagues with the kids in the summer months.
Yes.
So
What do you think about professionalism? Are there many professionals who have left Canada and perhaps gone, say, to England, where they could play some cricket for county teams that are looking out for players of substance?
yeah, so most of even the current Canadian national team players are immigrants. I would like to see some local talent come up through the ranks and represent the country. So cricket is still like an immigrant sport in Canada, in essence. It's not like a local ingrained or born and bred type players.
Understood.
So I would like to see that, and that will happen. I just don't know how long it may take, because, like I said, the sport is not. There's not enough sponsors to encourage that kind of participation.
Have you ever been tempted to try your trade at somewhere else, another country?
No, because I love my country. Canada is one of the most beautiful places for me, even though Australia is like
Yes, you're
a
doing
dream. I still love Canada.
So Canada is home, not India yet. Have you got still relatives back in India?
My heart is now in Canada. My memories and my mind is in India. I still have my brother there, older brother. Lots of friends still there, and it brings a lot of memories. I still go back every few years, but Canada is where my heart is.
Okay. What do you hope to get out of this tournament? The score is 1 for 32 here. That's the score from India, from Canada, as they chase 7 for 320. What do you hope to get out of the next week and a bit?
So it's already been an amazing experience. I have been to the last 2 World Cups for the over 50 Masters in South Africa, Cape Town, and Colombo, Sri Lanka. I was used to the intensity, but and we have 2-3 other guys who've been in those tournaments, but not all. So most of the guys had never seen an IMC type tournament.
Yes.
So this is pretty intense, especially coming to play Australia in Australia. We knew we had our hands full, but the boys are excited. Even the result didn't come in our favor for the first 2, the friendly and the first game.
Yes.
They were still very happy. Like, it was amazing.
What do you think of Australia?
Australia is such a beautiful place. We intend to go. We haven't seen a lot outside of the cricket so far, but
So you're staying after. How long before you go back to Canada?
so we will stay back for 5 to 6 days more. I think there's 2 days in Sydney for us and 2 in is it
Keep thinking. Keep pondering. Is it where
Yeah,
the
and
kangaroos are?
I'm drawing a blank.
Oh, that's all right. But you want to see as much of the country as you can.
Yes, I mean, I wish I could see even more. I was told by my children who haven't been to Australia or New Zealand, those are the 2 places on our bucket list. But it just came to me when Akshay approached me saying we are taking a team to Australia. Usually I travel with my family to both the World Cups that I went to. I went about 10 to 14 days in advance with my family, and we go around. That 2 things I benefit from that is I climatize to the local environments
Yes.
and the sleep patterns, right? The time change, and secondly, we get to see these beautiful places. So one thing I'm thankful to the IMC, they have picked venues where it has been awesome, like even Sri Lanka was beautiful.
Yes.
Same with Cape Town. We are from North America, and California is one of the most beautiful places that I had been to, and Canada is very beautiful as well. But my pick was California, and until I went to Cape Town and discovered
Okay,
Cape Town.
understood. Just a couple more before we wrap it up. Did you ever think you'd come to a place called Gol?
Never in my life. I didn't know there was a place called Mildura or Gol. The grounds. I've been told there's within 5 miles you have 22 grounds.
Yes.
This is where I should have been born, because even in India we don't have this many grounds in this small area.
So for those that haven't visited India, do you still, when you lob there as a tourist, you still see the boys and girls, of course, playing cricket anywhere or everywhere, on the road or in a vacant block, as long as they can pick up a ball and grab a piece of wood, and that can act as a bat, as long as they're playing the game they love.
So it's interesting you ask. Anytime I go to Mumbai, that city, it's a cricket, it's like a temple for cricket. Mumbai is where everybody's into cricket. Even the guys selling drinks or smokes at the stalls are into cricket. They want to know the scores, what's going on, what's happening when India plays, especially.
Yeah.
But I make it a point anytime I visit India or Mumbai, I have to go to the Maidan, they call it, the garden, a park where there are fields, and I would love to watch the kids play, the younger people play.
How old are your kids?
My kids, I have a son who's 32. They're all old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So my son is 32. I have two daughters. They're 30 and 29.
Okay. So what do you hope to get out of this game now? If the target is, well, it's a healthy one. 1 for 37 is the score, chasing 7 for 320. When do you go in? When's your turn?
Actually, I'm not playing today. I have hurt my knee. I had to pull myself out because we are still only halfway in the tournament. So we had to make a decision. I left it up to the management. They decided I should rest because there was a big swelling after yesterday's game against Australia.
Yes.
So I was out there for a bit, but then during one of the run, the close call, I had to turn.
It
and
looked
I
like you were
twisted it.
limping at one stage. We saw that.
Yes, yeah. So we after going home, we did some work on it, ice and stuff. I took some tablets, but when I woke up in the morning, again, I had a little bit of a loose knee, like I couldn't put weight on it. So I called management and I let them know, and they decided, okay, you should rest because we're still only halfway stage, and tomorrow is a rest day for all the teams. So so 2 days should be sufficient. Hopefully I come back and play. I heard the Australian A team is much younger than the Australian team, so looking forward to that game as well.
Well, you've already climbed up the stairs to come and say hello to us. So you've done your number of steps per day. You've got them up to date, and you're looking after yourself. And it's been a real treat for us, Arif Talati, who's the captain of the Canadian team, to pop up and say hello. It's a beautiful spot. You've got the Murray River that's not too far away.
Yes.
And I have to ask these questions to our visitors. Have you ever seen a kangaroo?
Not a live one. When we landed the first day, we were seeing it from the ride from the airport to the hotel. We did see some running in the background. But
Did you really? Yeah.
Yes, near the airport. This was Melbourne Airport.
Okay.
Just as you get off, you can see them in the background. But it was too far. I really want to see a live kangaroo if I can, close up. Because like I said, it's in your logo, it's everywhere, right? Like
It's on my shirt too, by
it's
the way.
on your shirt, wow, right? So, yeah, it's something, very unique to Australia.
Okay, well, we've got all these people here who are listening, and all we want to do is organise for this young man here to get to see a kangaroo. Pat, can you organise this, please? Thank you very much for coming up, Arif. It's really kind of you to spend some time, and of course we're punching all this information back to Canada. Hope they're watching, and I hope they've as much enjoyment as I have of having a chance to have a talk to you.
No, it was my honour to be here. All my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Arif Talati, the captain of the Canadian team, who now heads off into the distance with no clear direction in his life as he continues the search for Skippy the kangaroo. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll be back shortly from Gol with a continuation of the cricket itself. Hope you're having some fun listening to it. We're having fun presenting at the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Back soon.
And we're back here at the Alcheringa Oval in Gol. And score 1 for 42, Canada. So they chased the target set by the Americans earlier today of 321. So 7.5 overs. Run rate's pretty decent, Peter Walsh, 5.6.
Would need to be a lot, wouldn't it? And how about Arif? Hurt himself when he was fielding, and we did notice on a couple of occasions there a few of the players looked like they were struggling.
Yes.
And so the massage trying to sort him out, and hopefully he won't play for the rest of this game. He won't bat. But, you know, when we take things for granted and we say, oh, yeah, we saw three kangaroos and they were in the paddock and they were bounding around and landing on top of each other. We've got to be careful about kangaroos. And genuinely, and I've had people that have moved from India that all they wanted to do, they didn't want to see me. They wanted to see a kangaroo and hold a koala.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's part of our heritage and culture, isn't it, Walshy? That's what we're renowned for, I guess.
What, holding koalas?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many times have you done that?
Oh, look, I'm planning on doing that tonight, about 6. Yeah, I might have a cold squash and then go and find a kangaroo to hold. Or
Okay.
a koala, one of the two.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you go. But, yeah, look, on a serious note too, if you are driving and there's any way that you can pick up what we're doing and talking about, just be careful because driving, getting here, and when I came from country Victoria, a lot of kangaroos around because there's not a lot to eat. And in Bendigo, where I spend a bit of time now, gee, there's a lot.
Okay.
And you don't want to take off early on a trip because in the dark you see them up and about, and similarly at night time. So I've found that the easiest way is just to sleep in my car.
Right.
And I'm doing that quite regularly, so that seems to work.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd be happy with that?
Yeah, well, I mean, how does the body hold up the next day?
It doesn't.
No, I wouldn't have thought.
No, but that's another story.
Yes. So what do we got here? 1 for 42 in the 8th over. Singh is 9. Iqbal is on 8. So he's been busy since he's come to the crease. Mohamed Iqbal. Certainly, we mentioned him yesterday, didn't we, Walsh? He's played at a pretty decent standard around the globe.
Well, he has. And, you know, it just never ceases to amaze me. I'll just wait till you call this ball and then throw this one at you.
Okay. Ball just angled down the leg side and it's taken beautifully to fine leg. It will get to the boundary for a 4. So Canada certainly in the mix, you'd think, if they can keep some wickets in the shed. They're certainly building a nice little platform here.
I just wonder about how we are so used to things because we've lived here in Australia all our lives, etc. But here's a man who was living in Multan. No, sorry, that's Pakistan. Who was living in Mumbai.
Yep.
And that's just so full of Indians and their cricket, and wanted to move to Canada. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Canada, but you reckon if he loved his cricket, and he talked about Sunil Gavaskar and Sachin Tendulkar, the players, of course, who some of them even make suggestions. They don't drive their cars around until the middle of the night because there's not enough people around then to annoy them.
Right.
Because they're so popular.
Yep.
And Ricky Ponting always tells the story that when he goes to India, you get off the plane, and Ricky's as nice a guy that you'd meet. He just gets inundated with people coming up for autographs.
Yeah, you can imagine. As this time, the Canadians are looking to take it down towards the long on, pick up another single. So score advances to 1 for 48 in the 9th over.
I've got this thing you've got to sign here. Daryl O'Sullivan's handed me a contract.
Has he?
Yeah, he said he's got a couple of interviews for us, and obviously that wouldn't be a freebie. They'd be giving us a little earner, he said.
Handed an invoice over, did he?
Well done, Daryl. That's a good effort, isn't it?
Yeah, he's had a great day.
Yeah, I think he should give away the third umpiring skill. He's got more skill for us than that. Who else do we want? Who else do we want him to get here?
We'll have a look through the lists and see what we can find. As there was almost an opportunity there for the US to pick up a wicket. Shot played uppishly out towards the cover region, but has got through for another boundary. So this has been an over of profit, hasn't it, for the team batting in this second session. 1 for 52 now, 8.5 overs. And both of these two men starting to really hit their strides. And what have we got so far? 10 runs from the over. We'll have a chance at the end of this one to take a short break, and when we do return, we'll look at some of the other scores from other games being played, not only in Mildura, but across the border in New South Wales in Wentworth. As this one's just bunted into the leg side. They'll hustle through for a single. Now, what's Billy going to call here? Is he looking for a third umpire? I think we are going to go upstairs for a look at this one. The throw-in from the man that was patrolling the ring was right on the money, wasn't it, Peter Walsh? And I just wonder, was Harmeet just a little bit lazy on his way through to the other end? We'll get a good look at it in review with a replay shortly, but I'm concerned here.
Yeah, and look at Billy's reactions too. Well, that was fascinating. He didn't give a quick call. Now let's have a look and see. Oh, he looks like he's okay.
I think he might be okay. Maybe just another quick squiz at that one at just a little bit of a slower speed will give us a better indication.
But we shouldn't be making those judgments. I apologise. It's not my role to make that judgment. We gave an opinion on what we saw, but the third umpire is the man who will step in and will render assistance. But there's a bit of discussion. A lot of finger pointing.
Well, I was just going to say that, We can see Pete Hawthorn showing some directions. Billy Bowden's making sure he's got the message going through.
You don't want a Hawthorn player to be arguing with the umpire of the day before a preliminary final. Stop that, Peter. Now, it looks like... Hang on. Looks like one of the players is waving.
We're just getting some confirmation. Here we go. This will give us a little bit better look. The Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar instant replay. So we slow it down by frame. Oh, I think he's just okay, He's got the bat down.
So didn't it make a difference when we saw that second slow-mo? You're waiting for the ball to appear.
Yep.
We did. That could have been a real balls up.
Yeah, it could have been, but I think we've managed it pretty comfortably in the end.
Now, what's happening here?
Just checking. Billy's just checking his count of deliveries. So one ball remaining in this, the ninth over. 1 for 53. Syed Shan. Again, a good line and length just outside the off stump. Ball taken down for a single. So at the end of 9 overs, the score is 1 for 54.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Well, we can officially tell you that the decision is not out. And look, let's do this the right way. If you can come in here for a sec, Daryl, because I just want you to whack these on and then I'll throw to Patrick. Can you just talk about what did happen there? We've seen it on a couple of angles. Just put this on, please.
Score is 1 for 54 as we go through the 10th over. Daryl, yes, as Peter asked the question, how did you process that? Because it was a pretty quick decision to be made, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, but lucky enough the technology was here and the gentleman to my right did a great job in slowing it up nicely and slowing it down to a nice frame too. So we're probably 1 frame difference. That's all it was. So it was very tight. And it was way too tough to call from out in the field. So it was great that we've got the technology here and we've used it 3 times today already.
We have.
So,
been right amongst the action as we continue with live play here. Canada's scoring freely down the onside, down to the man at long on. They'll pick up a single. We're having a good chat, Daryl, weren't we, with Billy during the lunch break, and just that conjecture about whether the umpire should really be confident in making his decision, or does he elect just to pass it straight up and for fear of getting it wrong? It's an interesting question, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and as he said, technology's gone to a stage now where all the test umpires are quite happy to go upstairs, so... But that's fine. It's different at our level. We've got to make them on as we go. And
exactly right. Is this one just passing through and going to the keeper, Pete Hawthorn, outside the off stump? Now, of course, I won't say a rest day for you because you've certainly been well and truly involved in the action. But how does the Spirit of Cricket Festivale roll through for you over the next few days?
Oh yeah, there's 3 of us that have got an opportunity to sit up here, and this is day 2. But now I'm back out on the field as of for the rest of the tournament. So, but this has been a great experience, and to sit up here and, especially listening to the commentary. It's and how you portray yourselves there. It's fantastic. I really do think all the work's done behind the scenes, and it certainly is. And obviously, the technology and the cameras, the work here is fantastic.
Yeah, it's great coverage. Be Live team do it very well for us.
Certainly do.
It's great for Gade once again. Just angling into the pads, and Harmeet Singh looking to try and force it on the onside. No score. Of course, you were a part of the action last year for our inaugural Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. This year, we were just chatting in the back blocks there that you've elected to drive yourself down from Queensland. How did you enjoy that journey?
Oh, yeah, it was a lovely drive. First off, the first couple of hours, I thought, oh no, this is I've got another 16 or 17 hours of this. But no, in the end, 100 k's in between towns was nothing. But certainly made sure I drove during the daytime, so I didn't have to worry about the little skippies around the place.
Just getting some more updates from our statistician, Jim. I'll get to that for you in a moment. As Gade has beaten the outside edge of the bat. Some pretty flash work from Pete Hawthorn behind the stumps. Not going to ask the question for Billy Bowden at square leg, but Jim's telling us that he believes that Mohammad Iqbal, who's out there at the moment, is the only player in the Canadian side with first-class experience. So he's got a first-class List A T20 record. Just waiting for some more stats to come through from Jim, if I can expand upon that. Looks like he's played 5 ODIs, 3 T20s, 19 first-class games, 17 List A's. So you had a lot of that detail for us yesterday, Walshy, that he'd played cricket in India, England and New Zealand. So well-travelled player that brings great experience to the Canadian group. So what are we? 1 for 55 with Singh 16, Iqbal on 15. That's the end of the over. We might just get you to slip out, Daryl. Thanks for coming in once again. A pleasure to have you as part of our broadcast coverage here from the Alcheringa Oval in Golgol this afternoon. And Peter Walsh, as soon as we get to that third umpire review, we've got the man on the job straight away.
Well, I'm just hoping that he might be able to slip out to one of the race meetings that's on tomorrow and find one of the jockeys or find one of the trainers and get them to come up here and give a thought on how their horse will go. Would that suit you?
Yeah, why not? Why not indeed? Hey, that's just while we've got a bit of a change of bowler going on out there in the middle. We'll have a look and check in with some of those other scores. Now, in the other over 50s game, Australia A off to a bit of a shaky start. 4 for 24 after 9, chasing the target set by Australia of 260. So Australia A 4 for 24 after 9 overs. That's in the over 50s game at Sarah Oval in town. The other two games are over 55 fixtures. This one at McLeod Oval in Wentworth sees New Zealand none for 68 after 14, chasing a target of 241 against the Spirit of Cricket World 11. And in the game that's been played at Nursery Ridge, Quandong Park in Redcliffs, it's Australia 2 for 52, requiring a further 219 runs off 33 overs at 6.64 to win with 8 wickets in the shed.
Some good games, some very good games, and of course realising that getting the money in the bank for those early ones is handy. Get ready too for the night cricket, which is coming up. Looking forward to that immensely. That in itself, I don't know whether a lot of them would have a lot of experience at night cricket, but they're going to get the experience.
They will. Looking forward to that immensely. Saturday night we'll be down at the John Hall Oval at the old Aerodrome Ovals, home of the Mildura West Cricket Club, which will come alight in the second session. I think that one due to commence at about 3:30 local time, Saturday afternoon.
Is that in the morning?
No, in the afternoon.
Good. Now help me with this as we just watched the first ball of a new over punched away to mid-wicket. And despite getting out of his crease for a sec, there is no decision necessary. John Hall Oval.
Yes.
Now, not being from Mildura or anything like that, I love the history of why ovals are named or such and such and recognition of. Now, where does John come into it?
Well, John was a long-time president at Mildura West. He served on the board of the Sunraysia Cricket Association for a long time as well. So, yeah, a great player, great guy. I mean, he's had a lot of his family progress through that particular club, and no longer with us, unfortunately, John, but his son-in-law is the current captain coach of Mildura West, a young Englishman that made his way out here at the tender age of 18 back in, I think, 2001, and he's stuck through. He's still playing senior cricket some 24 years later.
Isn't it amazing history can be so important? And I haven't had the chance to look at the Gol Hawks in the rooms, have a look at what's up on the boards. But I can tell you, and you'd be like this too, Pat, because you love your history. I went to Central Park Stall, not for the stall gift, but just to get away for a weekend. And then I went to Hall's Gap, and I thought, well, I've been to Stall, but I've never been to stall gift because there was always football on the Easter weekend.
Yeah.
So I had to do the footy.
Yep.
And so a good mate of mine was a secretary at the club, and I used to know him from Ballarat, and I went and rang him up, and he said, no, look, I can't come and see you. I haven't seen you for a while, but I'm a bit far away. And I said, look, I'm happy to wait for a while. And he said, well, you're going to have to wait for quite a while because I live in Western Australia now. So that was a bit disappointing. But I was able to get in and look in the museum. Oh, I tell you what.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely breathtaking. And then went for a walk, and they had all of the pillars on the footpath etched with the name of the winner of the previous stall gift. Previous one, then previous one, then previous one. And
yep.
It was just so good. And then I went back and I congratulated the lady that was looking after the museum, and she said, we have to do it because that's what the expectation is. People come to stall and they say, now, you know that Ravi guy, like he was off scratch and he won the stall gift. When was that?
Yep.
And she'd just say, oh, look at the tile that's got his name engraved. It was similar to going to a cemetery.
Right.
And you look for the headstone.
Yep.
And it was brilliant. And so I just think that's so important when you've got history. And, you know, we're talking about the history of Arif Talati, the captain, and talking about those Indian players that he revered when he was young.
Yep.
And that's what it's like for... You would have had your heroes in the sports that you're involved in, and I know I've got mine, and it's good to be able to have a look and to, if you ever get the chance when you're in Melbourne for the MCG, for the museum.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely
Yeah.
brilliant. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think Kim Hughes was one of my favourites as a young bloke from a batting perspective because it's just the way he played, his nature of going after them.
Yep,
and,
yep.
You know, he was one of the first players as a young bloke watching the game that, you know, danced down the track
That's
and
true.
got after them. That was such a exciting style that he played.
Yep. Well, we've got one player in our top 11. I think Fazal might have picked himself as someone being in the squad that we're going to put in. It's just our thoughts.
Yep.
But from the way he batted, and it's going to be helpful for us because if we see them playing, well, there's a chance that they'll get picked. They win nothing. Nothing. They might win the cheese that I've got left from not being able to catch any carp.
Still got some left.
I've got some sandwiches. In 2 days' time, I'll let it mould a bit. It's not quite grey enough. You know, it gets that colour.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I can bring some of that in on Thursday if you wish.
Look forward to that.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Okay, 1 for 61 is the score. Canada in the 11th, or now into the 12th over. Target is 321. As you can see the equation on the bottom of your screen there. 260 required, 34 overs remaining, 7.65. So it is a big ask, but they've certainly made a pretty decent start. It's another question asked to the umpire there for a leg before. And nothing forthcoming. So looks like we've got, is it Himanshu Patadia, who's come into the attack, number 21, after Gade got through his 5 overs, 1 for 22, bowling some left arm orthodox, bowling around the wicket. Got a nice bit of angle there, past the outside edge, through to the keeper, Pete Hawthorn. We've seen a couple of centuries around the grounds today. Brian May making one earlier this morning. Also Graham Crawford too, I believe. So a couple of the Aussie boys filling their boots.
It wouldn't matter where you made a ton if you've got the colours of your country, you're wearing them. You'd remember that forever, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So just some adjustments to the field here. Man, that's coming inside the ring. He was originally positioned out there on the extra cover boundary as Walshy looks to remove some dead wood around the place.
It had a bit to offer too in return, but I got him.
You got him. This time, that one's just dragged back to the leg side off the inside edge, so they'll get through for 1. Return comes back into the keeper. 1 for 63. Iqbal 20. Singer's on 17.
Tell you who has had to do a lot of work today, no messing around whatsoever, is not the third umpire, we know that. Not the first umpire, Billy Bowden, but Suresh from Canada. He's had a fair bit to do, hasn't he?
He has. Certainly been invested in the contest. So, from a field placing perspective, the Americans have a man at deep mid-off. Deep long on, also a man out at mid-wicket. Is an interesting shot there. Just retiring in defence. Probably not quite getting a read on the trajectory of that delivery, but that's the end of 12, and the score is Canada 1 for 63.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions, official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
We're back at Goal. Well, we haven't gone anywhere, but you have. And for those that are listening or watching or whatever, it's our best wishes to you from the Goal Sports venue just outside of Mildura. And Mildura sitting on the banks of the Murray River, magnificent place, lots of good eating and lots of good chin wagging going on. This partnership of 1 for 63, 33 runs off 40 deliveries with Singh on 17 and Iqbal on 20. That's Canada's score, chasing the very imposing 7 for 320. As there for the next ball is the attempted sweep. And I'll tell you what, when you look at the wicketkeeper, Peter Hawthorn, he's another indication of tall keepers. He's not a small player, is he?
Not at all. Not at all, but he handles it very well. As we're with Rajendra Badadea, who is just flayed out into the offside. They'll look for 2. That's pretty good running. They'll get back for a second. So nicely played by the Canadians. Probably something they were a little bit guilty of yesterday, not picking up and getting those singles and turning over the strike. But they certainly have come back with a vengeance on day 2.
No, we did mention that yesterday. We did say that they didn't have anyone who could get them going, and it looked like at several stages, yeah, it'd be 4 or 5 and over, but then it dropped back and they paid the penalty. Other matches that are on, I'm sure you'll have information sharing coming your way, Pat. You've got the computers punching out results of greyhound races from Cannington in Western Australia, which is really important to us all. It is,
yes.
Thanks for that. But really, it amazes me, you know, with gambling and the amount of ads that you see on television. Bet responsibly. You know, you should lose, or you will lose, or you could lose. And then, of course, I have to be careful in saying this, but one umpire then with so many charges up against a former central umpire for the amount of money that he spent on gambling. Just hang on, I'll just get my TAB account going.
Okay.
Just have a check there, make sure everything's all right.
Rajendra just dropping into a nice line there outside the off stump. So he's almost through 2 overs now, none for 7. Score is 1 for 66 in this, the 13th.
Now, when this over finishes, can you just give me the wicket that was out and when the fall fell? And there could be another one.
There's another one to add to your list, Peter Walsh, because Rajendra has got the job done there, cleaning up Singh. So 2 for 66 now after 13 overs. And Harmeet Singh is on his way, bowled by Rajendra Badadea for 17, I think that was. It come up on the screen there. I've got 16 on mine, but we'll get a look once again at that dismissal on the Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar action replay. And it was a well-flighted delivery, played across the line. We saw the attempted sweep earlier where there was the appeal for the leg before. So again, going across the line, Harmeet Singh. And I think he originally was looking to try and get it on the full and decided to go back into his crease. Unfortunately, he has to make his way off the ground. So Mohammad Iqbal remains 19 not out. And we'll just wait and see. We've got out to the crease. Looks like it's Harry Horan who'll come out there. As Peter Walsh just ducks through some details for him. We've got got something to look after there. Is it number 5, Flying Archie? There you go. You're on. Oh, it's a beeline. There you go. Keep that one in the...
So look here, we'll just cross out the man of the match now, Festivale, and Flying Archie is the man of the match now. So Flying Archie is a horse?
Oh, it's about ready to jump in 10. Okay.
Yeah, well, that means during the day it could be at a place like Mount Gambier.
Musselbrook. Okay, yeah, they go quick there, Pete. They go real quick.
Some of them do.
Yes.
Some of them do. Now, can you just pass my phone over, please? It's just around the corner there, the one that's got TAB on it.
Oh, yes. Okay. Hang on.
That's it.
Happy if I take it off charge?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
This information sharing, it's all good, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I'll just park that charging cable up there.
Yep.
Maybe I won't.
Do that here.
There we go.
So the first matchman, you can give me that, please. I'd like to write it on my scorecard. That's all.
Okay.
The first wicket to fall.
First man out was Goodapali, caught and bowled Gade for 16.
For 16, caught. And now Goodapali out for 16.
Score was 30, 1 for 30.
1 for 30, yep, for 16. And the second one, of course, was Singh.
It was. I've just lost a bit of connectivity here from the machine, so you'll have to bear with me till I can come back again.
I think we've got so many names. I feel like tonight what I might have to be a little different is I might have a large bowl of alphabet soup.
Okay.
I'll have all the letters there. And
perfect. You'll be fit and firing by Saturday.
That should be good. Should be good. Let's have a look and see here.
Two for 67 in the 14th over. And Himanshu Patadia is looking after the bowling duties from the Murray River end. There's a nice stride at it there from Harry Horan, looking confident.
Now, Flying Archie is one of the favourites. It's drawn the squeeze box.
Oh, has it?
It's drawn number 5.
Right.
And the race is at Musselbrook, which we have been able to find out. And so, it's a long day. No, because one of the dogs there, not caught there, but one of the dogs. Look at number 2.
Stole my bone.
Yes,
okay.
well,
paying a pretty decent value there as well.
It is $41 for Stole My Bone.
Yes.
But, of course, the information being shared by our operator who is feeling very confident about what's going to happen with Archie. And we'll have to see soon because that race is on at Musselbrook. We might leave the cricket and go to Musselbrook.
Can we do that? Can we pull that vision up on the screen?
Oh, I can get it. Don't worry about that. I'll get the replay before the race. No, it's the modern world, and it's just a bit of fun anyway. So that's what I think. So can you hand me those $250 notes?
How do you figure our fans in Canada and America? They'd be fans of greyhound racing.
Oh, they'd have to have a TAB account, surely.
Yeah,
surely. And I'm not sure about what sort of money you can. What's currency in Canada?
Used to be pretty similar to the Australian dollar back in the day. I'm not sure if it's on par these days, but yeah.
Okay.
Certainly was a much stronger currency to deal with than the American dollar was, that's for sure. And the pound.
I actually, who was I talking to? Let me think. It was the father of the 2 tennis players. The father of the 2 tennis players.
Not Nev.
Neville, yeah, and Neville was talking about his long trip down in the car, and he drove, and one of the Kratzmans fell asleep and the other stayed awake, so they drove from Brisbane all the way here. Two of them had the conversations, the other slept. And he said, I'll give you my mobile number. And I said, well, that's a good idea, Neville. So he dragged a book out. It was an elder's book, one of the smallest little notebooks I think I've ever seen. And he opened it up, and a $10 note and a $5 note fell out of the elder's message book. And he picked it up, and I thought, what are they? It's been a while since I've seen a $10 note and a $5 note. But there's an example of just how modern world changes. He still had the mobile phone now. How old would Neville be? He'd have to be in his 80s, wouldn't he? He'd have to be.
He'd be approaching, wouldn't he?
Yep.
If not.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just such a delightful man, and loved the fact that he's here again with the two boys who both can play cricket pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's an example just of just the way that things have changed. As it's 2 for 69, and Harihan is on 1, and Iqbal is 25. The target is 320, but 2 wickets down is going to make it very, very difficult indeed.
I think we shared this story last time around, the inaugural Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale, Walshy, but it was Andrew Kratzman who spent a bit of time up here as the tennis professional in Mildura, and he played cricket at Mildura East for a couple of seasons.
Right.
Yeah, so he enjoys returning back to tropical North Victoria, as we call it these days.
Andrew and Mark Kratzman, two more than average tennis players, very good tennis players for Australia. You wouldn't pick them as brothers, you know, when you see them together.
Well, it's the long and the short of it, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. But they have given magnificent service to Australia, and then to be able to go from tennis to cricket and to keep going and to be playing against your, with your countrymen, but also against other countries, that would be really, really spectacular. No doubt about that.
Nicely bowled by Rajendra. So the end of 15 overs, and the score is 2 for 70.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality, and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions, official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket. Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions, official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Welcome back after the drinks break. Score is 2 for 70 Canada. They need a further 251 to win off 30 overs at 8.37 per over. Pat Silcox and Peter Walsh with you. And Walshy, we just watched a race there in the drinks break. Didn't quite go the way we were hoping.
Second one is what? He started and he fell over. He what? He fell over. Oh, the trainer fell over. Oh, and the dog? The dog, no, it didn't quite happen. Okay, thanks for that. Right, no, we're on air. Sorry, mate. Bye. That was Musselbrook.
All right.
Yeah,
got the
Musselbrook.
direct line.
Yeah, Flying Archie. Hang on, there's another. The call's going again.
Oh, there's an appeal.
Yeah,
in fact, there's a wicket.
He's just finished Flying Archie.
Okay.
Didn't trouble the scorers.
So Himanshu Patadia has managed to get through the defences there. Is it Muhammad Iqbal, the man who's going to have to make his way? Similar story to yesterday. Got a nice start, got into the 20s and 30s, and just couldn't quite go on with it. And once again, there's a similar sort of story emerging. So Canada now 3 for 70. So the drinks break claims a victim.
Disappointment. That very frustrating indeed, because it's 30, 66 and 70. So that second wicket partnership, even getting it up to that 66, which looked to be reasonably imposing, but this isn't what they wanted to happen.
Just got a little bit tight on him, didn't it, as he tried to lean back and cut the ball through the offside. So we'll get a look here at side on.
He stayed there for a while too.
He did, yeah. I think he was a little bit bemused by how it all played out in the end. And so he's on his way. Aftab Kazar is the new man coming in. The fall of that third wicket, batting at number 5. Coming out with the cap, so obviously with the slower bowlers in operation, he's more than comfortable to steer clear of the helmet. Things warming up a little bit out there in the middle.
They are. It's interesting too, with the day off, the rest day tomorrow, you know, you've got people on the other side of the world, and one of the questions I wanted to ask Arif Talati was how long it took for him to get here because of, you know, flying for so long from Canada. But then you have a break. What do you do? Do you want to do something? You can't drive too far away from Mildura because this is where all the games are being played. You want to relax. You might go on a river cruise. I know there's something that's being organised for the teams, but you'd still have to look after those aching bodies and bones and do that and make sure you're getting ready for the second week, which is just as important.
Yeah. No, I think they'd be keen to get out and see a few of the sights and sounds of Sunraysia. As you said, maybe a river cruise down the Murray. Plenty to see and do, and the weather looking to be pretty decent again tomorrow. Might be a chance of a light shower through the day, but I think we're still somewhere in and around the 20 degree mark. In fact, 27, that's been upgraded.
27?
27 tomorrow,
Tomorrow,
yeah.
really?
So, yeah, maybe a dip in the river just to cool down and
Gee.
appease those aching bones.
27. That's only in September.
Back to 18 on Saturday, though, Pete, so there's no need to get too alarmed.
No.
Looks like we'll get a bit of wind, actually, out of the west tomorrow through the middle of the day, up to 40 kilometres an hour, so maybe a good thing we're not playing.
Yeah, well, the guys that have done all the hard work are sitting in the air. Long day for them, isn't it?
It is. Not sure what sort of sun protection they've got up there. I haven't got my specs on at the moment, but maybe one of those small umbrellas just to keep a bit of the sun spark.
Glorious day, though, for cricket, right from the word go. This morning was pretty cold, just early days, just getting out, and then it felt like someone's given you a whack. Just Joe Bugner, who unfortunately we lost a week or so ago.
Yep.
But it now has certainly warmed up, and most of the guys have got shorts, which is fairly scary look, I'll tell you, to be honest. But still, that's neither here nor there.
Just waiting for you to crack out the shorts,
tomorrow.
Pete. Okay.
Tomorrow, yep.
So just waiting on some adjustments to the US field as we hit 3:15 local time. You were just talking before, Walsh, about what they might be able to get up to on the rest day. I'll be able to point them in a pretty decent direction in a moment as we see that ball.
This will be interesting.
Just play down to the man at mid-off. Maybe the Perry Sandhills could be the go. Golden dunes glowing at sunset, children running and sliding, photographers capturing the light as we take in some more live action. Perry Sandhills is a natural wonder, and as mentioned before, to get more information you can visit the Wentworth Visitor Centre at 61 Darling Street in Wentworth.
Have you been there?
Perry Sand, yeah, it's one of our iconic landmarks. Good spot to be.
There looks to be a lot of walking facilities along the river. It looks like there's some good paths there, bicycle paths as well.
Yep.
But I don't know how far it takes you, but it looks like that's well catered for people who want to just go quietly.
Another single towards the Canada total, 3 for 72, and this is the 17th over. Haraharan is on 1. Kaiser has moved into gear pretty quickly. He's 2 from his 5 deliveries. Been a good spell this from Rajendra Batadar, 1 for 11 in his 4th over.
It's tidy bowling. Around the wicket too, he's bowling very well. There's our skipper too, who he looks as if he's going along quietly. No dramas there for the man who made 106 for Zal. And just, okay, I'm not going to sit back and rest up. I'll get out there and I'll show them that I'm all right. And he's doing very well, isn't he?
Yeah, well, as you said, he could have elected just to sit down on the sideline and send out one of the substitutes to look after his fielding duties, but obviously wants to lead by example. Make sure he's got control of his troops out there.
Help me now with a bit of equipment, because he's got the long sleeves.
Yes.
But the long sleeves are not the same colour as the United States of America uniform. Well, is that for protection from the sun, is it, or what? You think so?
Yes. It's a bit more of a high-vis sort of yellow, isn't it? The fluoro yellow. Potentially sun protection, bit of compression as well. That might aid in the recovery after such a long stint.
54, he looked pretty fit for 54.
Yeah, right. So Kaiser looking to work the ball through the offside. The skipper got all the answers there, just fielding inside the ring. We've noticed at that Murray River end that not only a few of the players, but the umpires having some dramas with some flies out there.
Yes, I did notice that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're buzzing around. As my father used to say, you can always borrow my golf clubs. But if I discover when I go to play golf at Mount Xavier in Ballarat and someone has taken the Peebo, you are going to find yourself in massive trouble.
Hit them high, hit them low.
That's it. Oh, nothing worse than a pesky fly when you're about to have the long putt for a quadruple bogey and the fly lands on your snorkel. They can be pesky, can't they, those flies?
They can. I think many players over the years have probably used them as a pretty good excuse as to why
Yes.
they might have been in that perilous situation of a quadruple bogey.
Yes, that's on a good day. This ball tossed up and driven back down the ground. Good length too. He's just dropping it onto a dot. That's what it's all about. If you can invite the batsman to play a little bit of a stroke they're not really careful about. There's that one spun back from outside the off stump.
Well bowled.
That was a good delivery. Almost beat the bat and almost crashed into the castle.
It was almost an arm ball of sorts, wasn't it? That just angled, the left arm bowler bowling around the wicket, just angling back into the right-hander. And, gee, he's probably a little bit unfortunate. It's been a pretty decent stint so far. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4.
He's been he's been the best bowler you'd have to think in this dig, without question. A partnership of 30, then 36, and then 4. So 1 for 30, 2 for 66, and 3 for 70 here at Golgol.
Three for 72 in the 19th over. Kaiser is 2. Harry Haran is 1. So that run rate is just flagging a little bit after those couple of breakthroughs, down to 3.93. They need to be up around almost 9.5 if they are to continue on to victory here.
Yeah, even I think those that are optimists are plentiful, but this is definitely out of reach, this total. And it's a matter of, I think, trying to do things that those that are watching bowled. Next delivery, leg stumpy, leant forward, missed it, and some animation is being distributed and played there. Number 19 for the American team, who got very excited because it beat the bat that's played forward and crashed into the stumps, and that is Rajendra Badara, and he gets the wicket. And let's have a look here, because he played all over the top of it, and I don't know whether there was much spin or not. Let's have a look at the leg stump.
It went on with the arm, if anything.
Did? Yeah.
Just played down the wrong line. Certainly pitched the ball up, gave it a bit of flight. And just played all around it in the end. So the Americans continuing to find the breakthroughs. And the new man is Uttamalingam as he comes out to the middle. Joins Kaiser, who's currently 2. Score is 4 for 72. This is the 19th over. Target is 321. And Big Seaver's wielding the Genius MRF, as famously used by the great Brian Lara back in the day.
Yes, couldn't he play? And that's when you think about the players that you like to see in action. A lot of them are smallish players. I mean, obviously one of my favourite players was Ricky Ponting. Now, he wasn't all that tall. And then you looked at someone like a Brian Lara or Sunil Gavaskar or Sachin Tendulkar and the West Indies, well, with Lara, but they just have an ability to be able to pick up the line and length so quickly, and their reflexes are outstanding, and their longevity in the game was too good, wasn't it?
I remember Brian coming out to Australia. I think was it the 1992 World Cup. He was only pretty young at the time, and there was lots of expectation about as to how he might turn out. But he was only very young at that stage. But I think he proved to a lot of us, even on that tour, that he was going to be something special, and that's the way it turned out to be.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that. So the scoreboard looks a bit shaky now. 4 for 72. And 2 relative newcomers to the crease, and the run rate almost 10. Well, yeah, that's it.
Really got some pressure now inside of that ring. They've got a man at slip, almost a man at short gully, And certainly plenty of protection on the offside as we get through 19. Canada are 4 for 72. And Rajendra, this has been a really good tandem combination, the two spinners in operation. He's got 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Beg your pardon, 2 for 11. So this is, yeah, they really have just clawed back a bit of ground, haven't they? I thought Canada started pretty enterprisingly at the start of this second session, but certainly in the last half an hour or so, I think the Americans have brought it back on their own terms.
Yes, they were feeling a bit chuffed. But when you get a score of over 300, you're going to have to do something really bad with the ball if you're going to lose the game. And there hasn't been a necessity for any spectacular fielding. It's just been a good, solid performance by the side that wanted to make up for yesterday. Disappointing day yesterday too. They only got that 120 odd. And the Australians, look, they were in, full throttle.
Yep. So Marchu continuing. Got a nice bit of cross breeze to work with from that Murray River end. Left arm around the wicket. Certainly proving difficult for the Canadians to get a hold of here, as there's a little bit of hesitation. Some good fielding. Prevent the single. They've got 4 men out on the fence. Deep extra cover, long off and long on. There's also a man at deep mid-wicket. Again, good line and length. All the batsman can do is just pat it back to the man, the skipper actually, who was fielding inside the ring there.
Good tidy over, isn't it?
Getting through them quickly too. So that's putting even extra pressure on the Canadians, let alone the actual target in place. That the overs are getting away too, aren't they?
Yes, it's all one-way traffic at the moment. Good tidy bowling. Very good tidy bowling indeed by the US team. Not going to see too many maidens bowled in this game, but this might be one of them.
I think that's the second on the bounce. We had a wicket maiden last over, and then another one again here. And he's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4, Himanshu. So that's quite outstanding in a limited overs game, isn't it?
Is it what? No doubt about that.
Get the feeling, Walshy, that Kaiser is just happy to bat through the 45 here. He's in no hurry, just looking to get himself settled. Spent a bit of time out in the middle.
It's just the one way, and look at the fieldsmen around the bat, all ready with a slip, well, 2 slips really, plus the keeper up. That's a good shot too, off the front foot. I'll only get the 1 run on the cover field in the offside, so they get through for 1, but no doubt that there was never any more. It's 4 for 73. Hunter Mingman and Kazir out there at the moment. Rajendra into his 6th over has 2 for 12. I'll pick up some scores in the other matches in a sec. 1 or 2 surprises, 1 in particular, but I won't steal, Patrick, your thunder because it's a bit of a shock to the system.
Yeah, it is. It's the game that's being played at Sarah Oval, number 3 in Mildura. As this time, Kaiser's over the top of that one, controlling it nicely out towards the cover boundary. They'll get back for 2. Nice cut off from Pete Hawthorne there. He's got the glove off, ready to go. So 4 for 75. Halfway through this, the 21st over, so once we get to the completion, we will go around the grounds, see what's making news. As you mentioned earlier in the coverage, some high scoring across all games so far today. Perfect conditions for cricket. As Canada will pick up another couple out there towards the deep extra cover boundary. Billy Bowden just watching over proceedings. As Kaiser defends grimly back past the bowler. So 1 delivery left here, Rajendra. Uppishly played back to the bowler for no runs, so he's bowled 6 overs and has the quite tidy figures of 2 for 16. Canada 4 for 77 after 21. Okay, the other over 50 game being played today, as I said, number 3, Sarah Oval. Australia made 4 for 260 batting first. Australia A in reply, a 6 for 59 in the 17th over. So a lot of work to be done there by the A boys. The equation, 202 runs from 27.5 overs at 7.26 per over, just the 4 wickets remaining in the shed. Over 55s now as we go out to Wentworth, McLeod Oval. The Spirit of Cricket World 11 made 6 for 240 in the first session. New Zealand 3 for 104 now. 3 for 104 after 23. And the other over 55s game, which is being played at Nursery Ridge, Quandong Park number 5. Australia at 2 for 106 after 22, chasing down the target set of 270 by Australia A. So that's going to take some chasing from the Australian boys, no doubt about that.
Yes, it is. The good thing is with the venues being so close, you can pick up which is the one that you'd like to see most. It's not going to take you long to get there. That's the good thing about it too, when you've got so much spectacular scenery to see, and following the Murray River, where not wherever you go, but here we are. We're 5 minutes away from Gol, and then we're probably 10 minutes away from the centre of Mildura. It's really good value.
Nicely bowled by Himanshu, just changing his pace a little bit there. As we can see that Udamalingam has decided to go helmetless and capless, letting the dome get a bit of sunlight here.
Looks a bit like Brute Bernard. Remember Brute?
No.
You don't?
No, maybe a bit before my
Wrestler.
time. No.
Remember Jack Little used to introduce the wrestlers?
Oh, I remember Jack.
Jack.
Yep. Oh, a one-handed shot this time from Udamalingam as he goes down the ground, and I think he's going to be taken. He will be caught there beautifully by Syed Shan, who was out in the deep. Just let the bottom hand slide off that one, and just the top hand lacking the control. The big MRF got through it a little bit too quickly, and he has to depart with his score just on 1, and Canada now at 5 for 77 in this the 22nd over. So you get a chance to watch this catch on the Enjoy Wine Char Grill and Bar action replay. As you can see, hand off the bat, and picked him out to a tee, didn't he? Hardly had to move. So that's disappointing for the big man, as we see Suresh Nair make his way out to the middle. So just a bit of a steady flow now of wickets from Canada, a bit similar to what we did see in the opening day yesterday, Peter. They just couldn't get the partnerships together.
I wonder what the conversation was between Quazir and the new batsman, who had some difficulties with his deliveries. He got knocked about a bit, and that's been the order of the day. They really haven't been in a position to place any real threat on this run chase, which is always going to be difficult when they have someone batting so well. In partnerships of 53, then 8, then 142. That wasn't a bad partnership at the third wicket, and we got up to 320 for 7. That was always going to be almost impossible to chase and run down. And the New Zealanders are in a position to have a victory over one of the Australian teams. There's a bit of banter between those two countries, always will and always will be.
Yep. As we see Nair just trying to turn it across into the onside. As we look over with interest to our BeLive crew, just wondering whether our score overlay may well return. The boys have got a little bit excited with some of their post-production of the wickets there. We'll get that back up for you shortly.
Well, there was more production excitement than there was at Musselbrook in the dish lickers.
Nicely spotted. Just put a call out to Joel and Todd just to see if we can get our NV Play overlay back up and about. I know you're doing plenty of great work behind the scenes there, but we're just trying to get a handle on the scores as they sit.
Josh responded beautifully. He said, "What's he talking about?"
There we go. We've got it back. 22 overs gone, 5 for 77. Himanshu, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 4. That is outstanding, isn't it?
It is, yep.
as I mentioned before, these two boys in tandem have really done a number on the Canadians here. Ball turned away onto the onside. Man at backward square's got a bit of work to do, so it looks like they'll get through for a couple. Syed Shan, the man down there, as he fires it back in. Now, we were referencing the young teenage sensation Gout, who obviously managed to get through to the semi-finals by virtue of his third place finish in his, I think it was heat 4 or 5 last night. I sort of felt like he was rather fortunate that he didn't have as many of the gun competitors in his heat as what we saw on some of the others, which maybe helped him a little bit. But semi-final, is that tonight, do we know? Or?
I don't think so,
Okay.
although, look, I'm not sure. But, look, I'm with you. The fact is that he didn't run as quick as perhaps he would have liked because the times that got the others through, the first 3 in each of the heats all the way through, were under 20 seconds, and his was a bit over. And so it's going to be tough for him. But, you know, he's come out in a blaze of glory, not of his own design, the fact that he can run fast.
Yeah.
And he's 17.
I know.
Oh, it's extraordinary. And I was mentioning about being up at Stall Gift, just having a look at Central Park and then having a look at how they'd covered Gout, and they had been responsible for just getting so many crowds there. And they had all of the highlights there on the big screen when you walked in to have a look at the museum. And he was very obliging. He was signing autographs and doing whatever is necessary. But for 17 years of age, he's got a long way to go. And Usain Bolt was there last night. He was watching, and people were saying they wanted him to make a comment, but he was in one of the corporate boxes and he was just watching. But you never know. Lee, down the track at one stage in his career, Bolt was unbeatable. I'm not saying that Gout is unbeatable, but give him a chance. Don't nail him to the cross now after he's only just started his running career.
If he could make the final, that would be something exceptional, wouldn't it?
Would be, yep.
What a great story. There's Nia just pushing it back to Rajendra, who completes his 7th over, 2 for 20. Score is 5 for 81 at the end of 23 overs. So further 240 needed for victory from 22 at 10.91 per over. So that's pretty heavy going, isn't it? You're looking at least 2 boundaries and over to try and keep pace with that.
Yes, and it might be that there's some alarm bells ringing, but to be able to get those 2 boundaries, you might have to try and loft the ball into the outfield, and there's no real reason why the USA skipper would want players too close. He's happy protecting the possibility of boundaries, and that's what he's doing.
Got some more details coming through from our statistician, Jim. I'll get on top of those for you in a moment.
Jim must live at the airport or something. He spends a fair bit of time there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Like to pay his parking bill. Parking tickets would be expensive there, wouldn't they?
Maybe Telf's covering it for him.
Okay. Nair, Quazir and Himanshu, they are the 3 protagonists who are involved at the start of the next over. And it's hit in the air, and no. Away on the offside, the ball falling shy of the field. We lost it in the sun, but there was no possibility of a catch, but he certainly did not play that off the cream of the bat. 5 for 82, near no score, and Quazir 10.
Got some information coming in about Himanshu Patadia, who's potentially just been relieved from his stint at the crease, but he's one of only 4 men to have taken 50 or more wickets in over 50s cricket. He has, or had 50 at 16.18 coming into this game today.
That's pretty impressive.
Added a couple of extra scalps to that tally so far, as we see Naveen Pears called in to apply his trade here from the Murray River end. 5 for 82. Kaizar is 10, now yet to score. And that one just angled away into the onside. As we can see, once again, the umpire contending with some of our iconic Australian flying insects. Wasn't quite as much of an issue yesterday, but that warmer weather certainly brought them on.
Yes, they're hungry, looking for food. Looking just to be pesky, that's the thing.
I think we've had the most of them up here, actually. It's just that we've opened a few windows and released a couple into the general public.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
So Naveen just going about his work here, trying to hustle through. Gives that one a bit more air outside the off stump. Nicely worked by Kaiser into the gap, and they'll just jog through for another single. And that would be the completion of 24. Peter Walsh, score is 5 for 84 Canada. Target is 321. They need to score at 11.29 to get a victory in this one. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back here at Goal shortly.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
This is the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale coming to you from the Big M, Mildura, where I reckon most of those that have gathered for this spectacular cricket have enjoyed themselves. And as we had you saying earlier on, Patrick Silcox, we've got a temperature of 20 to 27 tomorrow.
27 tomorrow, yes.
Wow, that's impressive. Yep, well, what's happening now is we're seeing some impressive stuff from the USA. 7 for 320. Yes, if you're not sure, clear your ears out. 7 for 320. Magnificent running, magnificent scoring. Fazal made 106, the skipper. Murphy got 61. Ajay 30 not out. Saeed 35 not out. 7 for 320. Kaiser got 3 for 29 and Nia got 2 for 43. But it was a brilliant performance by the US of A. And in the chase, it's always going to be difficult chasing such a large score, particularly when you are losing wickets fairly regularly. And 5 have dropped so far with the score now at just 85. Nia is 1. Kazir is 12, and you would reckon, let's have a look. Well, nobody's done brilliantly. What's the matter? You've got the air conditioning on.
Well, I haven't, but Joel's fired up the remote, and it's got a bit of a racket about it, hasn't it? I think the fan's blowing at about 100 kph there at the moment. Just trying to cool things down a little bit.
Blowing the flies out onto the cricket field.
Yes, exactly right. As another bowling change, this RJ Gariali, should I say. He's now come in, so nice to see the Americans just throwing the ball around. Give everyone a chance to
it's a good idea,
pick up a wicket. I agree.
Just to pick up maybe something that might hold them in good stead for later on.
Now, as we just have a look at AJ's, he's going about his work here. Just keen to get your input on this in a moment, Walshy, as we just wait for this next delivery. Bowling right arm over the wicket, back to the bowler. Now, what would you make here of AJ?
Oh, you mean with the sleeves?
Are they sweatbands, do you think, or are they sort of compression garments? There seems to be a bit of a gap between both sections there.
Well, they're different colours. That's the most important thing that I can note at the moment.
Okay.
This ball is outside the off stump and it's tapped away towards second slip. Not fielded cleanly, but there's no run. I noticed when he came up for the interview, initially what I thought it was tats.
All right.
And I thought, well, you know, everybody wears tats in this day and age, or has tats, and I thought, I wonder. But that's not the case. He's a bright lemon in colour, and the other one...
Bright lemon.
Lemon, yeah,
okay.
do you reckon?
Happy to go with
lemon.
Your analysis.
Now, who's got the ball at the opposite end? That's Naveen. Now, Naveen, he looks like he's got a band just below his elbow, or on both arms. Not too sure of that. Not too sure of that at all. He's going to come in and bowl off 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. and the ball is hit back down the ground. Beats him, but won't beat the fieldsman behind him protecting the offside, and there's no run. So it's pretty hard to tell where we are. Wearing number 12, Navin Perez. It looks like, they look like bandages to you as this ball is short and pulled away viciously on the onside out towards the square leg boundary, but it's being protected out there and they go through for just one run.
5 for 86 in the 26th over. Kaizar has advanced to 13. Nair is on 1. Now, you can see the Americans have just brought their men in off the rope, just outside of that restrictive fielding circle. So they're looking to put the pressure on here, inviting the Canadians to go the long handle, try and go over the top.
Yep. Yeah, I would expect that that's the way to go. They want to bowl the opposition out and score a win. They don't want this game just to lag on now. There's still a long way to go. Only up to the 26th over or 45, and it's 5 for 86. And that ball is dragged away, a short ball outside the onside, outside the off stump, and it's dragged away on the onside. There's no run, and a bit of a chin wag between
the skipper,
players.
Skipper very animated there, wasn't he?
Yeah, I reckon there's a bit of fire in him. You think?
Okay, yeah.
Don't say a lot, but he glares at you, and then you get scared and want to hide under the table.
Almost scooped it up there too, the captain, Fazal Alam, who's just fielding in there at short mid-wicket on the onside, so no run. Completion of 26 overs, Canada 5 for 86. Current partnership 9 from 26 deliveries in 13 minutes. Last wicket fell with a score at 77. Quick update from around the grounds. Australia A in the over 50s now 7 for 77. 7 for 77 in the 21st over, so that one's coming to a close rather rapidly by the looks. As we see the USA just making a few changes. A few boys just coming off for a spell. And what have we got there? New Zealand over 55s, 5 for 128 in the 26th over. Chasing that target of 241 against the Spirit of Cricket World 11. And we'll give you an update on the Australia game in the over 55s as well. It's Australia 3 for 119. 3 for 119 in the 25th. Further 152 needed for victory.
That looks a little bit out of... Although, you're not sure. It just takes one batsman to get his eye in, and maybe the runs will be required and pushed along quite quickly. This ball from number 11 batsman. Has he played it on? I think he might have. Inside edge, the ball lies dormant, and the batsman now has to move, and he's not all that pleased about moving, and he trudges off with frustrations because it looked like an inside edge and it just trickled onto the wicket, and one of the bails tumbled, and so that is another important wicket. Let's have a look and see just how close the ball is to the bat initially. As the bowler comes in now, and he just jabbed at it. There was no real authority in the stroke, was there?
Didn't move his feet, did he? Just sort of stood stranded in the crease, just trying to dab it down on the offside, maybe down towards third man. And only success that came his way was the fact that he dragged it back onto his stumps, which was disappointing, yeah.
And good to see the spirit of the United States of America. All players getting across and sharing in the excitement of another wicket. 6 for 86, with Patel yet to score and Nair the new batsman. But a good wicket, a wicket where they deserved it because they put a lot of pressure on despite the fact that they had a lot of runs. The thing is that they brought the fieldsman in from around the boundary, and the pressure's been applied, and they've done very well to maintain that.
We've seen a bit of Kiran Patel over the past couple of days. He's been very tidy behind the stumps. We get a chance to see what he brings to the table with bat in hand. 6 for 86, and this the 27th over. And after what I thought was a rather encouraging start, the Americans have really just pulled it back onto their terms, haven't they?
And they've been able now to add some extra spice. They've got a wide first slip and then an even wider second slip as this ball pushed back down the ground on the offside. So it's unusual, the field, for a spin bowler. They've got the keeper standing up, and then there's a gap between keeper and first slip, and then a bigger gap between first stick and second slip. And he comes, bowls, wide of the off stump, AJ, and it's through to the keeper. 5 for 41 yesterday, AJ.
He was the hat-trick man, wasn't he?
Man.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I just saw that written down in the notes that I couldn't read my own writing and thought, that's not bad figures, 5 for 41. That ball is poor from him, is dragged away on the onside. They run quickly and they will get through for just the one. Didn't get a chance either when we had our very good friend Jimmy Olsen, who was up in the box with us earlier on today. That, of course, was Daryl O'Sullivan. And I'll ask Daryl off air, because one of the comments that we got was he got the hat-trick and then there was almost a wicket the next ball, which was the fourth. Yeah. I don't know whether Daryl saw that. I can't turn around. If I do, I'll fall off my chair.
Okay, we can't have that.
No. And so, anyway, that's not bad figures. 5 for 41.
Just side then.
You just talk for a minute and I'll find out.
Yep, do that. As we'll just get through the end of this, the 27th over. And pushed away by Nair out and towards extra cover. And that's the end of 27 with Canada 6 for 87.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions. Official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Well, Patrick, I've got one for you.
You have?
Yeah, another trivia one. We're just bouncing around. Well done, Daryl O'Sullivan, who gave us the news that AJ picked up the 3 wickets, and then there was a very, very confident shout for LBW with the next ball. Now, the way in which Jimmy Olsen spoke in the back of the box,
right.
I'm not saying a wrong decision was made, but it did seem as if there was a mild dose of dissatisfaction, and the spirit of cricket was brought into and vogue, and that was it, all sorted?
Yep, all sorted.
No problems.
Right.
And so that was good. It could have been 4 in a row for AJ, but he finished with 5 for 41. Now, here's the trivia question, and you're doing really poorly on these.
Thanks, Walshy.
I know. The earlier question was Jimmy with, he was doing really well. Who was the female reporter and who was the boss of their newspaper?
We're talking about the Daily Planet here.
You've got the, well done,
Thank
the
you.
Daily
Yeah.
Planet. Good work. That was a stab in the dark. That was a
No,
fluke.
not at all.
Okay, well, who was the female reporter?
Would I be thinking Lois Lane?
We are thinking Lois Lane.
Right.
Yeah, well done.
So have I got one more part of that equation
No, I
to
think
solve?
you've got them all.
Have I got them
now.
all? Okay.
I think you've got them all.
There we go.
And,
Do I wait for the credit to come through? Or
No, that was good. That
Okay,
was good.
thank you.
There's some of those shows that you see now, and I saw by accident, I saw a Benny Hill show the other night, and I thought, you can't have that on anymore.
Benny
surely.
Hill. Where did you spot that?
Oh, I looked for a while before I could find it, but it was terrible. It was it was, yeah. It was
Different times.
I know.
Different times, Walshy.
Yeah, but then I found another one which was so funny, the 2 Ronnies.
Ah, yes.
They were good.
Ronnie Corbett, Ronnie Barker.
Yeah, they were good.
They were good.
But you're not getting any merit for that because that was an easy one.
Okay, righto.
No.
Well, I grew up watching a lot of UK comedy because that's what Mum and Dad had on in the house. And you mentioned the 2 Ronnies. They're certainly one of the shows we used to watch.
Yep. Well, I've got one more for you just off the top of my head.
We used to watch the Dave Allen show quite often.
Dave was pretty risque.
He was, he was very sharp with his wit, wasn't he?
All right. Well, there's one more, but I'll give you the score. It's 6 for 87. Nair is 1 and Patil is 1. I hope you don't mind us sharing this because if you do, well, too bad because we are. We are. Name for me the members of the Addams family.
Oh, you what? You serious?
I'm serious. I'll just give the score.
All
6
right.
for 87,
How
near
many-
1.
Give me a
Patil
number that
1.
I've got to come up with.
And
How many?
is there a swing and a miss?
That's a wide.
It is 2.
How many Adams family members do I need to find?
Well, I'll go for the mum and dad.
Right.
Yes.
There's a Gomez in there, is there not?
Well, that's his name.
Yes.
Mhm.
Morticia.
Morticia,
Right,
correct.
okay.
Who's the uncle?
Uncle Fester.
Uncle Fester's correct.
I'm getting a bit of hired help from the back
Oh,
blocks.
are you
Which is rather handy.
Now, what about the hand that appears out of nowhere? What's that called?
Yeah, no, I've been watching the show on Netflix with the kids, actually. I
have
should
you
know
now?
this, shouldn't
Yes.
I?
Yeah,
Thing.
well,
It's Thing,
Thing
isn't
is
it?
correct.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Who answers the door?
Wrong. Is it Cousin It?
No.
No.
You just got him.
I did.
No, you didn't. You
Lurch.
rang. Lurch is correct.
Thank you.
And there's 2 to go.
There's Wednesday Adams, the daughter.
Correct. Now, who's the son?
This is the one that I was concerned about the whole way through. I don't
I'm
know.
sure you were
I
concerned
don't know
about
if
it.
I've got that.
Just think about it. I'll give the score.
Thank you.
6 for 90.
Can I
That's
use
the
my phone
score.
to have a
No,
look
you
at it?
can't. Canada, 6 for 90. Nair is 3. And Patel is 1. AJ has 1 for 5. This is nearing the completion of his 3rd over. And the score, Fazal LBW for 106. He was the man who dominated a brilliant performance with the bat. One of the major highlights, and we'll see plenty of them, but this was a beauty. As we give you the score in this game, 6 for 90 now, we'll move to 6 for 92. Nair 5 and Patil 1. AJ with the 3rd over about to be completed. And just the one person whose name you haven't mentioned is the son, the brother of Wednesday.
Yes.
Now, it's not a day of the week.
No, I'm pretty certain that it isn't. Am I allowed to phone a friend on this?
Who would you phone?
Well, that's not.
Who would you
I
phone?
just
That's
asked.
the big question. You're going to phone Jim at the airport in New Zealand.
Yes. He's got the answers for everything. Jim, if you're listening in, please ping me on the WhatsApp because I'm struggling.
Who is the son?
The Adams son.
The Adams family son.
Look, I'll be honest. I don't think I've. I was trying to whisper it to me over the top. No, look, I don't think I've got it, Pete. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sure. Well, we've got time.
Five out of 6. I mean, that's
Yeah,
a pretty
not bad.
decent effort.
We've still got...
Can you give me some sort of...
yeah, well, we've got 21 overs to go to get it in, so
can you give me some sort of hint or clue?
it's a male name.
Well, jeez. Oh, things are broken down here at about 4 minutes to 4 local time.
Yeah,
Second
Nair
session.
5 and Patel 1, 6 for 92. We're just looking around to the forlorn faces, and I can tell you what's happened.
Right.
Jimmy Olsen's gone for Google.
Has he?
Yeah, he's gone for Google.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
It's not right, is it?
What is it?
Pugsley?
Pugsley's correct.
Are you,
yes.
you kidding me? I would have never got that in a month of Sundays. We could have been here
Well,
until
Jimmy
next week.
Olsen, well done, Jimmy. Daryl O'Sullivan, the 3rd umpire.
Pugsley.
He hasn't got to go to the computer. Pugsley.
Oh, that's an interesting delivery there, given plenty of air. Ball hit down the ground. Do they refer to him in the movies? Has he got another name that he goes by?
Pugs.
Yeah, it must be, because
Yeah.
I don't know that I've heard that. So Balaji is the man that's bowling at the moment. That's Balaji Apasami.
Yeah, that's a name and a half, isn't it?
Thought I handled it quite well. 6 for 93 in the 30th over.
See, as we walked into this beautiful ground today, there is no way known Daryl O'Sullivan, the 3rd umpire, would have thought he'd do what he would do. He's been on the air 3 or 4 times.
He would come up with a clincher for the final
I know.
Adams family member.
And what he's done is he's also given some 3rd umpire decisions. He's waved to Billy Bowden and then got on the 2-way radio, and he's been able to officiate in an extraordinarily official way. And I'll be giving notes to the Cricket Australia board because he's done brilliantly.
Well, he engaged in some quite enjoyable banter with Billy at the lunchtime table as well. That was fantastic.
Yeah, and look, we'll be able to report back because I don't know whether you were spoken to by anyone from the cricket board before this assignment. I was, and just keep tabs on people to see how they perform.
All right, so the end of 30 overs, 6 for 94, Canada. Nair is 5, Patel is 2, and Balaji Apasami getting through his first over.
Yeah.
1 over, no made, none for 2.
Right, now,
You're going to set me another assignment.
No, this is an easy one.
I think we're going to have a drinks break, actually,
good.
Walshy. So you hold that thought, and we're going to have a drinks break. Toddy's got a chance to get a gasper in, and we'll be back after this.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions, official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Biograin grows organic grains for strength, vitality, and joy. Every grain carries the strength of the land, bringing real nourishment to every table. Because health isn't just about eating well, it's about living fully. Organic nutrition meets senior cricket. Alliance Biograin and CCMC, nourishing seniors, one meal, one match, one moment of joy.
Are you a batsman who's still training hard, still getting starts, but the big scores just won't come? It's not your technique, it's your process. Email the word SPIRIT to info@simplebatting.com and we'll show you the 3 simple steps serious batsmen are using to become the run scorer their team relies on, season after season.
Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete cricket solutions, official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket. Begins with passion. It begins with Yashi.
Good fun here. I hope you're enjoying it. There is a bit of frivolity, of course there is. Well, we hope that it's not overstretching the mark. What we're trying to do is give you what we think you'd like, and that's as much cricket as we can with those players who have been prepared to come and say hello, and that's all good. And of course the cricket scores themselves, because this is an important assignment. We've got country against country. Let's not back away from that. The US of A looking for their first win, and they'll win and win comfortably. They have the run chasers Canada at 6 for 94 with the unassailable lead enjoyed by the US of A, 7 for 320. And that's going to be really the way it's going to work out. You'd think that the wickets would fall not fairly quickly, but Pat Silcox, as you joined me in the commentary box, it's been a good display by the USA. It's been very solid and very consistent.
Very measured, their bowling. They've certainly hit the right zones. Made it really hard for Canada, certainly, to not only score but find the boundaries. Certainly in the opening 5 or 10 overs, things were going okay. They're up around that 4 to 5 runs per over mark, but lost a couple of early wickets, and then just that steady progression over the last hour or so has made things just that little bit tricky for them, hasn't it?
Yeah, we haven't really seen, and we probably will in this over, but we haven't really seen an audacious shot like to try and hit a 6 or something like that. It might have been a shot into the covers, or it might break through the fielding side that's around the bat. But we haven't really seen a slog.
Well, the word was when we were downstairs at lunch was that they would be dogged and they would look to bat through their 45 overs. And so far, it's proving to be that way.
Well, look at AJ's figures. He's 5 dot balls in his 4th over, and he's got 1 for 7.
Yeah, that's impressive, isn't it?
It is, and yesterday took 5 for 41.
This one's just deposited out into the offside, no run. So 31 overs gone, and the score is 6 for 94. Should we maybe just get a chance to have a look at the card? So far in this innings, Singh was out bowled Rajendra for 17. Goodapali caught bowled Gade for 16. Iqbal once again got a good start but couldn't go on with it. He was out bowled by Himanshu Patadia for 26. Harry Haran didn't hang around too long, just the 1 run from his 17 deliveries. He was out bowled by Rajendra Pattadare. And Kaiser was bowled by Gary Ali for 13. And Udamalingam caught by side of the bowling of Patadia for 1.
Yes, the wickets fell too consistently. And we reiterate too in our chat that we had earlier on with the man who made the big 100, Festivale, saying the track was a ripper. He was really, really positive and throwing out some good positive feedback to a curator, and he'd love that, the curator, wouldn't he? It'd be important for him to get good feedback when such a game's being played, or such games are being played, and he was really thrilled about that.
Just looking at that fall of wickets for the Canadians, they were at one stage 1 for 66, but had a run there losing 5 for 20, which has certainly brought them back to the field somewhat. Currently watching Balaji Apasami, who certainly has got no fear about putting them up, giving them plenty of air.
Gives them something to hit, doesn't he?
I think he's trying to join the wicket-taking list, because there's so far 4 wicket takers for the Americans, as we see Nair just working that throughout towards the extra cover boundary. They'll get back for a couple.
Should mention too, Patrick, about RF Talati, who's the captain of the Canadian side, who pulled up with an injury after fielding today, and we saw on a few occasions some of the outfielding. It wasn't disappointing, but it looked as if there might have been a few bones that were starting to ache, and the massage table might be out and might be worked overtime tonight. But he was prepared to join us, and we really appreciated his time, but you could see the disappointment because he knows there's a rest day tomorrow and he wants to get back playing.
Okay, so 32 overs gone now, 6 for 96. Canada, this partnership, 10 runs in 34 balls from 19 minutes. Nair is 7, Patil is 2. As we continue to roll through this afternoon session, 4:06 local time, so still got 13 overs to go. You feel like if we go the whole hog here, Walshy, we'll probably be here till at about 5, 5:15. Maybe even 5:30,
yes,
potentially.
Yep, it's true. Oh, we'll work through the pain. Don't worry about that, won't we?
Yes, we will.
Oh, good.
There's just a bit of a fumble in the field there by the Americans, which allows Canada to scamper through for a quick single. 6 for 97. AJ Gariali going to add to his wicket tally on tour. 5 yesterday, has 1 today. Still beautiful conditions here. The Alcheringa Oval in Golgol. Beautiful blue skies, lots of sunshine. Breeze seems to have just dropped, I reckon, a fraction in the last half an hour or so.
And just for those who might have joined in the coverage, 27 tomorrow, my friend?
Yes, that is correct, with a bit of breeze coming through.
27. haven't had a 27 for a while, have we?
No, as we've just got a bit of live YouTube footage of the over 50s game between Australia A and Australia. It looks like it's potentially come to a head there. So the score, in fact, there you go. They're all out for 93. Waddington picking up a wicket in his second over. We're going to get a replay of the action here. As we watch the live action as well from goal. We'll go through to the keeper. So, yeah, she's all done there at number 3, Sarah Oval. So Australia A being dismissed for 93 in pursuit of that target of 261. So the Australian over 50 boys are really at the top of their form at the moment, aren't they?
Gee, that's a big result. That's 7. Let's work that out. 168 runs they've won by.
As we're going to get a wide called here by umpire Bowden. Score is 6 for 98.
Who would have thought? That's such a margin and a half, isn't it?
Quicker pace delivery that time by Gary Ali. And that is the end of 33 overs. Score is 6 for 98.
Isn't that Gary Ali, AJ? Doesn't it look like he spends a lot of time thinking about his bowling? You can see he rubs the beard that hasn't had a scratch for a day or two. Gets himself into a position of, yep, where am I at? Prepares to go around the wicket, over the wicket, changes all the time, and it's all good. 6 for 86 at goal.
Canada's home of cricket, trusted by players worldwide. From head to toe, complete Cricket Solutions, official uniform supplier for GT20 and CCMC. For every walk to the crease, for every bold start, for every fearless shot, Yashi Sports. Canada's home of cricket.
Back live here at the Alcheringa Oval in Goal. Canadians have brought up their 100. They need a further 221 to win from 72 balls with 4 wickets in hand. As we continue here through this mid-afternoon session. Day number 2 of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Give you some more details about the sights and sounds across the border here in the Wentworth Shire Council shortly. As USA just continue to push through their overs. They've really got the clamps on their opponents at the moment as they try and find a gap on the offside, but they really have rung that field up beautifully.
How far will they go in this tournament?
The US?
Yeah.
Well, they'll be 1-1 after today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll have to look at the draw and see who they come up against on Saturday.
But you couldn't be more impressive than you saw them today with bat and ball. Their bowling's been very tight and they've worked to a plan, and their batting was so good.
Yeah, they've certainly put everybody on notice with this effort, as you said, as this time wide will be called as Hapasami just pushed it down the leg side a little bit too much. He's had the 2 wides in the over so far. As he quickly hustles through again, and this one is beating the outside edge of the bat, nicely taken by Pete Hawthorn. Was able to remove a bail too, just on the off chance of the stumping opportunity. So 14 runs in 46 balls from this pair, so they really have found it hard to score. This one is just angled down the ground. And that is the end of the 35th over, so 6 for 100. The Australian Inland Botanic Gardens, while she might be one that you could have a look out for tomorrow in Moorquong, across the border here in New South Wales. Tractor tours, rose gardens, native bushland and family-friendly adventures.
I beg your pardon.
Family-friendly adventures. And as we were mentioning across the course of the coverage today, you can get all the details about the sights and sounds of the Wentworth Shire Council at the Wentworth Visitor Centre, 61 Darling Street, Wentworth.
This is a predictable comment from myself, and I wish I could be more original, but whenever I do come to Mildura, which is not all that regular, the thing that stands out for me, I love the Murray River, but it's the time and effort put in by those who are growing vines. And you look at how well manicured they are when you're driving through places like, well, just a bit further on than Oyen, but they are just magnificent. Absolutely. I used to come up here many years ago and get the bottles of wine, the passion wine.
Right.
You'd be in that, wouldn't you? The passion wine?
Not much of a wine man, must be said. No.
Okay.
No.
But you could get all the flavours.
Right, yes.
And I was big on flavoured passion wine.
That flavour these days has turned to your loud shirts, Pete.
That's it. Yeah, I've got a few. The reason is simple. I wear coloured shirts for the McGrath Foundation, which I've been doing since the late 90s when I met Clint McGrath and toured Zimbabwe with him. And the blue is prostate cancer. And I've got over 100 shirts.
100?
Yeah. Yep. And they are, whenever I get a chance to go out and talk about it, I'll say to the men who are over 50, I don't want to embarrass you, but can you stand up if you haven't had a test? And there might be a bit of shuffling here and there. And I said, well, stand up. I'm not a neurologist, or I'm not someone who can tell you that you're silly or whatever, but why don't you have the test? And I'll get off the soapbox. I'll just say one person in particular was responsible for having a really, really good, strong test to me and tell me about it, and that was David Parkin, and he told me that he'd had the issues. And the biggest frustration that I experienced was working with Ted Whitten for 6 years and having the best 6 years of my life calling football, and then finding out that Ted had prostate cancer and never got tested. Never. And he died at 62.
Yeah, way too soon, wasn't
62.
it? 62.
And if anybody is ever going to make a comment as this next ball is pushed away on the offside for a single, when Ted was driven around the MCG with his son, Ted Jr., and in the car, Danny Frawley, who we've lost. Danny unfortunately took his life, and that was in September, quite a few years ago. But Ted just deteriorated so rapidly, and it was just an absolute shock and horror then to go to his funeral and to think about someone who took me by the hand and then walked me through commercial radio and took me to places I'd never thought I'd go. What a magnificent man he was, and we lost him at 62. So if you're listening out, this is not a soapbox stuff. This is about prostate cancer, which is blue.
Yep.
And McGrath Foundation, which is pink. That's all it is.
So 35 overs gone, 6 for 103. Nair is 9, Patel is 3. 218 needed from 10 overs at 21.8.
Now, can we just go back to that comment earlier on? The Australian team bowled out for 93?
Yeah.
That was extraordinary.
Yeah, it wasn't expected, I don't think, at the start of the day's play.
That'd be one of their smallest scores for a period of time. If not the smallest ever score. And I've given you the onerous task of trying to find it because I had a look before and...
Yeah, well, it's moved from the live tab, presuming it may have gone to the results tab, but I'm just trying to have a bit of a look at that.
I've got every confidence in what you're doing with your live skills.
Okay, thank you.
Well, say that with... Yeah, I suppose I say that and I mean it, of course I do.
Yeah, it just seems to have disappeared from the lineup of games at the moment. You might have to leave that one with me, Walshy.
That's all right. I'll just get on to Pugsley and he'll give you a call later on.
Yes, he will. I look forward to it. So it's Balaji Apasami who has made the breakthrough. Belated. He's happy with that. That's his first wicket, so he joins the list of wicket takers. And another one to fall here at the Alcheringa Oval in Golgol. And the score now 7 for 103. And it looks like it's the wicketkeeper, Patil, who's the man to make his ways. We look back over it again on the Enjoy Wine Grill and Bar replay. Ball of high elevation, and it was just dabbled back nicely to the man at short cover, and the catch was taken there by Rajendra Badadare. As we see the new man Akshay Pandya coming out to the wicket. You got some details from that game, as you said.
Jimmy's brought them to me from the back of the box.
So all out for 93, the A boys. Let's see if we can get some. So James Morris, 4 for 38.
4 for 38, yep. How good's that?
Craig Trindle, 2 for 32. A couple of wickets for Mark Wade, who impressed us yesterday. Wickets also for Waddington and Bloomfield. So that's comprehensive in every sense of the word, Peter Walsh.
For 93, bowling absolutely magnificent. And the batting, I tell you what, I've met a few of these last night down on the banks of the Murray.
Yeah.
The Ducks.
5 ducks in that tally.
5 ducks?
5 ducks, yeah.
That is extraordinary. The highest score, Kawaja at the top of the order got 20, and Lavender got 33, and the two right at the bottom, Gerard Wyeth got 16, and Matthew Whedon 13. So we had 4 batters who reached double figures, and we had 5. Was it 5 ducks? You said 5 ducks.
Yeah.
That is extraordinary. Well done. Good get from the back of the box. Third umpire, Darryl O'Sullivan, doing brilliantly. And that is, it's good to be able to bring those scores because it gives an indication as to what happened out there. What did happen? A capitulation, that's what it was. And what we've seen is completely the opposite here. We've just seen healthy runs all the way through.
Certainly puts the Aussies in a pretty commanding position as far as the tournament goes. 2 very strong victories first up.
Oh, I just felt last night where I was, and it was a little haunt away from ears that could hear discussions that were being given. The 2 Australian teams, if they play in the final, they like each other, of course they do.
Yep.
But there's a bit of argy-bargy, just nice and friendly, but it adds to what could be, if the 2 get into the final, be a pretty reasonable final.
So we're looking at the Saturday draw. So from what I've got in front of me here, it's Australia playing the USA in our day-night game from 3 p.m. at the John Hall Oval. So looking forward to seeing that.
It's Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, thank you.
That could be a real battle to see who does get through to the final.
Yeah, you remember those days, and I'm sure you do, Patrick. The days of when Australia had their team, and then there was another Australian team that played. And I don't know about you, but I could never, ever get to feel like when I was going, say, to the MCG with Dad, who do I barrack for? I barrack for Australia, but he'd say, you're not going to barrack for anyone else. He'd say, you barrack for the Australian A team. That's what it is. This other mug team, no, they're not the real deal. And I never used to argue with Dad. But he was passionate about that.
Another catch taken there at deep point, just on the 30-yard circle, and the man is pretty elated with his work there too. So we won't get a replay on that, but it's Balaji Apasami who's in the wickets, he's in the catches, and all of a sudden it's another breakthrough for the Americans, who really are finishing strongly here. We felt that the Canadians may well have been able to stick out their 45 over stint here, Walshy, but all of a sudden it's looking a bit grim on their front.
8 for 103, yes. Wickets falling at 30, 66, 70, and getting up to 86, 87, 103, 103. So the best partnership was the partnership between, after the fall of the first wicket, 36 runs were added, and that's about it. And the best with the ball has been, we got a little doodah there.
Do that, yeah. We've got Rajendra Badadare, 2 for 20 from his 7. And Himanshu Patadia, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 4.
2 for 4. Yep. And there's the skipper is still as actively involved now as when he was with the bat. And he's just calling on everyone, come on, 218 to win with 52 balls to go and 2 wickets in hand. They won't win, but let's knock them over. Let's finish this. Let's go on a good note and walk off afterwards, and then have our rest day tomorrow. And it's been a pretty good effort by a team that struggled yesterday. They were in all sorts of trouble earlier on when we were giving you the scores regularly. At one stage they were 5 for 20 odd. But that's not the case now, and that they've put together, from what we've seen, a pretty compact and a very formidable lineup in this team, the US of A.
Yeah, they've bounced back strongly, haven't they, Peter? No doubt about that.
Yeah, they've got a versatile bowling attack, and that one not taken by the keeper, and it might run down there for byes, I would suggest. Let's have a look and see.
Leg byes, I believe.
Leg byes, thank you, Billy. Billy just, well, he threw his leg in the air and almost pulled a muscle, and then waved his arm across to signify that it was 4. And now he's got hamstring trouble.
We're looking forward to the rest day tomorrow.
Oh, he's good to listen to, isn't he? He's a very knowledgeable man. Very articulate performer. And a good umpire, no doubt about that. Next ball is on leg stump, and it's wristy. It's flicked across on the onside for 1 and perhaps 2. Jogging out there, 1 it is with out there Murthy Shrikant. We'll get the ball back. It's 8 for 108. Kumar and Pandya there at the moment. Good bowling by the US of A team. They've been steady, she goes. And this is not all that convincing a prod forward, but keeping the ball out, and it goes out to the covers and there's no run.
So 37 done, 8 for 108. Pandya yet to score. Kumar is 1. And there is that equation. 213 needed off 48 deliveries. So it's all a matter now as to whether they can last their 45 over journey. 2 wickets still in the shed, Pete.
Yes, but they've scored over the 100. That's, I don't know whether that holds you instead and you can walk away with some positive feelings. I don't know. There's Mr. Hawthorn, who just is getting ready to put the helmet on. We're talking last night, and one of the chaps that I was talking to, he was saying, who's the tallest wicket keeper that you've ever seen play at first class level? And I said, well, you know, we've talked about that a bit, because we talk about Ian Healy is small, and Phil Emery was small, and
Greg Dyer was small.
Greg Dyer and Mark Atkinson, who was a Tasmanian wicketkeeper. He was not tiny, but he was fairly small. And John McLean from Queensland, when the World Series cricket was on, he played for quite a while. He was small.
Richie Robinson from
Richie
Victoria.
Robinson was tall, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was up there, wasn't he?
He was tall. And I'm not saying that Hawthorn is as tall, but this ball hit down the ground in the air, and there's a catch taken, and it's a good one. It's a Murali who takes the catch, and it's 9 for 108. We're talking about a slog perhaps to happen, and it did. The ball lofted in the air, and he got underneath it and was pretty composed, waiting for it to come. It's all yours, lad, because it just fell into his hands and he took it nicely.
That was Virinder Kumar, who was looking to try and go downtown, and as you mentioned, Posanapali Murali, who was left out of the squad today, but he's got some time out in the field here in the second session. Very comfortable underneath the high ball. Got the fingers pointing upwards and took it just above his shoulder there, so nice bit of work. It's Canada now 9 for 108. 38th over. And 2 for 4 from his 6 overs. And Manchu Patadia. So their slow bowling options have really done the job, haven't they, Peter Walsh? They've managed to not only restrict the run rate, but they've been able to take wickets on the flip side of that as well.
Yeah, I think you give a lot of credit to their skipper, because I think he's said to his bowlers, this could be a chance for you to pick up some wickets, and they've all risen to the occasion. But as well as picking up wickets, they've restricted the run scoring. Only 108 scored off 37.1 overs. And the chase for 320. It's easy in hindsight, but I don't think anyone ever really thought they'd get near it. But for Canada, we stress, because we have had Arif Talati, the captain, who came in and said hello, talking about where they had to go to get further down the track. We're not talking about into Test cricket. We're not talking about putting pressure on the 9 Test fielding teams doing the rounds at the moment, but playing at this standard, of course they're a lot older than Test cricketers, but they're playing and they're looking to play and they're enjoying, and that's got to be half the battle.
That's what it's all about, Peter, absolutely. 9 for 108. It's the 38th over. Americans really have got that ring field compressing any opportunities here for Canada to score. Still have a man in at slip. Have a backward point. Short extra cover. There's a man in the covers also at mid-off on the offside. And just a bit of pace off that time from Himanshu Patadia, who finishes up his 7th over, and he has the remarkable figures of 3 for 4, Peter Walsh.
3 for
3 for 4.
That's extraordinary. Now, if you went for the man of the match, and we're not doing that, we don't have to do that. But getting 3 for 4 is spectacular. But making 106 is also spectacular. So bat and ball, they'd be our 2. And a comprehensive win coming up for the United States of America. I know we hear a lot about America and we hear USA, USA, all that, but I love it when they sing the spirited version of where they're coming from with "Oh, Say Can You See," and they really love it. They belt it out, don't they?
Yes, they do, and it was quite emotional, I thought, at the start of the day's play today, Peter. It was something to witness, that's for sure.
Just looking at how they all took their caps off and hugged the caps to their heart, and that was all good. 9 for 108.
As Pandya just pushes out into the offside. Syed Shannon Awaz continues his spell. And his 8th over has 1 for 36.
Yeah, there's a couple of field positions that have been adjusted. Looks like an extra slip and man on the 3rd man boundary. And that ball was hit towards where extra slip was.
Yeah.
It was a dive, but not quite oval, and a big smile on the face of the man who, he didn't actually fly through the air, but Murali saw it coming, but it fell short.
Almost in the gully there, isn't he? Or a 3rd or 4th slip. He's going to stay in the coordinates now. The right-hander will come on to strike. It's the opening bowler row at Roy. Just marking his guard out here on this Alcheringa Oval surface as we approach 4:30 local time. A few shadows starting to come across. And Roy comfortable in that defensive initiative there as he pushes it back to the bowler.
I like it when they run across, and just before they realise they'd better take off, they think we'd better take off.
The big leap to get over the strip, yes.
The big long jump.
And a nick and not quite going to hand there in the slip cord, and Pete Hawthorn probably initially obscuring his slipper there as he went across to try and take the catch. So a little bit of disappointment there for the USA. They might have been able to wrap things up there, but ball squirts clear.
I'm just not sure. That's a toughie because I don't know whether the Hawthorn actually got a glove to it. I'm not sure.
Didn't have a lot of carry.
No, it didn't.
Here we go. Off the bat, did it? It was going to ground. As we have a look at the replay here. Oh, yeah, it was probably certainly...
both of them, didn't it?
It did, yeah. It was certainly on the way down by the time we got to the slips, but Pete Hawthorn certainly had it at a reasonable height.
He did.
Just didn't quite make the ground he needed to.
Yeah. I just thought of another smallish wicketkeeper, MS Dhoni.
Yes.
He could have some fun, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He'd go out there and... Yep. It's like...
Richard Sewell's another one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
Tasmanian.
He was.
Kevin Wright, who obviously
Kevin
played
Wright
for
from
both
Western
South
Australia.
and South Australia as well.
Yeah.
Wayne Phillips was a tall keeper.
Yeah, we've got too many tall keepers you've named now. I'm just thinking of the West Indian. Who was the West Indian that... Just trying... Derek Murray.
Yeah.
Derek Murray.
Jeff Dujon, who followed on from him.
And Dujon was reasonably tall.
Junior Murray was a keeper there at one stage.
And, you know, if you go by countries, You sort of walk into the Alan Knott territory for
Yep.
England, of
Yep.
course. I remember him in the centenary test. And
David Bairstow, I think, did
yes,
follow through there.
yeah. Now what's happening here?
Looks like it's going to be another over from Himanshu Patadia. He'd love to get a fourth here. 9 for 110. So moving to the 40th over. This one is defended away into the offside.
Yes, it's an art itself. Adam Gilchrist, he was outstanding, of
He
course.
was, yep.
And not only could he keep brilliantly, but he also, I think he batted left and played golf right hand.
Did
One
he?
of those people
Right,
that does
one of
that.
those, okay.
Those layers, could do everything.
Yeah. Again, some good tidy defence there from Rowett Roy. Now, there really has been some great keepers, hasn't there, on the world cricket scene over the years. I mean, South Africa, of course, when they came back from isolation,
Yeah.
David Richardson, Mark
Yeah.
Boucher, a couple of names
Yeah.
that come to mind.
And wasn't it cruel? And unfortunately, here's someone we've lost, and that's Rod Marsh, but he was called Iron Gloves.
He was.
Couldn't he keep? Some amazing and resilient people because of the amount of pressure they'd put on their body. This one tapped away on the offside and there's no run.
It's a tough gig, isn't it?
Oh. I was a wicket keeper and a pathetic wicket keeper, and I did it for my school, which was Ballarat East High School. And one day when I went out because one of the wicket keepers couldn't do it and I didn't put any inners in and not a box, which was a really, really sensible thing to do.
Not really.
No, hopeless. And the wicket keepers take the ball beautifully. They don't snap at it.
No.
Like I used to. Like clapping.
Yeah.
And there was just an art. And the captain of the school had said, no, I think you should go and do cross country. But I don't know how you can be taught how to be a wicket keeper. I reckon there's got to be just that ability to be able to do it. So we've got one ball to go before the end of this over, and that's patted away on the offside. So no wicket, and some frustrations from Himanshu, who finishes up with 3 for 5 in his spell, which was absolutely outstanding. And it's 9 for 111. What are we up to? 40 overs.
Yep.
Yep.
Got a couple of the Canadian boys upstairs with us at the moment, taking in some of the B Live streaming action.
Just wanted to see if there's any goss that he's got for us. I don't think so. He's just looking the other way.
Playing
when
a
I said that.
pretty straight bat, isn't he?
Yeah, very straight bat.
Yeah.
But it's good to see them popping up here and seeing what we're doing.
They're enjoying the air-conditioned comfort of the upstairs suite.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough. 9 for 111 outside the off stump. Pushed away with the bat a fair distance away from the body. And a few cheesy grins out there as we see the wicketkeeper Hawthorn turn around and walk back and get himself settled. And Saeed, bowling his 9th over, has 1 for 38 as he's in and bowls, and it's forced back down the ground and there's no run. But a pretty complete performance by the USA. I think if you ask their skipper as to what his thoughts were, I think Fazal would say that it's pretty good. 320, you can't complain about that. And also your bowlers were doing what they were asked to do, and most of the catches have been held. This ball from Saeed and the attempted drive, and that could go all the way. It's out towards backward point. They've got 1. They'll come back for 2. And did they come back for 2?
No, I think they only got 1
They
in
only
the
got
end.
1.
Yeah.
A few of them just a little bit on the, I'm a bit tired. Let's get on the bus and go back to the wherever we're going back to. There's no street parade tonight. Oh, when do we get on the ferry?
Now that's a couple of weeks away, so not
A couple
next,
of weeks away?
Yeah, not next Tuesday, the Tuesday after, I reckon it is.
But everything's finished then, isn't it?
No. We go through until the final of this franchise as the final wicket has been taken. Syed getting through the defences of Rowett Roy, and Canada have been dismissed in the 41st over with their score at 112. But
112.
just back to your point, we'll play through this 45 over format of the game and get to finals, I believe, Monday, Tuesday, and then
next week,
then we roll through that week, obviously with the T20s, which will wrap up, I think, on the Monday or the Tuesday, and then we're on the boat on Tuesday night, I think it is, which
when
will
it's
be
all
the
finished.
Be the September the 30th, I think, is the date for the
okay.
Mundu on the river. Yep.
Okay.
Something to look forward to, but there we go. That's the last wicket in this second session as both teams congratulate each other on what's been a really great showing of the spirit of cricket here this afternoon at the Alcheringa Oval in Golgol.
Oh, I think what we can do is we can wrap it up fairly quickly from here because we can give you the scores. The USA made 7 for 320. Festivale made 106. He was best with the bat. Murphy got 61. They were the two that stole the show, and in the chase, Canada never really looked like they were going to get anywhere near it. You might just throw out a few of the better batters for us, if you don't mind, Pat, and then the bowling figures, and we'll say goodbye to everyone from Golgol as the players and the umpires leave the ground here at this venue.
Okay, I can do that for you, Walshy. Mohammed Iqbal was the best with the bat for Canada. He finished at 26. Harmeet Singh 17 at the top, also Gudapali with 16. And bowling figures, well, they did share the wickets around, but certainly the best with the ball, there's no question, was Himanshu Patadia. He bowled 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 5. I reckon we may end up with 3 wickets going to Syed Shananawaz as well. A couple for Rajendra Batadere, and singles going to Gade alongside of AJ Gariali. And also, just looking through the list there, Balaji Apasami. So comprehensive victory by the United States of America. They picked up their first scalp of this global Spirit of Cricket Festivale in 2025. We'd like to thank our BeLive team and everybody behind the scenes for putting together this production today as we move ahead to a rest day tomorrow, Peter Walsh, and then we're looking forward to a day-night fixture on Saturday, which kicks off from 3 p.m. at the John Hall Oval on 11th Street. It'll be Australia playing against the United States of America.
Beautifully spoken, my friend. Patrick Silcox and Peter Walsh, on behalf of Todd and Joel, who've done the right thing and told us all the information that we needed to know about Muswellbrook. And that could be on the menu at one of the restaurants I go to tonight now, but we won't go into any more detail about Box 5. But I will tell you that their assistance and also the assistance of the crews who have worked outside in the conditions, and they've been climbing up on that scaffolding and done a wonderful job with all of the camera work. Thanks to those. And a very special thank you to the man who came in to say hello and we locked the door and he couldn't get out. That's the third umpire, Daryl O'Sullivan, who did some really good work for us, and we appreciate that very much. Another friend that we can add to our many. So it's been fun. Congratulations to Billy Bowden and to Suresh, who have been the umpires. Thank you for watching. This coverage has come to you today from a venue that I've thoroughly enjoyed for the last couple of days. That's the Alcheringa Oval in Golgol, just outside Mildura. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Plenty more to come. Lots to watch too. Thank you for watching SOC TV live from Mildura. Good afternoon.